And inshallah, afterwards, we'll open up the floor for you to engage and to ask any of your questions. So, look, the reason to mention this particular story of Mariam is there's one thing to discuss the Ahmadiyya theology, their belief system, and how they try to justify those beliefs by abusing Quran and Sunnah, how they try to justify these beliefs by dropping the names of books of great scholars. As you all know, there is one specific individual, which we don't need to mention his name. He loves to quote Shah Waliullah, Rahmatullahi alayh, Ibn Taymiyyah, Rahmatullahi alayh, Ibn al-Qayyim, Rahmatullahi alayh, and the scholars of the like of them, like the great scholars. And his objective is to give this impression to the common Ahmadi masses that as though as these great scholars have to do anything, something with the beliefs of Ahmadiyya. But as Brother Umar and Ahmad were already mentioning in the beginning, when it comes to the unique and core beliefs of Ahmadiyya, the beliefs which are unique to the Ahmadiyya mythology, those great scholars or any Islamic scholarship has absolutely nothing to do with that. And Ahmad Bhai rightly pointed out the example of prophethood and the example of life and quote unquote death and ascension and descending of Isa ibn Mariam alayhim assalam. Because Ahmadiyya beliefs are very unique. Unique in the sense that they are innovations. They are the innovations of such a level that the minimum term you have to use is disbelief, because not every innovation take you outside of the fold of Islam. Every innovation in Islam is condemned, but at the same time, not every innovation is going to take you outside of the fold of Islam. So there are different levels of misguidance involved in innovations in Islam. Like we have the authentic hadith, Man ahdasa fi amrina hadha ma laysa minhu fahuwa raddun. That whoever invents something in fi amrina hadha, in this amr, in this religion of ours, in al-Islam, ma laysa minhu, which is not from it and in it as a deen, fahuwa raddun, that is rejected, it's mardud. So the beliefs of Ahmadiyya, again, the unique belief, because obviously they are beliefs which they have taken from Islam. So, for example, the Christians, they have certain beliefs which are common between us and them. For example, they believe in afterlife. The details are different, but as a concept, as a belief, we both share the same, that there is a life after this life. There's a life after death. So details are different. Same is the case here as well. That even those beliefs in which we share the same terms, but still when you read and when you know the details of those beliefs, they are different. Such as we have discussed the example of Tawheed, monotheism. The monotheism of Ahmadiyya mythology is not the monotheism of Islam. For example, in Ahmadiyya mythology, the founder of and the main person in this mythology, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, he was preaching that, na'uzubillah min zalik, that you can imagine Allah I don't even want to use the word Allah because his term is Yallah. Can you just imagine? Look at the title, look at the term, look at the name he was using for his God. Yallah. Imagine his Yallah as an infinite being with infinite hands and infinite all the limbs. That's not the concept, that's not the belief about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in Islam. In Islam, laysa kamislihi shay. There is absolutely nothing like him. But in their mythology, their founder is giving us an analogy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and asking us and wanting us to believe in this as Allah. Na'udhu billahi min zalik. So what I'm trying to say is that this is the problem people are facing when they deal with this cult. Because the cult is using the same terms with their own connotations, with their own expressions, with their own meanings. So having said that, let's inshallah start our story, the story of Maryam. Basically, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, the founder of Ahmadiyya mythology, he had a son by the name Mubarak Ahmad. Mubarak Ahmad was the one of the last sons born to Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani. Actually, the last son as a male child born to this family. He was born in 1899. Now, in 1907, when Mubarak Ahmad was about 7 years and few months old, he got sick. And once he got sick, different people around Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, allegedly, they were having dreams. And in their dreams, they saw the marriage of Mubarak Ahmad. Don't forget, at this stage, Mubarak Ahmad is 8 years and few months old because he was born in 1899. So, close to 18, you can say. So, they started to have these dreams about the marriage of Mubarak Ahmad, and when they shared their dreams with Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, he said that, oh, those people who interpret dreams. Now, he has not mentioned any names. He said, Mu'abbirin, the interpreters of the dreams. They have mentioned that if you fulfill a dream, he said basically marriage in a dream means death. He said marriage in a dream means death. But then he added something. He said that, you know what? But they are interpreters of the dream, and they have mentioned that if you fulfill these dreams in actuality, as you have visioned them, for example, if you see the marriage of a child, he said the interpretation is the death. But he said that if you fulfill this dream literally, i.e., you get this child married, then there is a possibility to avert the death of this child. Because Mubarak Ahmad was severely sick at that time. So they decided to implement this dream. And there was one follower of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. His name was Dr. Sayyid Abdul Sattar Shah. Dr. Sayyid Abdul Sattar Shah. This was the name of his follower. He was doctor. Actually, he was giving treatment to Mubarak Ahmad in those days. because there were three people who were treating Mubarak Ahmad. And no wonder, I'll let you imagine the rest. Mubarak, it was Dr. Abdul Sattar, Hakim Nuruddin, because he was also involved in this herbal medicine, who eventually became the first caliph of Ahmadiyya mythology. And then at the same time, the other person whose name was Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. He was also one of the physicians of Mubarak Ahmad. So these three doctors were giving treatment to Mubarak Ahmad. And when they had this plan that, okay, let's fulfill the dream literally. Let's have Mubarak Ahmad get married. So they spoke at that, because Abdul Sattar was there, his wife was there. So they spoke to him and they said that, look, we have Mirza Ghulam Qadiani shared the plan with the wife of Mubarak Ahmad. With the wife of Mubarak, with the wife of Dr. Abdul Sattar. He spoke to the wife of Dr. Abdul Sattar. He said that this is my plan, that we are going to marry Mubarak Ahmad. And you have a daughter. Now comes the Mariam into the picture. Mariam was 2.5-year-old at that time. How old was she? 2.5-year-old. So Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said to the wife of Dr. Abdul Sattar that this is the plan. What do you think? She said that it's a good plan. And let me just convey it to the father, i.e. Dr. Abdul Sattar. So she spoke Dr. Abdul Sattar, and they both agreed. Mubarak Ahmad is 7-8 years old, and this poor girl, Mariam, she is 2.5 years old, and they are going to arrange their marriage. And what is the reason? Pay attention, because these details which I am now mentioning, these are the important details. Because the plan was they are going to save Mubarak Ahmad from death. Because this was the secret in this marriage, that if this marriage takes place, the death of Mubarak Ahmad can possibly be averted. Now, take a pause here. Many people have spoken to me with regard to this particular story, and I let you do your research, because this is not my expertise. Hinduism is not my specialty. Our good brother, Amir Haq Bhai, mashallah, he is expert in this field. So one day maybe we'll ask him as well. But you do your own research at the same time, because people have told me that this is a Hindu ritual. This ritual came from Hinduism. This marriage with unrelated women, because they were not the relatives, or because this apparently it was the family of Sadat, because Sayyid Abdul Sattar, apparently it was the family of Sadat, we don't know, but it was unrelated to Mirza family. Now it's a different story. It will make it more complicated that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was claiming to be Sayyid as well, but let's leave it on the side for a moment. But what I'm trying to say is that you do your own research, because these kind of marriages, they are somehow rooted in Hindu mythology as well. And inshallah, one day we can have a stream on this particular topic, where we can trace back the origins of unique beliefs of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, such as buruz, such as this marriage, and many others. For example, considering certain days of the week as not good. So what I'm trying to say is that this marriage with an unrelated woman it has to do something with the Hindu mythology. They do this ritual for their reasons, and we don't know in this particular case what's going on. I let you research. I'm not giving any judgment on this particular aspect. But anyhow, now in this context, now this is the backdrop. This is the backdrop of the whole story. That why this marriage is taking place, because Mubarak Ahmad is severely sick, and apparently it seems to be some fatal disease. And what was the level of his recovery? Let me inshallah share my screen, so at the same time I can show you these things on the screen as well, because at the end of the day, just me saying things would not make it right. I have to bring the proofs. Okay. So I just, inshallah, by the way, this is the whole story I was discussing, because this story is mentioned in many of their books in bits and pieces. But I found this particular reference very comprehensive. Not fully comprehensive, but very comprehensive. And who is this person? Basically, if you go under the title of the books of Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud, the second Ahmadiyya Caliph, under his books, you can find one book called Rawayat Sayyidina Mahmud. This Mahmud is basically Bashiruddin Mahmud. The narrations of Bashiruddin Mahmud. And the name of the book is Tazkar Mahdi. Page number is 308. And you can go and download this book from their official website. Now, on this page, that's the whole story I was telling you. But I just want to mention what was the level of sickness of Mubarak Ahmad. Look at this one. Sorry, just give me 1 second. I just need to take this important call.
Subhanallah, must be something, inshallah, nothing serious. Bashir, you can join in. I see you have some.
Yes, the only person who actually got it right, nailed on the head, was Bashir Bhai. Bashir Bhai guessed it at the start, subhanAllah. And he has actually, anybody who wants the whole story written down in great detail, Bashir Bhai has it on his blog. So if you just, Bashir Bhai, if you want to share the link on WhatsApp or something, I can paste it over here.
I just have a quick question, Ahmad. How did a doctor believe that something like this can help cure?
Yeah, so it actually is one of the things where people actually ask us anyway, right? Is that how can, for example, the doctor that we interacted with, right? How can he believe in a mud rat? How can he believe in that? For example, he's a medical doctor, right? And Mirza wrote that the babies are actually made from menstrual blood, right? Mirza actually wrote this. So how can a doctor believe that? And he's a practicing medical doctor. That the doctor we talked about, the cradle doctor, right? You know who I'm referring to, right?
Subhanallah.
So these people, how can a doctor believe that a mud, one of the rats was half, mud and half rat? How could a doctor believe that if you bury squirrels into cow dung, they come back to life?
The
And
Bakra.
these people actually defend that. Yeah, the male goat, who's basically giving it. Not even just the male goat, Nabil Bhai. But Mirza Sahib wrote that there was a man who actually breastfed his children because his wife had passed away. So how can a medical doctor believe in all of that?
Miracle.
So the miracles only apply to Mirza Ghulam Ahmad and they don't apply to anybody else, because apparently of all the miracles of Isa alayhi salam, which are approved by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in the Quran, and also in the Bible, right? Because Peter says that listen, ye Israel, the man chosen by God who did miracles and wonders by God, as you yourself know. So even Peter was basically introduced like Isa alayhi salam as the prophet of Allah who did miracles and by Allah in those people, right? And also the Quran is very clear that Isa alayhi salam was given all these miracles to speak in the Quran, to heal the born blind, to heal the lepers. So all these miracles that was given to Isa alayhi salam. But all those were amle turb, right? All those was mesmerization. All that was due to a pond. And Mirza's miracles are all real. It's
Subhanallah.
a very weird position to take, to be honest.
Yeah, they have no problem attacking or rejecting miracles of other prophets or attacking other prophets, but Mirza is a no, is a no-go zone. Just quickly, I want to address this. Somebody's asking, has Ibrahim left the Qadiani cult? No. What we did last week is just some light-hearted, some light humor about Ibrahim because he wasn't on the previous panel, on the last panel. So we were just joking that they basically didn't want him on the panel, and we just having some fun and showing how loyal he is to them. And we brought him up because we had to address some important points that he raised. But we are not claiming that he has left the Qadiani cult, and we hope he will live, inshallah, and come back to Islam. We pray for all of.
Umar, I've got a somewhat of a claim, and I might be wrong. You can correct me on this. I think these Arabs, they're actually not even completely in Qadiania because they don't even know the half of theology. All the theology is in Urdu. All these points are in Urdu. They are actually absolutely unaware of this. When you talk to Tamim Abu Daqqa, when you talk to this Ibrahim Yakhlif, none of their beliefs is actually, they actually reject Mirza Sahib's beliefs. When you ask them, they reject half of the Mirza Sahib's beliefs. They
But
reject Mirza Sahib.
Tamim Abu Daqqa, no. Tamim Abu Daqqa says there is no prophet after Mirza. Tamim Abu Daqqa knows that, and Ibrahim Mikhlaf also acknowledged that, but that was later probably. And it was the belief that he's the second coming that Ibrahim was not aware of. And I don't know about Tamim Abu Daqqa, is he aware of this belief or not? But yes, like you said, but for them, Rouhani Khazain is fully translated according to them into Arabic. It is the other stuff, the Al-Fazl, Al-Badr, and Al-Hakam, which I believe they don't have it in Arabic. So that's the problem.
Yes, let's continue with the presentation so the momentum is going.
Yeah, actually, there was a phone call. So I just, because normally this person doesn't call at this time, so I just thought that must be something important. So I just wanted to make sure. So, okay, let me share my screen again. My apologies for this interruption. Normally, I don't take any phone calls, but like I said, that he was somebody who would rarely call. So I just thought there may be something important. So yeah, let's inshallah begin where I left off. And again, I apologize for this interruption. So yeah, so in this book, in Tazkar Mahdi, where you have this brief summary of the whole account. So I just want to read something, and we have our beloved brother Izhar Khan, I believe, in the live chat. So Izhar bhai, inshallah, if you can join us for a brief moment to give your thoughts, because one, it is related to some sort of medical treatment, and secondly, I know that it's one of your specialities as well to discuss these historical events which were taking place at the same time when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was operating as Mahdi and Messiah. So inshallah, bhai, you are more than welcome if you want to join us at any stage. So having said that, so if you look at this one, दूसरे ये कि मुबारक अहमद एक मुहलिक बीमारी में मुब्तला था. So they are giving the reasons that there was a possibility that the family could have just, not accepted the proposal, because there was a marriage proposal coming from Mirza Ghulam Qadiani to this family of Mariam. So the mother is saying that there was a possibility of rejection. Why? Number one, they were apparently from the Sayyid family and Mirza Ghulam Qadiani wasn't. And normally the Sayyid, they do not marry their daughters outside of their own tribe. Secondly, now this is the main reason for to quote this one. दूसरे ये कि मुबारक अहमद एक मुहलिक बीमारी में मुब्तला था. It says secondly there was a fatal disease to Mubarak Ahmad. और डॉक्टर साहिब मरहूम खुद इसका इलाज करते थे. And Dr. Sattar himself was the physician and he was well aware of this fatal disease. और घर में जाकर जिक्र किया करते थे कि इसकी हालत नाजुक है. It says that Dr. Sattar, Abdul Sattar, used to mention and sometimes tell his family about the situation of Mubarak Ahmad, which was critical. इस वजह से वो ख्याल करेंगे कि ये शादी 99% खतरा से पुर है. It says for this reason there was a possibility the doctor could think, look, this marriage has some serious implications and risks involved. और इससे लड़की के माथे पर जल्द ही बेवगी का टीका लगने का खौफ है. And there is a high risk because the child is 99.9% that child is going to die. And then obviously this little child, Mariam, will become a widow just at the age of 2.5 years old. Now at this point, and let's complete this one. और इन बातों की वजह से डॉक्टर साहब के घर वालों को ये ख्याल था कि ऐसा ना हो. So the narrator is Bashiruddin Mahmood. He is narrating the story. He says for these reasons डॉक्टर साहब के घर वालों को ख्याल तक ऐसा ना हो कि डॉक्टर साहब कमजोरी दिखाएं और उनका ईमान जाया हो जाए. It says that for these reasons, number one, the Mirza family was not Sayyid. Number two, Mubarak Ahmad was in a very critical situation and most likely was going to not live anymore. And there was the risk, a high risk of their daughter Mariam being a widow at the age of 2.5 years, right? So it says that due to all of these reasons, doctor's wife was concerned that doctor may not accept the proposal, and as a result, the iman, the belief of doctor will go waste. Take a pause here. If someone's son is severely sick to the level that it's almost no hope for survival, and he's asking the hand of your daughter who is just 2 years old, and in the case of not accepting the proposal, your iman will be lost. What kind of quote unquote Islam's version is this? Which Islam is this? Anyhow, so you can see it here. So this was, and if you want to read, I would recommend that read both of these two pages, 308 and 309, so you can have some brief summary of this whole marriage. And you can see it again on the bottom of the page. मैं डरती थी कि कहीं आपका ईमान जाया ना हो जाए. Wife of Dr. Sattar, because Mirza Ghulam Qadiani spoke to the wife of Dr. Abdul Sattar. And she said that I had this concern that if doctor would refuse and would not accept the proposal, then the iman of the doctor will be lost. Now you tell me that how? Ako. और अब आप ये जवाब सुन के खुशी से अपने आंसू रोक नहीं सके. So when the doctor, i.e. Abdul Sattar, said yes, I am agreed to this marriage, the mother was very happy. चुनाचे ये शादी हो गई और कुछ दिनों के बाद वो लड़की बेवा भी हो गई. It says, so the marriage took place, and within few days, that girl became widow. I believe within 2 weeks. I think the marriage took place on 30th of August 1907, and in September, middle September, or I think around 14th or 15th of September, we can see inshallah in a minute, Mubarak Ahmad passed away. So within 2 weeks, the 2.5-year-old child became widow. So now let's inshallah read a bit more. So this is Akhbar al-Badr. Those who don't know, this al-Badr newspaper, it was one of very important organ of the Jamaat, and this was considered one arm of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's preaching, and their ilham and all of those stuff was published in few organs, and one of them was al-Badr. And this is 5th of September 1907. As you can see that this is when the marriage is being, it's on the one, it says Mubarak Ahmad and Mubarak ki Mubarak. This says Abdul Hay ki Mubarak, because these two marriages took place on the same time. One was the marriage of Abdul Hay, which was the son of Hakim Nuruddin, that marriage to someone else, and this marriage of Mubarak Ahmad, because they both took place at the same time. So this is the invitation for both of these marriages, you can say. And I want to read something here. Yeah, actually, you know, Abdul Hay, the son of Hakim Nuruddin, Abdul Hay was married with the daughter of who? You remember? Manzoor Muhammad. With the daughter of Manzoor Muhammad. Ahmad and Umar Bhai, a quiz question. Who was Manzoor Muhammad? Peer Manzoor Muhammad. Okay, first let's give the opportunity to Umar Bhai. Who was, you remember who was Manzoor Muhammad? Very notorious Manzoor Muhammad. Umar, are you with us? Okay, yeah. Umar, who was Manzoor Muhammad? You're muted.
Omar is just shy.
I know he will fail. Okay, Ahmad Bhai, who was Manzoor Muhammad?
I know he was one of the companions, the 313 companions, but I actually don't know any detail.
You both failed the exam, Ahmad and Umar Bhai. You both failed the exam because this was the exam question.
Okay. So is it the husband of Muhammadi Begum? Mother
Ah,
Muhammadi Begum?
that's it.
Okay.
This was notorious Muhammadi, not Muhammadi Begum, to whom Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani wanted to marry. No, another Muhammadi Begum, and the husband was Manzoor Muhammad, and Mirza Ghulam Qadiani prophesied. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani prophesied a son will be born to this couple, Manzoor Muhammad and Muhammadi Begum. And when the daughter was born, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani said, look, I did not say that this child will be born within this pregnancy. Okay, it will be born eventually. And guess what? The wife of Manzoor Muhammad, i.e. Muhammadi Begum, passed away. And this child was obviously never born because the women had died. Now afterwards, subhanallah, look at their, subhanallah, look at their deceptive nature. They started to say, no. And by the way, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was prophesying this son who was going to be born to this family, Manzoor Muhammad and Muhammadi Begum, in 1906. When? In 1906. And guess what? Once the women died, Ahmadi, Qadiani, clerics and preachers, they started to say, oh, no. Actually, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was talking about Bashiruddin Mahmud. What? Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud was born in 1889. So Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud is born in 1889, and Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is making a prophecy in 1906. So they projected this prophecy on Bashiruddin Mahmud. This was just a tangent, just to let you see that this was the deceptive nature back then, and nothing changed as yet. Everything is still same. So anyhow, this couple and Abdul Hai, the son of Hakim Nuruddin, he was married to this daughter of Manzoor Muhammad. Let's move on. So this was just to show you, this was the the announcement when the marriage was being announced. So this was the marriage announcement on 5th of September 1907 in Al Badr newspaper. Now I want you to see this one as well. This is Anwarul Ulum, page number 348. And there is a article or in this one which is called Maryam, My Mariam. Inshallah, we'll talk about this article in a minute. But in this article, Sayyida Tahir, this is that same Mariam who was 2.5 years old at that time when she was married to Mubarak Ahmad. Inshallah, I discussed that in a minute, that why and how she became Tahir. Okay, but for now, look at this one. इस निकाह के पढ़वाने का मोजिब गालिबन बाज ख्वाबें थी जिनको जाहिरी शक्ल में पूरा करने से इनके अंजारी पहलू को बदलना मकसूद था. It says that the reason, he said, the most probably he said, the reason of this marriage was the dreams which were going to be fulfilled through this marriage, literally. Why? To avert inzari pehlu, to avert the warning. What was the warning? Death of Mubarak Ahmad. And inshallah, I'll give you even more clear reference for this one. जिनको ज़ाहिरी शक्ल में पूरा करने, मगर अल्लाह ताला की मशीयत पूरी हुई. But it says that, but eventually Allah's will was completed. Mubarak Ahmad अल्लाह ताला से जा मिला. Mubarak Ahmad died. और लड़की जो अभी शादी और ब्याह की हकीकत से नावाकिफ थी, बेवा कहलाने लगी. It says that, and that little child, 2.5-year child, Mariam, she was called a widow from that age, when she was not even aware of what a marriage is. Obviously, she was only, उस वक्त मरियम की उम्र 2-2.5 साल की थी. It says at that time Mariam was around 2 year or 2.5 year old. Clear? So this was the reference about the age of that girl. Now, Jamaat Ahmadiyya has published a book in English. You can find on their website, Khalifatul Masih IV, Hazrat Mirza Tahir Ahmad. So this is basically about the life of their fourth caliph, Mirza Tahir Ahmad. And in this book, on page number 1 and page number 2, you can see a summary. You can see a summary of this whole account again, with all the detail I mentioned. I just want to read from page number 1. Look at this one. Let me just read this one. Someone has a strange dream in which he saw Mirza Mubarak Ahmad getting married. When the promised Messiah was told about this, he said, i.e. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said, the meaning of this dream is death. But the interpreters of dreams have also written that if a dream is fulfilled in literal terms, then sometimes the actual negative meanings of the dream can be altered. For this reason, don't miss this point. For this reason, which reason? Both in this book, Jamaat Ahmadiyya is agreeing with what Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud is telling us. that the reason of this marriage was they wanted to avert the death, i.e., the negative meaning of the dream. And it is written in black and white for this reason, for the reason of, and by the way, there is a reason that why I am putting emphasis on for this reason. What reason? To avert the death of Mubarak Ahmad. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani arranged this marriage between his 7+-year-old son and 2.5-year-old child Mariam. Right? Now, for this reason, let's get Mubarak Ahmad married so Allah grants him health and death can be averted. Clear in black and white. So the reason was, so the marriage, you can say that the whole marriage process initiated through the dreams which other people had, number one. And number two, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is the one who is coming up with this interpretation, or he is quoting someone with regard to this interpretation of the dream, that let's fulfill the dream in literal sense and death. So in doing so, death of Mubarak Ahmad can be averted. So clear? So inshallah, we'll give you proof. We are not going to give you any of our own interpretation. Inshallah, everything will be coming from what they have said. Okay, so I just want the reason to walk you through this these files. So because many of you need reference for everything, inshallah, I just want to give you the reference. Okay. So Lohe Mizar, Mirza Mubarak Ahmad. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was a poet as well. Allegedly, he was a poet as well. So his collection of poetry is called Durre Samin. So in this Durre Samin, they have published it separately as a Durre Samin. In Durre Samin, Lohe Mizar Mirza Mubarak Ahmad, Navishta Mahe September 1907. Basically, it is Ahmad Bhai, what's that called? The thing on the grave, Lohe Mizar tablet. Is there any particular term for this?
Tombstone.
Tombstone. Jazakallah khair, Umar Bhai. So this is the tombstone Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was giving in poetry. And I just want to give you the date of his death, 16th of September 1907. This is the date of death of Mubarak Ahmad, 16th of September 1907. Okay. So and the date of marriage was, just in case if you want to take the note, 30th of August 1907. This was the date of marriage, as you can see it here. And the date of death was 16th of September 1907. Okay. Now, let's take a pause here, because now we are going to enter into the second episode of this whole drama, which was staged by Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. And the drama was marriage of a 7 or 8-year-old child with a 2.5-year-old child. Okay, this child marriage was taking place. And there's a second episode which will, because these details were very important. So when I am going to go through the second episode of this whole drama, now you'll be able to contextualize, and you'll be able to pinpoint that where the game is being played. Because if somebody does not know these details, then he will not be able to catch the deception. So in order for you to catch the deception, these details were very crucial. So inshallah, I'm going to take that as episode 2, inshallah, very soon. But before that, let's take our panelists, Ahmad, Umar, and Nabil Bhai, if you are with us. What have you learned from the episode 1 of this marriage of Mariam?
Yes, inshallah. So since Umar said that he's going to stay mute for the rest of the conversation and read his comments, Subhanallah, Imtiaz bhai, this is one thing that actually the whole thing reminded me of something that we learn in our basic when we start studying the Deen, right? And the first book generally we study is is Kitab al-Tawheed. And then there's a bab about superstitions, right? And subhanAllah, Nabi Kareem Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said that there's no superstitions in religion. And now you, based on a particular superstition you had, right? You ruined the life of a young, not just a young child. I want to just mention this. It is not just a young child, it's the whole entire family. It's the whole entire family. It's the parents, the child, and then there onwards. And subhanAllah, like his son said, Mirza's son said, that this was a test of iman of that person. And Imtiaz Bhai highlighted this, that subhanAllah, you are so selfish and you're so an absolute narcissist that you are saying that if something does not benefit me personally, according to your own admission, according to your own reasoning, it has nothing to do with theology. It doesn't do anything with religion. It has nothing to do with thawab or guna or believe or disbelief. It is just your pathetic attempt based on your superstitions to save your child, right? And you concoct up this drama according to your own superstitions, nothing to do with Islam, nothing to do with. And even if you would have you would have some claim if Mirza said that I got ilham from Allah that the only way to save this child, then you could have said the Mirza got ilham from Allah, and so thus he did it, right? He did not even go there. He said that somebody saw the dream, and then I did an interpretation, and clearly, Imtiaz Bhai, was that interpretation correct or wrong according to the story?
You want me to reveal episode 2? No, I'm not.
Okay. So subhanallah, this is how weak your i'tiqadat are, and I would say this is one of the few instances of what we find as dhulm in the Mirza family, in this religion. And this is not just one-off thing. This is not just one-off incidents. This has actually continued to present day. And that is why it's very important to highlight these things, because these things have actually continued from that time to our times, where they would use anything to coerce people into doing their followers to doing things for their benefit. They'll coerce them, but what is going to be the premise of that coercion is that you're going to lose your iman if you don't do X, Y, and Z. You're going to lose your iman if you don't give us 15% of your wealth. You're going to lose your iman if you don't give us 6% of your wealth. You're going to lose, and this is blackmail. This is pure blackmail. From my perspective, I can be wrong. Inshallah, Umar, what do you think? Nabil bhai, are you with us?
I don't have much to add.
I'm here.
By the way, Brother Imtiaz and Ahmad, like I told you earlier, they have maintenance in my area, so in case I break off, the viewers don't think that Imtiaz or Ahmad muted me. It's just there is some internet maintenance in my area. Yeah, I don't have much to add, Ahmad, but I'm just thinking that because these superstitions, I have seen quite a lot of them. There's similar superstitions, like somebody pointed out in Africa, there are similar superstitions, and yes, I have heard of them, but I didn't know. I mean, subhanAllah, they have common superstitions in Africa and in I don't know, Hinduism, or I don't know what religion that was that Mirza was following, but I wouldn't be surprised if they found like some old literature which also has this superstition. So I'm expecting them to attack some writer or some scholar or some historian who had a similar practice. They'll definitely go and fish for that, but we don't care because this is a prophet. He's not comparable to anybody that you might find with a similar belief. Brother Nabil.
Jazakallah khairan. I mean, when Imtiaz Bhai was reading the English part where it said to avert the negative meaning if they take the literal meaning, because this is about dreams, my mind went to Surah Yusuf. And in Surah Yusuf, when Yusuf alayhi salam goes into the prison, as Allah Ta'ala says, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim, ودخل معه السجن فتيان قال أحدهما إني أراني أعصر خمرا وقال الآخر إني أراني أحمل فوق رأسي خبزا تأكل الطير منه. Sadaqallah al-Azim. So from the second one, where it used in the Quran, it says that, and two men entered the prison with him. One of them said, I have seen myself in a dream squeezing out or pressing out wine. And the other said, I saw myself carrying bread on my head, of which birds were eating. So Yusuf alayhi salam, being the master interpreter of dreams, if they wanted to avert the negative meaning, because we know in hindsight the second person actually dies, right? He gets punished and he's hung. So why wouldn't Yusuf alayhi salam, since he was good to them, right? And they even say, "Inna naraka min al muhsinin." We see you are a man of good deeds. We see that you're a pious person, a good person, and give us the interpretation of this dream. If you want, if he knew already that the second one is gonna die, why wouldn't he just say, "Okay, let's literally have the birds eat the bread off the top of your head, and that way maybe the pharaoh will not kill you." So I don't. This is not a Muslim thing. This is not an Islamic thing. Definitely, it's probably a Hindu thing. Because I don't think at that time Qadiyadiyat reached the shores of Africa. So if you wanted to follow in the footsteps of the of Islam and the prophets and dream interpretation, they could have checked the commentary of Surah Yusuf or anything of that sort. But there's no prophetic precedence to any of this. So and if anybody were to use that to save someone, it would have been Yusuf alayhi salam to save the life of the other partner inmate in the prison that he had. So Allahu alam, that's kind of where my mind went, and Allah knows best. But this is just it just gets funnier and sadder by the moment. The more we look into this. Anyway, Jazakallah khairan for the opportunity.
MashaAllah, Nabil bhai, that's a very good point you mentioned. MashaAllah, very good point. Obviously, it's a food for thought for those Ahmadis who are watching or who will be watching, that how far these people were from the Quranic teaching. Jazakallah khair.
Ameen. Barakallah fikum.
So, let me ask you a question. If anybody wants to answer the question, what do you think? Was Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani aware of the death of Mubarak Ahmad, or I mean, from the information you have seen so far from the Ahmadi sources? So, what's your thought? Was he aware that he will die, or what was his thought?
I think if he was aware that who passed away, then he actually built the whole story against himself, which would be extremely stupid. For example, if I know that something's gonna happen, right, and then I wouldn't prophesize. I wouldn't say that if we do X, Y, Z, we can avert it, right? And then do that thing. It would make absolutely no sense how it's going to be building a case against me. So I think so. It is one of those moments where his prediction was that it's not going to happen. He's going to be fine. And then people are also going to, I'm going to say, okay, fine, let's do this to avert it. And then people are going to cheer me up. People are going to see, Mirza Saab told us that if you interpret the dream like that, and if you get him married, then he'll be fine. I would think that rationally one would assume that Mirza Saab was trying to use this, like he always did, as one of his prophecies, because I'm 100% sure at the end of the day, if this happened the way he was saying it was happened, he would have claimed, see, this is one of the 300 signs that I have. So it would have been Chiasi, the sign number Chiasi, maybe.
Nabil bhai, as for the information Ahmadiyya Jamaat has given us so far, from the time Mubarak Ahmad is sick until the time he died, what do you think that is there any possibility that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was aware of his death?
Well, in their own words, they said muhlik bimari, correct? So I don't know how else to interpret that from the Urdu other than to say a fatal disease. So And by that definition, since it seems that he was on the brink of death. And correct me if I'm wrong, but after the marriage, he only lived 2 weeks.
Yeah, 2 weeks, near 2 weeks. Yeah.
So, and what was the time span from the propose or the idea and them going to the um
11 days.
11 days in total? So 2 weeks and 11. I mean, yeah, you'd have to, with whatever information Mirza Ghulam Qadiani had, I mean, it's highly unlikely that he was not aware that his son is inevitably on the brink of death and is going to die in the extremely very near future.
So your guess or your gut feelings are that he was aware, right?
Yeah, definitely he had to be aware, which is,
Yes.
isn't that the reason why they're doing all this drama?
And the basis for your guess or your feeling is that the phrase "mohlik bimari" or anything else.
My reason for that would be the information provided to him by the treatment team, Hakim
Okay,
Nuruddin
so
and the
basically on the
Sayyid
basis
doctor.
of information provided to him from the physicians, and because he himself was part of that the panel of the physicians. So okay, got it. Thank you.
Ji, ji
You,
Allah.
Nabil bhai, I take
Yeah.
you out of my firqa. You're no longer my firqa. You're a different firqa now.
Yeah, I think, brother Imtiaz, if I was to add, yeah, I mean, the reason that they wanted the alternate treatment, air quotes, is that because the normal treatment, there's no hope. He's going to die.
Mhm.
That's how I see it. Like the reason they went to the second option of marriage is
Mhm.
because the main option of normal treatment is out of the question. That there's no hope.
Okay, let me ask you another question, which is on the same. Because look, the reason I'm trying to make people think. So when we entered into the second episode very soon, so we have this information in front of us, and then we can join the dots backward. That how are we thinking and how are they thinking? So according to Quran and Sunnah, whatever let's talk about the Quran, for example. What does Quran say? If Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has announced or Allah has destined someone's death, can that be averted? Whoever wants to answer.
لا يستأخرون ساعة ولا يستقدمون. No, it cannot.
MashaAllah, that's one point from Surah Al-Araf, I believe, Nabil Bhai.
Ji, and a couple of other places, yes.
Okay, Jazakallah. Okay, and likewise, I think there's another verse in Surah Al Imran. وَمَا مُحَمَّدٌ إِلَّا رَسُولٌ قَدْ خَلَتْ مِنْ قَبْلِهِ. How's that verse that no nafs can die without Allah's permission?
وما كان لنفس إلا أن تموت إلا بإذن الله كتابا مؤجلا.
Excellent, excellent. Can you translate, Nabil Bhai?
Yeah, وما كان لنفس إلا it's not for any nafs, any soul or person, that it die except by the except by an appointed time.
Except by the time appointed
by Allah.
Excellent, excellent. So basically, what we are learning here is, can anyone disagree with what I'm gonna say now? Please, everyone knows, and Alhamdulillah, we can say this under oath. We are just thinking out loud as human beings, as thinking human beings, Alhamdulillah. So I'm just thinking out loud, and you can correct me, you can agree, you can disagree. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani must assume the possibility of death being averted for this marriage, correct or disagree?
Can you re-say what you just said?
Mirza Ghulam, in order for this marriage, we just learned about, in order for this marriage, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani must assume the possibility that death of Mubarak can be averted.
Yes, that was my premise. Yeah.
Excellent. Umar Bhai and Nabil Bhai, did you get my point?
Gee, I agree as well, I guess.
Omar, any dissenting voice or you agree with us?
Go ahead, go
Everybody
ahead.
just join my firqa. Okay.
So we all agree. There's ijma on this one amongst this panel. And by the way, let me ask this question.
Omar
All of
has a ijma sukuti, sorry.
ijma sukuti from the viewers, but from us it's basically out loud. So from the viewers, please tell us in the live chat, what do you think that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani must assume the possibility that death of Mubarak can be averted. He must have this possibility in his mind. What do you think? If you want to answer in the live chat, what do you think? Do you agree with us?
What's the question so I can type it?
Mirza Ghulam Qadiani must have possibility in his mind that death of Mubarak can be averted. So if you agree, you can say yes. If you disagree, you can say no. Omar Bhai, you can type the question, because look, unfortunately, sometimes people they are not thinking along these lines, and they can miss the actual point. So inshallah, let's make it clear that how we're gonna inshallah enter into the second episode. So the question was, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani must have this possibility in his mind that death of Mubarak can be averted. So if there's anyone saying no, please, most welcome, you can say no. If you say yes, you can say. It's up to you. You don't have to. It's not a fixed match. There's no rigging here. We are just thinking out loud, and we want you to be the part of this thinking process. So yeah, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani must have thought that the death of the son can be averted. Agree or disagree? So I don't
So
see any possibility. Sorry.
the only other option would be that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was an extremely evil person who wanted to destroy the life of a young girl. He knew that his son is going to die, and he did not believe that there's no way that he's going to live on, and he was acting through pure vendetta, pure vengeance, or pure evil. Right? The only rational thing is that he must have thought that the son could have possibly benefited from this marriage. And that is the reason he wanted to try it, even as a last resort. He wanted to try it because he believed that the son would benefit and son would be cured through this marriage. Otherwise, the second option, if you want to take the second option, it just means that Mirza was pure evil. I think so. That would not be a position that at least Ahmadis would want to take.
Excellent point. That's a very important perspective here. Because if there was not even a slight possibility, let's put the word slight, even if there was not a slight possibility that this marriage can work to avert the death, then what's the point of marriage? Obviously, no point. Because else, as Ahmad Bhai pointed out, then are we going to say that despite the fact that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was absolutely sure that the child will die, but he was still organizing or arranging this marriage, which is purely evil? Because as you have already seen in the passages, that this child, 2.5-year-old child Mariam, she became widow at an age where she does not even know what a marriage is. So now we have these two possibilities, and let's see that which side somebody is gonna take.
Imtiaz bhai, I just want to highlight that they can, if you want to argue whether it was evil or not, Mirza Saab's son actually admitted that this was a test. It was apparently not a good thing, and it was a test for the parents. So if it was happening without a reason, it is a bad thing, even by the admission of your own writings, which are in front of us.
Excellent point. Now last question before we enter into the world of references, and we'll try to see that are they thinking the same way as we are. So my question is, who became the reason? But basically, who did Mirza obey when he organized this marriage? What was the reason? What was the reason of marriage? Or you can say, what triggered? Sorry, not the right. Let me then rephrase the question. What triggered the marriage?
A dream,
Dreams.
interpretation of a dream.
Whose dream? Mirza Ghulam Qadiani or other people?
Some other
Random other
person,
people.
random other people.
Okay, so there are other random people who are having dreams, and Mirza Ghulam Qadiani acted according to the dreams, correct?
Correct.
Somebody else's dreams.
Okay, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani acted upon someone else's dream. So, Umar Bhai, if you are inshallah listening, because I know that you told us that you have some internet problem sometime, can you please note down these points in your file? So inshallah, once we are going to conclude at the end, you can bring those points on the screen so people can really see and they can join the dots and they can see, you know, the deception here. So one point we discussed is that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was either assuming the possibility that death can be averted, or he was just being pure evil, because there was not even a possibility of survival of Mubarak Ahmad, but he still wanted to go ahead with this marriage. That's one side. So that's one point. Second point is that there is one thing coming from unknown people, and these are the dreams. So Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, in this entire episode 1 of this story of Mariam, he is acting upon the dreams of random people. This is a very key point. Inshallah, once we see this second part of reference, you'll be able to join the dots. So having said that, let me inshallah bring something again on the screen. So inshallah, we enter into our second part of this story of Mariam. So what's the, yeah, this is, as you can see on the screen, 5th of November 1907. 5th of November 1907. So when the death is happening, 16th of September. So almost 3 weeks later, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is publishing a public announcement, which you can find in volume 3 of Majmua Ishtiharat, page number 461. Okay, now before I read things from this particular announcement, keep in mind one thing, and we have already done a live stream on that topic. Let me just remind all of you. In April 1907, Ishtihar Akhri Faisla, I believe 15th of April 1907, a public announcement has already been issued by Mirza Ghulam Qadiani in April 1907, same year, just few months earlier, in which he has said that now the decision about Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is in the court of his God. And in that public announcement, he said that, "Oh Allah, if I am a liar, either strike me with the death, with plague, with cholera, etc., or bring something on me which is like death." Remember this point. Either bring the literal death on me, like unusual death, unnatural death, or bring something on me, something like death, like very severe. Okay, now keep this in your mind. So obviously, when the Mirza Ghulam Qadiani had a habit, please pay attention to these details. His habit was, whenever he was in quote unquote some sort of back and forth, or I did not want to call it competition. So when he was in any back and forth or debate with any person, if anything, pay attention, if anything would happen to this person, he would say, you see, because you are trying to mess with me. That's why these things are happening to you. Inshallah, after this presentation, I will show you the examples of this. One famous example is there was a Mubahala. There was a invoking of Allah's curse, mutually invoking Allah's curse on the liar. It took place between Abdul Haq Ghaznavi and Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani in 1893. Basically, right after the debate between Abdullah Atham and Mirza Ghulam Qadiani in Amritsar. This Mubahala, or this invoking of Allah's curse, mutually invoking, basically Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was invoking the curse and the other person was invoking the curse, and this thing took in 1893. After that, whatever was happening to Abdul Haq, Mirza Sahib was saying, you see, because of that prayer, you see this thing happened to you, you see this thing happened to you, you see this thing happened to you. Now, because in this case, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has published that public announcement between him and Sanaullah Sahib, Rahmatullahi alayhi. Ishtihar Akhri Faisla. And few months later, Mubarak Ahmad died. And Mubarak Ahmad was important for two reasons. Number one, according to Ahmadiyya literature, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was in intense love with Mubarak Ahmad. They have mentioned this time and again in their writing, that there was intense special love between Mirza Ghulam Qadiani and Mubarak Ahmad, his son, which is obvious, but this was some special love. Secondly, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani had a previous prophecy about a promised son, that Allah or his God has promised him a promised reformer or a pure child, Zaki Ghulam. And then he said that this pure child, this promised reformer is Mubarak Ahmad. Keep in mind these two things, is intense love for Mubarak Ahmad, and he has made it clear to the public that Mubarak Ahmad is the one who is the promised son. So let's take, inshallah, our beloved Ustad Rashid Bhai before we proceed. Assalamu alaikum wa sallam.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, brothers. Sorry, I'm joining late. I was busy earlier. Here I am at your service.
May Allah bless you, Bhai. May Allah reward you. We all know you don't need to excuse ever, Bhai. Everybody knows, inshallah, that you are busy with the khair. May Allah bless your activities. Bhai, inshallah, I give you 2-minute summary so you can, inshallah, come with us in this whole discussion.
Inshallah.
Bhai, in 1899, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani had a son, Mubarak Ahmad, the last male child born to this family. Mubarak Ahmad got severely sick in 1907.
Okay.
And he was about 7 years old.
No,
Mirza,
more than 7.
yeah, 7 years and few months, yeah.
No, 1889 you said, right?
Yeah.
1889, that's 16 years. 17 years.
No, by 1907.
Yeah, so 1889 to 1907 is 18 years.
Maybe I said wrong. 1899.
1899. Okay,
My
then
apologies.
it's 7. Yeah, then it's
My
7,
apologies.
of course.
My apologies. My
Sorry.
apologies. So basically, when he was about 7 or 8 years old, he got severely sick. And why we need to keep in mind two things. As parents, we all know that we have this special love for our younger children.
Yes.
This is very natural. So
absolutely.
Same was case with Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. He was human being at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Secondly, bhai, the promised reformer, the prophecy of a promised reformer, Musleh Ma'ud. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani used to put his hand on different children in the past, but every single one of them died. He said, this is the reformer, he died. Oh, this is the one, he died.
Right.
Eventually, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani put his hand on Mubarak Ahmad. He said, actually, he is the promised reformer. He is that child. So, His special love was there, and he appointed, or he actually implemented the prophecy of a promised child on Mubarak Ahmad. Now, long story short, in 1907, when he was sick, some people, we don't know the names, they have not given us the names. Some random people have some dream. In their dreams, they saw that Mubarak Ahmad is getting married. When they told the dream to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, he said, look, he said that according to the interpretation of the dreams, if somebody is being married in the dream, he will die. It's a sign of death. But
Okay.
then he said, but there are some interpreters of the dream. They have mentioned that if you fulfill the dream literally, i.e., if this marriage takes place literally, then there is a possibility of averting the death. So
Okay.
according to this plan, he spoke to one of his followers, Dr. Abdul Sattar. He said that you have a daughter, Adnan Mai, she was 2.5 years old, Mariam.
Okay.
He said, how about if we arrange the marriage between Mubarak and Mariam? And the reason is we want to avoid the death.
Sure.
And because he was follower, he agreed.
Okay.
The marriage took place.
Mm-hmm.
On 30th of August, 1907, marriage took place.
Interesting. Okay.
On 16th of September, 1907, Mubarak Ahmad died.
Okay.
Within
1
2
month.
weeks.
1
Within
month.
2
Within 2 weeks. Okay.
2
He
weeks.
died.
Now,
Okay.
once Mubarak Ahmad died, now this was the thing I was saying before why you joined. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani had a habit to deal with his opponents. Whenever anything, any human calamity would strike any of his opponents, he would say, oh, you see, this is because you are opposing me. This is because you're opposing me. And the famous example is maybe you need to, inshallah, I might note this one because this is your field of history. There's only one Mubahala, which Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has admitted that yes, Mubahala took place between myself and Abdul Haq Ghaznavi Rahmatullahi alayh.
Okay.
This is the only one Mubahala which Mirza Ghulam Qadiani participated, and it took place in Amritsar in 1893.
So Abdul Haq Ghaznavi, how was he related to the famous Abdullah Ghaznavi, Rahmatullah alayh?
They were same family. Same.
Okay.
I don't know, but they were the same family.
Yeah,
Exactly.
these were from the Ghaznavids who had moved to Amritsar.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Abdullah
Amritsar. Yes.
Ghaznavi and all of that famous family.
And they had a famous printing press where they were publishing books.
Exactly,
Yes.
that same family. Now, the Mubahala took place in 1893.
Okay.
And Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's principle of Mubahala was, as we all know, that if Mubahala takes place between a prophet and other people, the liar will die in the lifetime of the truthful one.
True.
Now,
Yes.
in 1893, when the Mubahala took place, after that, whatever was happening to Abdul Haq side, Mirza would say, you see, this is the impact of my Mubahala. This is the impact of my Mubahala. Anything happening to him, any human calamity happening to him, because of Mubahala. Right? So now,
Yes.
when this Mubarak Ahmad passed away, and guess what? And in April 1907, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has made a prayer against him with Sanaullah Sahib, Akhri Faisla.
Yes.
In April 1907,
Mm-hmm.
it was just few months before this calamity of Mubarak Ahmad came. Now, people were going to let him taste his own medicine because he had habit. Because of Mubahala, They said, okay. They said, because you have this, your own Mubahala, your own prayer against or in, with Sanaullah Sahib, and you see, your child has passed away. This is the impact of that Mubahala. Because this was his own habit. He used to do this. Now,
Yes.
in this context, after the death of Mubarak Ahmad, in the context of people letting him taste his own medicine,
Yes.
he published a public announcement on 5th of November 1907.
Interesting.
Now,
Okay.
he says, why? I just
Mhm.
read a bit of it.
Mhm.
बाज कोताह अंदेश लोगों ने मेरे फर्जंद मुबारक अहमद की वफात पे खुशी जाहिर की है.
Hmm.
He said that there are few unvoiced people. They
Yeah.
are very happy at the death of my son Mubarak Ahmad.
Mhm.
बल्कि दूसरे बाज अखबारों में भी बड़े जोर से इस वाक़े को जाहिर करके ये रंग चढ़ाया गया है कि गोया इनमें से किसी मुबाहला में फतयाब होना इस बात से साबित होता है. He said that people are trying to say that because of the death of Mubarak Ahmad is actually a sign that my opponents have won against me in the mubahala. Like in this case, there were two things. Why in the context, Abdul Hakim Patyalvi had made his prophecy already. Number two, Ishtihar Akhri Faisla. He's just not naming them, but these are the people in the context.
Yes. Like
Yeah.
Abdul Hakim Patyalvi had made a prediction that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani will die within 14 months of July 1907.
Excellent.
Right?
Excellent.
And the Akhri Faisla, April 1907, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani prayed to Allah that, oh Allah, kill the liar within the lifetime of the truthful one.
Yes.
Okay? And kill the liar by giving him diarrhea and sorry, what's the condition?
Plague or cholera.
Yes, cholera. Kill him by cholera. So yeah, these are the two, at least two warnings. Yeah.
Exactly. These are the two famous people in the backdrop.
Yes.
And he's not naming them because Abdul Hakim Patyalvi was saying that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is one-eyed Dajjal. Just imagine why. He used to be his companion, but now he's saying in the newspaper that he's a one-eyed Dajjal. So Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was and these are the two things in the context. Sanaullah Akhir Faisla and Abdul Hakim Patyalvi saying that you will die within 14 months. Now, in this context, no, there is no such thing. वाज़े हो कि मैंने किसी से ऐसा मुबाहला नहीं किया जिससे किसी दूसरे फरीक की औलाद को इस तरह पे मियारे सिद्क को किस बनाया जाए. Why the question is, you are doing this all the time.
Two other people. Yeah.
Exactly. Abdullah Ghazanvi Rahmatullah alayhi, he did mubahala with Mirza Ghulam Qadiani Sahib, but he never said that something will happen to my family. But Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was interpreting everything about his family in the context of mubahala. So look at the double standard. Why I give you one example at this point. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was publishing the dreams about Muhammadi Begum. He was seeing Muhammadi Begum naked. He was hugging Muhammadi Begum in the dreams, etc., etc. Unfortunately, all of these things we have to mention. But guess what, bhai? There was a person with the name Jafar Zatali. Jafar Zatali started to publish the dreams about him and Ustad Jahan Begum. And this is what stopped Mirza Ghulam Qadiani from the dream publishing.
Interesting. So Mirza Sahib was publishing his dreams about a young girl that he was having these dreams of sexual nature about Muhammadi Begum, and there was something to do with shalwar as well, the undergarment and all that. We don't want to go into the details. They're very disgusting, right? So Mirza was publishing his dreams about a lady who was already married by this time, right? She was already married to Mirza Sultan Beg, or she was just about to be married, right? So if he is doing this about a person who is not related to him, a female, when someone else starts doing this about his own wife and starts humiliating her in public, then he got the taste of his own medicine and he stopped publishing. Yes.
Exactly. Because after that, he was screaming, oh, they're doing this to my family. Hang on a second. You are doing this to other people's family all the time.
Yeah.
So this was
sounds very much like Razi to me, Okay.
So this was just to give people this context that when people were attributing or they were linking the death of Mubarak Ahmad with the Mubahala and the things happening between him and Abdul Hakim Patyalvi, etc., This was not their own invention. This was letting Mirza Ghulam Qadiani taste his own medicine. That's it.
Indeed. Indeed.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Now, let's inshallah move on. In the same ishtihar, by the way, this was page number 461. Now we are reading something from 462. By look at this one. मेरा लड़का मुबारक अहमद नाबालिग था और अभी 9 बरस की उम्र को नहीं पहुंचा था जब वो फौत हो गया. He was 8 years and few months. और खुदा ने इस भाई दिस इज द की पॉइंट नाउ, खुदा ने इसकी वफात से कई बरस पहले now why he died at the age of 8. Now if it was कई बरस पहले, at least 2 to 3 years,
Yes.
right? Okay. कई बरस पहले 2 मर्तबा इसकी निस्बत खबर दी कि अभी वो बालिग नहीं होगा जो फौत हो जाएगा. Now why you need to join the dots here. What was Mirza Ghulam Qadiani doing? And we have shown the reference. Ahmadi Jamaat is telling us that the only reason the marriage was taking place, they wanted to avert the death. And now Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, after the death, he is saying, Allah has already informed me multiple times, and I have already announced that this child was not going to survive. Now, inshallah, before you come in with your comment, let me just quote a couple of more things here. Then he says, और मेरी निस्बत ये फरमाया था कि वो दिन तल्ख जिंदगी के होंगे. He said that when Allah was informing me about the death of Mubarak Ahmad, he also mentioned that those will be the bitter days of my life. They will be, तल्ख होंगे. Okay. भाई one more. इलावा इसके और कई इल्हाम थे. भाई कई इल्हाम थे. इलावा इसके कई इल्हाम थे. He said beside this there were many revelations. जिनमें भाई look at the word बसराहत इस लड़के के मरने की खबर दी गई थी. He said beside those 2 news I was given implicit, clear, unambiguous news.
No. Explicit.
Explicit. Yes.
Explicit.
I was given explicit news that this child was going to die.
Categorical.
Absolutely. भाई और सिर्फ यही नहीं था. भाई look at, सिर्फ यही नहीं था कि जुबानी अपनी जमात को ये पेशनगोइयां बतलाई गई, बल्कि ये पेशनगोइयां इस वाक़े से कई साल पहले अखबार बदर और अल हकम में शाया कर दी गई, जिसका खुलासा मजमून यही था कि मुबारक अहमद कबल इसके जो बुलूग की उम्र को पहुंचे फौत हो जाएगा. He says that it's not that I have just mentioned verbally. He said I have published these prophecies already, that Mubarak Ahmad is not going to survive. And one more time, खुदा से इल्हाम पाकर सरी तौर पे पेशनगोई में शाया किया. He said, I received revelation from God and the prophecy was published, sari, clear, open, explicit, कि कबल अज बलूगत वफात पाने वाला मुबारक अहमद है. One more time, और साफ और खुले लफ्जों में. भाई look at the word बसराहत, सरी, साफ और खुले लफ्जों. But is there anything left there that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is claiming that it was absolutely clear, without shadow of a doubt? It was his God's revelation that Mubarak Ahmad is not going to survive.
Yes. Before adulthood. Before adult.
Now, खुदा ने one more time, खुदा ने खुले तौर पे, by the same इश्तिहार, खुदा ने खुले तौर पे खबर दी थी कि मुबारक अहमद बलूग की उम्र तक नहीं पहुंचेगा और खुद साली में ही फौत हो जाएगा. He said that it was told to me by God in clear words,
open terms,
that Mubarak Ahmad is not going to reach the age of adulthood and he will die as a minor. अब कोई ईमानदार सोचे क्या ये किसी एतराज की जगह थी, बल्कि ये मौत तो पहले ही मुकर्रर हो चुकी थी और अखबारों में शाया हो चुकी थी. He said this news had already been published. Why? Because it was destined. Mukarrar ho, it was destined by God already. Now, why there's more to come, but this is the one point I want you to give us your comments. That on the one hand, they are organizing that child marriage, and they are admitting that the Mariam became widow at the age of 2.5 years old. She became widow. And they're doing all of that to save Mubarak Ahmad. And after Mubarak Ahmad is died, now he's saying all of that. But how would you reconcile these two? Let's see your expertise.
There is no reconciliation between the two. Number one, they are doing something. Basically, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, by getting two children married to each other, one is 8 years old and one is 2.5 years old, or 2 years old, let's say, right? He is getting the two of them married for one purpose only, that is to save the child's life. And then he has claimed in this ishtihar that openly, explicitly, categorically, absolutely, amazingly, what you have to note, everyone listening and watching, that in this ishtihar, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani used different terms to describe the clarity of the prophecy. So it's not vague. What is he trying to convey to the readers? That there was no ambiguity, there was no lack of clarity, there was no doubt about the fact that Mubarak Ahmad will die before adulthood. And Allah had said that to him through ilham, through revelation. Allah had sent down revelation to him in clear, absolute, categorical, open language, open terms, that there is no doubt left that Mubarak Ahmad will die before adulthood. So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani is telling us he was very clear on this years before Mubarak Ahmad was born. Years before he was born. And if that's the case, then Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani did not believe his own ilham himself. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani did not believe his own ilham, his own revelations that were coming to him. Because if he did believe these revelations that came to him years before Mubarak Ahmad was born, he would never get these two children married. He would be preparing for the funeral. He would be preparing for the death of the child. He would be telling his family the child is going to die. Why try saving his life and getting someone else, little girl, married to him to save him, when the prophecy about his death, which came through revelation, is categorically, absolutely, explicitly, openly clear. I use the terms Mirza himself used in the ishtihar, in his advertisement. So those Ahmadis, Qadianis who are listening right now, you want us to accept this religion? You want us to accept Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani as a prophet of God? And if we don't, you condemn us as disbelievers, as people who are not upon true Islam, as people who deliberately reject a prophet of God. Have some shame and bring yourselves to the stream and explain to us, how do we reconcile this? What technology, what science will you apply to reconcile this? On the one hand, he is receiving revelation in clear, absolute, explicit terms, telling him this boy, this child will die before adulthood. Okay? And then, on the other hand, he's trying to save his life by getting him married to a girl who's 2.5, which is futile, which is useless, because he's going to die. Either Allah is lying, either Mirza did not believe these revelations. He did not believe Allah. When Allah told him this boy will die before adulthood, Mirza did not believe Allah. Mirza did not believe Allah. Imagine a prophet of God receiving revelation from Allah, or let's say a Messiah, the promised Messiah, receiving ilham from Allah, directly telling him specifically that this will happen. And he tries to change that. He tries to change that destiny. He tries to change that. How would that change if Allah has already declared his destiny? Allahu Akbar. Anyone with 2 brain cells, you can make easy calculations and right now reject Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani. Right now. Yes, someone said it's ijtihadi galti. Hello? Ijtihadi galti is when things are not clear.
Yeah.
Things are not clear. Mirza is writing Saaf Saaf, Sarih, Khule, right? Saaf or Khule lafzon mein. Okay, look at this. Bisarahat, Saaf or Khule lafzon mein, Sari Tor par, and go forward. Khule Tor par. These are the words of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani. Clear, categorical, absolute, no doubt. Where is the ijtihad here? Where is the ijtihad when Allah's revelation is clear that this boy will die before adulthood? There is no room for an ijtihadi galti because the words are so clear that this boy will die. Why save him? Why try to save him and do these stunts and all on top of that? Mirza is guilty of child marriage. Both are before they haven't reached adulthood, right? And amazingly, Qadianis attack Muslims for believing that Aisha radiallahu anha was married to the Prophet ﷺ at a young age. They have an audacity. This is another issue that we can address. Okay, but sticking to the point for now. Okay, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was a false prophet just by looking at this example. Wallahi, just by looking at this one example, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani is a false prophet. Okay, unless some Murabbi can come and save us from hellfire.
Yeah.
Murabbi Sahab, Murabbiyan, Ya Murabbiyan, Ya Ayyuhal Murabbiyan, where are you? There are people, not only myself and Imtiaz by your standard, we are heading to hellfire. And there are hundreds and thousands of people watching this. Okay, why don't you save them? Why would you be so selfish and reckless that you fear your Khalifa, your illiterate Khalifa, and you're not trying to save us from Jahannam? If you really care about us and people listening to us, you would come here and explain to us how we can reconcile these two things.
MashaAllah, Adnan bhai, this is the reason people want you to be, MashaAllah, the part of this, these comments, because there are many areas by, I swear by Allah that there are many areas which will be left, you can say uncovered if you are not here. May Allah bless you and reward you by inshallah, because we have to move for, because the lie is not ending here. My deception is not ending here. So I just want to, inshallah, supplement what you said with 4 points. By 4 points, basically you have covered all of them. I just want to supplement them, inshallah, with my 2 cents. My point number 1 is, according to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, the God of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that Mubarak Ahmad is not going to survive. On the other hand, the random unknown people are saying, let's have the marriage. There's a possibility. At the end of the day, who did Mirza Ghulam Qadiani listen to? To the random people or to Allah?
Some random Joe blogs.
Random Joe blogs. That's the first point. People need to not lose sight of this point. That according to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's own confessional statement, his God is saying Mubarak Ahmad will never ever survive. Never.
Imtiaz bhai, if the prophecy was so clear, explicit, absolute, and categorical, as Mirza himself in different words emphasized this point to the extent that no one can come and say, no, you know what, he meant something else. It's very clear. If Mirza was so clear on this prophecy that came to him by revelation from Allah, he would have told these random people, sorry, game is over, Mubarak Ahmad will die. Sorry, your dreams can only mean one thing, that Mubarak Ahmad will die, he will not survive. Okay? But Mirza tried something different. Having understood this prophecy so clearly, he tried something different. Continue with your points, Imtiaz bhai. Sorry, I just wanted. Yeah.
So basically, look at this one. After the death of Mubarak Ahmad, look at the audacity of Mirza Ghulam Qadhi. He said, it is my sign that I have foretold the death of Mubarak Ahmad. So basically, by what we are learning here is, there is no way to disprove Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. If Mubarak Ahmad would survive, Mirza won. If Mubarak Ahmad would die, Mirza won.
No doubt. No doubt. Okay.
Look at the irony. This is the case with every single prophecy. By Uqsim Billah, by Sanaullah Sahib Rahmatullah alayhi. He said, Mirza Sahib, aapki ek mission koi bhi sachi nahi nikli. And then Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was screaming in his book Ijaz Ahmadi. He said, Sanaullah ne kaha hai ki meri koi mission ko sachi nahi hai. That's the truth. Why look at this one? Look at the irony, and we want to come think people about this one. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said Abdullah Atham will die within 50 months, and that will be my sign. But look at this one. If Abdullah Atham died, Mirza won. If he did not die, Mirza won. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said Sultan Beg will die, the husband. Okay? If he will die, Mirza won. If he doesn't, he still won. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said in 1906 and 1907 that unprecedented earthquake will come in India in my lifetime. If it would happen, he will win. If it doesn't happen, he will still win. But the question we want to ask this Ahmadi is there a way to disprove Mirza Ghulam Qadiani?
No.
What is the criteria?
To Qadianis, it is absolutely impossible to disprove Mirza because they are insincere. Any sincere Qadiani or Ahmadi listening right now would not believe in this person for even a minute. Wallahi, even today, I was working on something and a thought came to my mind, Imtiaz bhai.
Gigi.
And I noticed that Qadianis, Ahmadis, generally, I'm not saying everyone, generally don't want to know the truth. They don't care about the truth. They don't. Because they have blocked their minds. They have blocked their minds to any penetration of truth into their minds. They don't want to know. You can bring the sun down to them, okay, and they will say, we cannot see it. You can bring it in front of them and show it to them. They will say, we cannot see it. People like this, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in the Quran, A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem, summum, bukmun, umyun, fahum la yarji'un. Okay, they are deaf, dumb and blind and they will not return. Fahum la yarji'un. They will not return. Okay, they will not believe. And I'm not saying all Ahmadis. Of course, there are many sincere Ahmadis who Allah guides back to Islam. There are many, many noble people who are destined for Jannah. But there are some people who are destined to be in hellfire because they reject the truth. Ibn Qayyim al-Jawziyah rahmatullah alayhi, he said the sign of a dead heart is when truth is presented to it, it rejects it. It rejects it. Okay? So, look, this is black and white. What we are showing you is black, and there is no room for any gymnastics left. That's why Murabbis are absent. Murabbis are absent because they cannot come to our stream and have a conversation. They don't want that. They want monologues. They want us to sit on the streams and listen to their bakwas, listen to their boring, long Christian-style preaching. You know, like a Christian pastor, when they start preaching, you get bored because you know this is all false. These are all fairy tales. This is all Harry Potter. Harry Potter is actually more entertaining than watching the movie, than listening to some Christian pastor preaching from the Gospels. Just like that, these Murabbis, they have no strength in their words. It doesn't hit your heart. Their words are powerless. Their words are empty because they are lies. They are all lying. They know deep inside that what they're defending is is indefensible. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani cannot be defended. Over to Imtiaz, mate.
Jazakallah. Why
But I want to just because a very relevant thing, I want to
Ji, ji.
share one incident that happened. So Bashir, me, myself, and Umar were doing a TikTok stream, and we were discussing like we were doing da'wah, and a person shows up, and he claims to be like he did not mention, but we saw it in his profile. He was the great grandson of Mirza Ghulam Ahmed. Bashir actually lineage checked him, mashallah. Bashir, brother professor, he checked whose son are you? Okay, what's your and he actually Bashir checked him that he's actual descendant of Mirza Ghulam Ahmed. So we asked him, what is your proof of prophet? He said prophecies. So now we're giving him one prophecy after another after another. And at one point I just stopped because he was doing ta'wil of everything. I said, can a prophecy of Mirza Ghulam Ahmed be ever wrong? He said no. He said, if it comes true on the apparent, we'll take it. If it does not come true on the apparent, we'll do ta'wil. I was like, why are you making me do this exercise when you've already decided that if A happens, he wins, and if B happens, he wins? Why are we having this exercise?
Ahmed, there are a few things that they cannot possibly do ta'wil. For example, something like this that we presented. There's no ta'wil here. To any normal human being, there's no ta'wil here. Or the issue of Abdul Hakim Patialvi, where Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani spoke from Allah. He said, Allah told me. Allah told me. Forget Patialvi. Patialvi is not relevant now. Patialvi would only be relevant when two fallible human beings are talking to each other. But now human beings are out. Allah has spoken that I will prolong your life. And what your enemies are saying about you, that you will die from July 1907, within 14 months, they will all be liars, and I will make myself known that I am your Lord. I am your God. And that doesn't happen. Mirza's God gets proven wrong. Mirza gets proven wrong. There's no ta'wil. Ask, because the game they play is Patialvi changed the date. Patialvi made Tawbah. I am saying to them, forget Patialvi. What about what Allah said? What about what? Did Allah know what Patialvi will do? Did Allah know that Mirza will die on the 26th of May 1908? Did Allah know this? Did Allah know this or no? They say Allah knew this. If Allah knew this, why did Allah humiliate Mirza by telling him a lie? That I will prolong your life. I will prolong your life from more than 14 months, from July 1907. Allah lied. Allah lied categorically. A'udhu billah, thumma a'udhu billah, naqale kufr nabasha. That's what these people are claiming. Okay, knowing them, a'udhu billah, they will cut this clip and they say Adnan Rashid is saying Allah lied.
They obviously we don't make prophecies on the basis of ilham. We make prophecies on the basis of a human judgment. By one video is coming, I want my reward from Allah, and the video is coming by, look at this one. You remember you just mentioned a few minutes ago that these Ahmadi Qadianis, even if anything comes from the heavens, they're not gonna believe. This, my prophecy is, you remember why you mentioned once that even if Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was an angel, even if he would descend from the heaven with a wide robe, with the noor, etc., would still say he's a liar. This person would say, Adnan Rashid, you yourself have the same principle.
Why am I saying this? They don't want to listen to that. Why am I saying this? Because Quran has said, Deen is complete. The Quran has said, Muhammad Rasulullah is Khatamul Anbiya, okay, and Khatimul Anbiya, Khatamul Nabiyyin and Khatimin Nabiyyin. Both readings are there, okay. And then in the Hadith, the Prophet said, there is a house which is missing one brick, and I'm that missing brick. La Nabiyya Ba'di. There is no prophet after me. If there was a prophet after me, it would have been Umar bin Khattab, radiyallahu anh. Oh, Ali, you are like to me. Harun was to Musa, but there is no prophet after me. What do you want us to do with these statements? Over this man, the man, we just showed you his writings. Look to my left. Okay, you can see these writings. We showed you. You want us to believe in him? Well, you want us to leave the Quran, You want us to leave the ijma' of the ummah. You want us to leave the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ. You want us to leave all the ulama of Islam, and you want us to follow Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani. The man cannot be consistent even in a paragraph, let alone in his books. He can't even be consistent in a paragraph. His so-called prophecies are a pack of lies and humiliation. Allah basically humiliated him. If Allah was with him, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala humiliated him like no other human being in the history of humanity. Shaykh al-Islam ibn Taymiyyah, he said anyone who claims to be a prophet is either asdaqul asdiqa or asdaqul siddiqeen or sadiqeen, asdaqul sadiqeen or akdhabul kadhibeen. Okay, he's either the most truthful person to walk the planet because he's a Nabi. He's a Nabi. He's from Allah. Or he's the greatest liar. And Mirza Sahib said कि झूठे के कलाम में तनाकुस पाया जाता है. A liar has contradictions in his kalam, in his words. We just showed you one. Here, Mirza is trying to get his son married to a child so that he can save his life. And then he says, no, no, no. This was very categorically, clearly, openly told by Allah that he will not survive. What games are you playing? Reconcile it. Save me and Imtiaz bhai and all the other brothers here. Save us. Murabiyan, bahar niklo apne gharon se. Come outside. Time to save people. If you are failing to save us, if you're not answering our questions, then you don't care about us. You don't care about all these people listening to us.
But by please don't quote them to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani by saying, जाहिलों के सामने तो बहुत लाफ गजाफ मारते हैं, जब कोई गिरेबान से पकड़ के हवाला मांगे तो वहीं घुस जाते जहां से निकले थे.
अच्छा, अब कहाँ घुस गए बताएं हमें मुरब्बी. बकौल मिर्जा साहिब का
this is the language of their literature. Look at the language of the literature. This is their language, people.
Yeah, absolutely.
मैदान में निकलना किसी मुखन्नस का काम नहीं. Who said this?
मिर्जा गुलाम अहमद कादियानी साहिब. तो अभी जो मैदान में नहीं निकल रहे वो मुखन्नस हैं और कहाँ घुस गए ये मेरे बकौल मिर्जा साहिब के according to
tactic number 2 activated. You are using bad language and you are hurting our feelings. Actually, you don't know what is happening in Pakistan.
We are actually quoting their sources. We are actually quoting the Prophet and his progeny, right? They are the ones who use this language. Okay, so where are you guys?
So
where are you?
But Imtiaz, can we test if I'm understanding this correctly? You asked me to take notes. So in part 1, we said Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was either assuming that the death of Mubarak Ahmad can be averted, or he was pure evil because there was no possibility of survival, but he still wanted to go ahead with the marriage. That is point 1. Point 2, to take note of, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad was acting upon the dreams of random people, not his own ilham, just random people saying that they saw that Mubarak Ahmad was getting married. Now in part 2, we said, according to a 1907 April public announcement, Mirza said that if I'm a liar, either strike me with plague or something. And he used same events of people dying, children dying against his opponents.
Yes.
And the child died on 16th of September 1907. In 15th of November, Brother Imtiaz wanted to reiterate that how important this Mubarak Ahmad is that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, according to Ahmadiyya sources, had very special, intense love for Mubarak Ahmad. So him dying would actually fulfill the same criteria of what Mirza was applying on his opponents. Now, this is the shocker, Brother Imtiaz. You're telling us, according to Mirza, according to his ilham, it was clear years before Mubarak Ahmad was born that Mubarak Ahmad will not survive. He will not reach adulthood. He will die a minor. So according to Mirza Ghulam Ahmad himself, years before that, years before these events happened, years before people started having dreams, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad already received ilham. His God, Yalash, told him that this young boy, Mubarak Ahmad, will not survive into adulthood. Then the event started. Now you bear that in mind. Now ask yourself, why is Mirza Ghulam Ahmad organizing this child marriage when he knows clearly that he is not going to survive? His death cannot be averted. Think about this. did Mirza Ghulam Ahmad had any faith in his God Yalash or not? This is what Brother Adnan pointed out, that he had no faith in
Yeah,
his own God.
Jazakallah. I just, yeah, inshallah, Jazakallah, Umar bhai. Adnan bhai, I should just go to inshallah my 4 points very quick if you allow me. Is it okay, bhai?
Please.
Jazakallah. So my first point was, on the one hand, God of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is telling him in black and white, in categorical, no ambiguous term, Mubarak Ahmad will die. That's one party, God of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. On the other hand, random people having dreams. So we have seen that in reality, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani did not listen to his God. He ended up listening to random people's dream. That is one point you must focus on. Secondly, by look at this one. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is telling us that I published a sign of a miracle of mine that this son will die. Now, by look at this one. Obviously, he is publishing his sign of prophecy that this son will die. On the other hand, he is trying to fail his prophecy by this marriage.
Absolutely. Yeah. So he's trying to basically prove his prophecy false by his own actions.
Yes.
He knows this. He knows this prophecy is from Allah. Allah revealed it very clearly.
Yeah.
It will happen, but then he's trying to falsify it by himself.
Exactly. And the reason was because, as we discussed already, there is no way for any other person to falsify the prophecy. He wanted to get the job done by himself.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, by point number 3. There are by only 2 possibilities. That there was a possibility that this marriage can save Mubarak Ahmad. That is one option. That there's possibility that this marriage can save the death. And other is that this marriage cannot save the death. Now the point is, according to the first point in which he said God has told him in black and white that this death is unavoidable. It cannot be averted. It is going to happen no matter what. Then the point is, why did he ruin the life of that child, Mariam, 2.5-year-old child? Because that's only child abuse. Because he was absolute. If we want him to believe in his revelation, then he must be absolutely certain that death is unavoidable. And yet he is having this marriage, then it means that he was ruining the life of that child. What else you can say?
And he gave her the title of a widow to live with for the rest of her life.
Exactly.
At a very young age, 2.5. It's a toddler. A child this age is still in nappies, and you are abusing that child by getting her married to your, who is also a minor, a juvenile, getting her married to him, and you're leaving her with this scar for the rest of her life. This is trauma. When she grows up, and she will hear this. And what about people who will get married to her? You know, that you could not undo Allah's prophecy. What kind of child are you? Huh? What kind of manhus child are you? Unfortunate child that our prophet tried to undo his own prophecy with you, and it failed. So you are manhus, right? I mean, there are so many angles. There are so many angles one can look at. That this is a very truly unfortunate bond that Mirza Sahib was trying to attempt something. He was trying to save his son's life by getting, and this girl proved to be a bad omen, as they say, for the son, for the child. Okay. So all these angles, they are so disturbing. It's unbelievable. Yeah. Bashir Bhai is asking, did the 2 kids sleep together?
Why we have from their own sources, they testify that Mariam was moved to the house of Mubarak Ahmad. This much we know.
Oh my God. Unbelievable.
This much we know. Rest we cannot say anything. This much we know.
So Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani is not only guilty of getting 2 juveniles married to each other, he even tried to get them to do some sort of consummation.
No. Look, we have
moving in our Asian, Pakistani, Indian culture, moving means that's it.
Yeah.
Rukhsati means consummation.
ये रुखसती हो गई थी.
What is the word? What is the word in the sources? What is the word?
Inshallah, after this I can quote from Siratul Mahdi, but they have confirmed that she was
moved
to the house.
Yes, that's it.
This is
So
confirmed.
this is crime upon crime, crime upon crime. To do what? To stop Allah's destiny, Allah's qadr, fighting Allah's qadr.
To disprove his own sign.
Yeah, or to express his disbelief. He doesn't believe in Allah.
No.
He doesn't believe Allah. Allah has told him clearly, categorically, explicitly, openly, no, 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 no. I will still try to save my son. Allah, I will show you I'm stronger than you.
Yeah.
This is the game.
Yeah.
So come on.
By the point is, let's say, shall I put it in more concise terms? If there was a possibility that Mubarak Ahmad may not die, in this case, Ilham was false.
Yeah.
And if there was no possibility that Mubarak will not die, then the marriage was zulm.
Marriage was zulm, and Mirza is a disbeliever in Allah.
Disbeliever. So which one they want to pick, or tell us the third option?
Either Mirza is a false prophet, a liar, and his ilhams did not come, he was lying on Allah, or he did not believe these ilhams. Which one is it?
Yeah. Because if there was a possibility of child surviving, then Ilham was false. If there was no possibility of child surviving, then Mirza was committing zulm.
So what Imtiaz Bhai, what he would have done if Mubarak Ahmad survived, he would have claimed, you see, these dreams were my miracle.
Yeah.
These dreams were my miracles, my son survived. Now because he died, he wanted to cash that opportunity and claim openly, categorically, explicitly, in clear words, Allah told me that he will die before adulthood. Then what were you doing? What were you doing? If you knew all this, what were you doing? Because it was so clear. It was so clear. At least in 5 or 6 places in this ishtihar alone, he used different terms to explain how clear it was.
Exactly.
Imtiaz bhai, I've got a question regarding this. So this very statement in front of us, it says कि पहले से मुकर्रर हो चुकी थी और अखबारों में भी शाया हो चुकी थी. Do we have any proof that any of these prophecies were ever published before? Because he's saying sorry.
But everything used to be, for example, I give you example, Adnan bhai, Ahmad bhai. Mirza said that दो बकरियां ज़बह होंगी. This was a revelation. दो बकरियां ज़बह होंगी. Now it is very ambiguous. Okay, what will exactly happen? So then he will interpret the things. He will back project the things after the events. For example, once he said that दो बकरियों का मतलब है Sultan Beg, Ahmad Beg. But we know Sultan Beg did not die. And then he said, no. Do Bakriya mean 2 of my companions, Abdul Rahman and Abdul Latif, who were killed in Afghanistan. So Ahmad Bhai, there was no such prophecy in which he said that Mubarak Ahmad will necessarily, clearly die. He was making very vague, generic statement which can be, for example, classic example, look at this one. 2 people came to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. They said that, can you make dua for us? We are sick. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, after making the quote-unquote dua, he said that I have made the dua. I have been told one of you will be recovered. Now, nothing is clear. Okay.
Very clever. You know, he was an evil genius. He would deliberately make vague prophecies so that any result can be claimed.
Yes.
Any result can be claimed. Whatever, no matter what happens, he will claim that my prophecy is fulfilled.
Exactly.
This is what you call a top grade liar. A top grade liar who lies in a way that it is difficult to catch him. But guess what? Allah made him make blunders. Allah
Yes.
made him make blunders so that his lies are so clear that no gullible person, even a gullible person, cannot deny this. Like the
Yes.
example of Sanaullah Amrat Sari Rahmatullah alayh, Akhri Ishtahar, and Abdul
Yeah.
Hakim Patialvi, and many more, many more, many more. But these two are my favorites. These
Yes.
two are my very favorites because there is no way you can get out of these ones.
Yes.
If you have two brain cells and you have little sincerity, you cannot get out of this one. You cannot get out of this one. No way.
And
Absolutely.
again, to be specific to your question, he was publishing that Allah has informed me. Now, but look at this one. There are only two possibilities about every human being. Either he will live long or he will die. Right?
Yes.
He said that
Yes.
Allah has informed me that this child, either he will live long or he will die.
It's like saying Allah has informed me that this guy will eat food. Okay.
Or
Or,
not.
Huh?
and you know, Adnan bhai, look
Or
at this one.
not.
Adnan bhai, obviously, Adnan bhai, when it is 29th of the month of Shaban, as we know that, sorry, the month of Ramadan, when it is 29th of the Ramadan, Adnan bhai, there are two possibilities. Either Eid will be tomorrow or day after tomorrow.
Yes.
So Mirza Ghulam Qadiani received a revelation. Eid ya to kal hogi ya parsu.
Zabardast. Kya baat hai. Itni zabardast prophecy. So you see, this is it. This is it. So he would give dual meanings to his own words deliberately, or he would leave room.
No. Why not dual meaning? No.
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
he will cover all the possible options.
Yes. Yes. He would find any route, any exit route. Okay. But he left few things that even he could not manipulate and his
Yes.
followers could not manipulate. To this day, you remember Imtiaz Bhai when these three Murabbis were sitting in their studio and I was there in Canada and I joined the stream and I asked them one question. These three qualified, bona fide Murabbis, educated for years how to defend their batil, okay, and their falsehood. I asked them one simple question. How can a true prophet of God make a dua and it backfires on him? It backfires on him. Oh, Amrit Sari was a liar. Amrit Sari was okay. Amrit Sari was not a prophet. Amrit Sari was a liar to you. Rahmatullah alayhi. He was a liar to you. How about Mirza Sahib? He was a prophet, wasn't he? And how can a prophet pray, make dua to Allah and it backfires on him, especially against his enemies? And what we know that any time, without an exception, when a prophet prayed against his enemies, they were destroyed. They were destroyed without an exception. They were destroyed. Okay. So this you cannot show us another example. You
So
can play
Ahmed Bhai,
games. Yeah.
Sorry. So Ahmed Bhai, the answer to your question is Eid ya to kal hogi ya parsu.
Yeah. अब या कल मनाओ या परसों मनाओ.
Ahmed, are you happy with the answer?
Yeah, no, I totally get it now. So this is the thing, because after the fact, the way he would write it is like to deceive the people who don't know the history. For example, would think that no, there was some kind of definitive ishtihar or a definitive thing he has said, but obviously he's back engineering everything, and this is not just this. It is in everything, Subhanallah. You can find many times when he says that I got ilham, this, that, everything, you can figure out that it's some sort of back engineering happening now.
So now these Murabbis are watching this stream. We know this they're watching, and they're taking notes, and they are probably biting their nails and sweating at the same time. Mard bano, as they say, grow some courage and come and face us, or tell us why we are manipulating your faith, why we are doing injustice to you, not giving the context. Come and tell us. We're inviting you. It's open. We'll give you equal time to explain, reconcile this for us.
And Adnan Bhai,
Yeah.
look at the circular reasoning. Look at this, Bhai. This was the tactic Mirza. It can summarize the entire, you can say, career of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. Look at this, Bhai. He said that I'm a prophet. People said, okay, what's the proof? He said, my prophecies. But people said they are failed. He said, so what? Same with the other prophets. But you are going to prove yourself a prophet through prophecies. And now you are claiming to be a prophet for the failed prophecies.
And you're now claiming that other prophets were also false.
All the point. By this is the reason Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said, "Agar main jhootha hoon, Islam bhi jhootha hai." Astaghfirullah. He said, if I'm a liar, then Islam is a lie.
That's why Qadianis, many of them, when they leave Islam, they don't come back to Islam. When they leave Qadianism, they don't come back to Islam. They go to Kufr. They go to agnosticism and atheism because of this bakwas. So Mirza basically said exactly what Bashar al-Assad he said about Syria. He said, either Bashar or we will burn the country. Okay. And now Mirza is saying either me or there is no Islam.
Yes.
Basically.
Yes. Exactly.
Yeah. So basically he was a real kafir. He was a real Dajjal kafir who actually not only made these false claims, he took the iman of thousands of people with him.
Yes.
Okay. And he's burning in hellfire.
Now, by inshallah, my last 2 points, by my second last point is that there's one exit, because after dealing with them for more than 2 years or less than 2 years now, we can read their mind, alhamdulillah. By the tactic is, you know what? If somebody is sick, no matter what, you have to use all means to save that life. So this was one of the means Mirza Ghulam Qadiani must use to save somebody's life. Yes, Nan, by your response.
My response to this is that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani should save his son's life, but when he knows that he will not survive until adulthood, he would have said to his followers, look, I know he will die because I believe in Allah. I believe in Allah's revelation. I know he will die, but I want to prolong his life for as long as I can before he becomes an adult, because he will not survive up to adulthood, because it's very clear, as we have seen on the screen, you can see it, that जो खुदा ने खुले खुले तौर पर खबर दी कि मुबारक अहमद बलूग की उम्र तक नहीं पहुंचेगा, so he will never become an adult. Absolutely never, categorically, absolutely, he will never become an adult. So let me try to prolong his life as much as I can, right? Okay, he could say that and he would clarify, but try to save his life so that he grows into adulthood, this is out of the question for someone who believes in this prophecy. For someone who believes that this is from Allah, it's out of the question. So getting Mubarak Ahmad married to a girl who is 2.5, okay, would not save his life. Mirza knew. If Mirza knew, then he is deliberately fighting Allah. Okay, unless he clarified. If he clarified, show it to us. Show it to us. This is the response of Imtiaz way. Unless you have something else.
No, that's good, boy. That's good. That's more than good. Actually.
So he should have clarified. Yeah.
I would just add one point here that show us from Quran and Sunnah that this is one of the way of treating the sick people. Obviously, you can use all sort of medicine, no matter how disappointed you are. It's absolutely not only permissible, it is obligation to use the medication. Use the ruqya. You do whatever you can do. But how can you ruin someone's life? You need to tell us that where was this method of treatment? How would you justify this method of treatment?
Plus,
and by this is the point, by if Mirza Ghulam Qadiani being a prophet, he is using this treatment, that it is a sunnah for all Ahmadis. Why they are not using this?
Do it. Karke dikhao.
Karke dikhao.
And also, Imtiaz bhai, did Mirza claim that he has healing powers that no one else has been given in human history before? Okay. And he also had Zad Jame Ishq.
He was
No, he also had the Majun, Zad Jame Ishq. Okay, chalo, theek hai, wo, that's something else. But he had the healing powers no one else was given in human history before. In other words, Isa alayhi salam touching the dead and bringing that dead to life. Isa alayhi salam healing the blind and the leper by just a touch. Okay, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani is stronger than that, as he claimed. Okay, as he himself claimed that he has the healing powers that no one else has been given. So why didn't Mirza use his healing powers to cure his son instead of doing this stunt of child marriage? Why did Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani ruin another child's life by linking that child to his dead son? This is a dead boy walking.
Yeah.
This is a dead boy walking, right?
Yes.
And Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani knew that he will die. So why did he do that zulm? Knowing well that this child will die, within no time he will die. Because already 8, and a boy easily reaches puberty by 10, 11, 12,
Yeah.
right? So he will die before that. Why do this? Why do this?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
And why not heal your child? Instead of giving your child another child to your son who's already dead person walking, why don't you heal him if you want him to be saved? Okay.
So Adnan Bhai, basically Adnan Bhai, because this is one possible cover up they're gonna come up with, that look, you have to try everything to save a life, and
no, you don't.
So basically, by the problem, as you pointed out, they are unsolvable problem with this treatment. And like I added with that one, that number one, where is this treatment found? That you can have this treatment as well, that if somebody's child is about to die, get him married. Show us from anywhere
I think Imtiaz Bhai, they might come back with a response saying, where is the example like Ibrahim trying to slaughter his son? Okay, so because this is a prophet, he can do incredible things. This is the game they will play. They'll come back with incredible.
But the problem is, I agree that they can come up, they can get their hand on anything possibly.
Yeah. These are very insincere people. Yes,
that's good you mentioned this. I like that. But the problem is, it was a command of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to Ibrahim alayhi salam that slaughter your son. Allah was going to test, and Allah was going
not
to
your son, the most beloved thing to you, sacrifice it.
Exactly.
Yes.
And so this was a command of Allah. So if they want to use this technique, they have to show us that marriage was a command from Allah, because it will be contradictory. Allah allegedly God is saying he will die, and now God is saying no, you get him married, he may survive. So which
absolutely.
And secondly, why, how can a claimant of a prophethood use a treatment which is going to falsify his prophethood?
Yes, absolutely.
Because this was equivalent to disbelief in his revelation, this treatment.
Yes, and also when they say that you must try to save a life, okay, regardless, okay. So we can give many examples. For example, when in the Quran, Khizr alayhi salam killed the child, okay, Musa alayhi salam didn't like it, okay.
Yes.
But because Musa knew Khizr's authority, okay, he did not intervene. While in another example about Musa alayhi salam, what did he do about the person being oppressed? He intervened. He physically intervened. Why did Musa, the same person, not intervene when Khizr was apparently doing something so controversial, right? Because he knew who Khizr is. He knew Allah has sent him to Khizr. Okay, so this is an example where prophets of Allah behave in a certain way because they know what Allah has commanded them and they understand it. In Mirza's case, Mirza is completely confused. Mirza doesn't know what Allah said. If he knows what Allah said, then he doesn't believe in it, because he believed in it, he wouldn't try to undo it. He wouldn't try to undo it. So this is one of the examples I can give from the Quran about Khizr and Musa alayhi salam. Okay, because Musa knows who Khizr is and Khizr knows what he's doing. That's it. And he does it. Okay, and then he explains why he did it. Okay,
Yeah, exactly.
but there's no evidence.
Yeah, basically, Adnan Bhai, we are being told by the Murabbis day in, day out that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani came to revive the true Islam. It means that any practice he was doing, they have to trace back to true Islam,
Yes,
the Islam of Sahaba.
yes,
Because if he was just going to follow the interpreters, this and that, then why you make the claim of true Islam?
yes. Takmile Ishat Deen.
Yes,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Takmile, because he came for Takmile Ishat Deen.
Yes. No,
So
why they claim that आसमान सुरैया सितारे पे ईमान चला गया, दीन चला गया, कुरान चला गया, मिर्जा गुलाम कादियानी साहब नीचे लेके आए.
and without Mirza there is no Quran.
No Quran, exactly.
Without Mirza there is no Quran. So if
Yeah.
he knows the Quran, what is he doing?
Yeah.
What
So
is-
basically, by the point we are making is Mirza Ghulam Qadiani and Jamaat Ahmadiyya is claiming to be revived the true Islam of the companion, Ma'ana alayhi wa ashabi. So
Yes.
whatever practice he was doing, either they have to bring the command from his God, revelation, as prophets have, or they have to trace it back into Ma'ana alayhi wa ashabi. Otherwise, they are making the false claims.
This is like another example of him going and throwing chane, chickpeas in the
Yes.
well to
Yes.
kill Abdullah Atam because it
Yes.
wasn't happening. It wasn't
Yes.
happening. Abdullah Atam he wasn't dying. So Mirza thought, now Allah is failing to kill him. Let me throw some chane into the well, some chickpeas. You know, in case people don't know what I'm talking about, when Abdullah Atam wasn't dying, as per Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani's specific prophecy, Mirza got basically nervous and he tried to do some ritual by which he wanted to kill Abdullah Atam. He took some chickpeas and he went to a well in the outskirts.
He sent his people.
He said, no. He went himself and threw something in the well. That's a separate occasion.
Okay.
He threw something into the well and he said, don't look back. Don't look back. Okay. So he left. So the point is, if Allah is failing to kill him, how would Mirza go and do it? Is my question. How is Mirza going to do it?
Exactly.
And
yeah.
So in Abdullah Atam's case, Imtiaz Bhai, there is
Yeah.
something very interesting.
Yeah.
He did anything and everything to make it happen.
Yes.
Yeah, to make it happen. But
Yes.
in this case, Mubarak Ali's case, he did everything and anything to not make it happen.
Oh, exactly. Yes.
You see,
So yeah. Continue. Please continue.
so in Abdullah Atam's case, he wants him to die. Die. But when Allah has told him his son will die, he's trying to prevent it. He's trying to do anything to save his son. In both cases, he fails. Amazingly, right? So this is
Adnan Bhai, when you mentioned this, you reminded me of something interesting. When Ahmadi clerics, when they debate with the Christians, they want to prove that Isa alayhi salam was alive, did not die. When they debate to us, they want to prove the death of Isa alayhi salam.
yes, absolutely. So these people are people of no standards. They change, they keep shifting poles. They will shift the pole in the whole pitch. They will take the pole around the whole pitch. You know, like I posted once an image. I think I'm going to post it again. It's an amazing image where Murabbis, basically Mirza is shooting arrows. You might have seen that in Imtiaz Bhai. Mirza is shooting arrows and Murabbis are moving the target.
Yeah.
You know that cartoon Robin Hood?
Yeah.
Disney cartoon? You know, when basically King is shooting arrows, so they jump to catch the arrows into the target. So these Murabbis are basically always jumping around to make sure that Mirza's arrow hits the bullseye. It hits the bullseye, even though it is not going on target. But they will run to make sure that the arrow actually hits the bullseye, okay? Because Mirza can't do it himself. So the Murabbis will make it happen. But in this case, I think they have lost their courage. They have lost their motivation. They don't want to do it anymore because they know the more they try, the more it doesn't work. Where are you?
Adnan Bhai, they have two defenses through which and by which they can blind their community. Number one, look at their language. They are mocking the promised Messiah. Look at them. This is how the Munkirin do with the prophets. Number one, just why? Emotional rhetoric to shut the minds of common Ahmadis and not to let them think clearly the what's actually being said. What Adnan Rashid is saying, it makes perfect sense. And secondly, their famous response, they're lying, they are lying, they are lying, that's it. These are the two responses. They are lying or look at their language. Come and defend.
Yes. Come and if we are lying, then come and save us and save your community, because they're listening to us. There are people listening to us, and inshallah they will leave your cult. They will leave your cult. The cult is already finished. The cult has already fallen. Alhamdulillah. And the greatest sign, Declan has this message, excellent research, Muhammad. This is truly shocking, unbelievable. Yes, Declan, there is a lot more to come. There are a lot more shocks to come your way. Okay. And Declan interviewed me recently. We put it up on my channel as well. And it's very nice of Declan to do this research. Declan is already working on a book that will be coming out soon. And when it comes out, everyone will read and watch this space, as they say. Okay, hold your breath. The book is coming out soon, inshallah. So thank you so much, Declan, for the comment. And keep up the good work, inshallah.
And Adnan Bhai, inshallah, before our friend Declan leaves, I just want to share something. Adnan Bhai, it's being shared to you as when just now. I know that you don't know either. Let me just put on the screen, Bhai, and inshallah, it's just some sort of Allah's plan that it's happening by on the day of when one of their jalsa is happening. So this next Saturday, Bhai, something exciting is coming up. Let me share my screen, by and let's reveal to the people as well. Okay, just a second. Okay. Yes, but it's coming now. Where is it? Yes, bhai, let me just share my screen. So, bhai, inshallah, you have to make sure that, inshallah, you are joining us in this very important live stream.
Is this stream next Saturday, Imtiaz bhai?
Yes, bhai.
I will be busy, but I will try to join, inshallah. We have a big Dawah conference going on, inshallah. Yeah. But inshallah, I'll try my best to join, for even if it's for a short time. I will join, inshallah.
So as everyone can see, sorry, let me just make it bigger.
Ahmadiyya is sinking ship, numbers game.
Yes, and by it will be live on Dawah Wise as well, inshallah. Our Dawah Wise team, inshallah, we will be together, and inshallah we are inviting some special guests for this stream. And by the reason for this particular stream, Adnan Bhai, is, as I just mentioned, they are trying to use this deception to shut the minds of they are lying. We are going to produce conclusive proofs, decisive evidence that their entire establishment had been lying for years and years under oath.
For 100 years. For 100
under
years.
Oath. From Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's time up till today, they are lying under oath.
Yes, absolutely, no doubt.
And no then doubt. We will let people decide that they are the proven liars.
Yes,
they had been lying. Their caliphs have been lying under oath. How can you trust them?
Absolutely.
Because by some time people are lost in the deep theological argument and discussions.
Yes.
So we want to give people something very simple.
Yes.
Which every simple person can see that yes, this establishment, their caliphs, their leadership, they are proven liars. They had been lying under oath. And then we want to see that what excuse Ahmadi is going to have on the day of judgment.
Absolutely.
Right now they can say, oh, Adnan Bhai brings the evidence, Murabbi brings the evidence, Murabbi quote Ibn Taymiyyah, Shah Waliullah, we don't know. Okay, no problem. We'll give you something very simple, very straightforward, in which there is no twisting.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And I will be joining this, inshallah. I find this to be very interesting. Inshallah, I'll be there. Imtiaz Bhai, I will take a short break. You continue.
Do you have 5 minutes just to wrap up this first?
Yeah, go ahead, inshallah.
Okay, inshallah. I will just quickly, inshallah. I know that it's very late over there. I just want to, inshallah, conclude in 5 minutes.
And if Declan is still watching, Declan, join the stream. Especially when I leave, you are most welcome to join. You can join now. I'm going to be leaving very soon, but it'll be nice to hear from you as well and from your experience.
Yeah.
Inshallah.
So Adnan Bhai, I mentioned my 3 points. My last point, Adnan Bhai, is there a common Ahmadi who has a 2-year-old daughter? Think of your own daughter. Are you going to do this with your own daughter? If not, why not? Because this is sunnah of your prophet. Do it. And if your conscience is saying, no, I can't do that, it means that this thing is evil. Because Allah says in the Quran, فَأَلْهَمَهَا فُجُورَهَا وَتَقْوَاهَا, that I have inspired every soul. Inherently, we knew what is good and what is evil. And that internal, built-in moral compass is telling every common Ahmadi that this is evil.
Absolutely.
You can't do this to a child. You can't ruin the life of a 2.5-year-old Mariam. You can't do that. Now, if that is the case, then is it not true? Is it not very clear that if somebody is involved in something evil, something so disgusting, how can you believe this person was a prophet, Mahdi, and Messiah?
Absolutely.
Indeed. And Adnan, my last point is this. Adnan, look at this one. He did not stop the deception. By he says, लेकिन खुदा की कुदरतों पे कुर्बान जाऊं कि जब मुबारक अहमद फौत हुआ, साथ ही खुदा ताला ने ये इल्हाम किया, इन्ना नुबश्शिरुका बिगुलामिन हलीम यंजिलु मंजिल मुबारक, that we are going, he said that as soon as the death of Mubarak Ahmad happened, his God revealed to him that we give you a glad tidings of another son who will be in place of Mubarak Ahmad. Jo bimanzila Mubarak Ahmad, he will be in place. And why? You know by why? Or iska kaim maqam or shabi hoga. He will be just as a replica of Mubarak Ahmad. But the question is why? Pas Khuda ne na chaha ke dushman khush ho. He said his God does not want his enemies to be happy, so he's going to replace Mubarak Ahmad with another son. इसलिए इसने बामुजर्रद वफात मुबारक अहमद के एक दूसरे लड़के की बशारत दे दी. Says, for this reason my God has given me the good news of another son just because of death of Mubarak. Why? ताकि ये समझा जाए कि मुबारक का बहुत नहीं हुआ. So it is as though Mubarak did not die. Why? Before you comment, look at this one. Allahu Akbar. Why? Because Mubarak Ahmad died on 16th of September 1907. No child was born to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani after that. What about this one now?
Allahu Akbar. So not only Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani got proven false for disbelieving Allah's revelation allegedly, he alleges another revelation that now Mubarak Ahmad has died. Allah has told him about another child that will be born to him who will replace Mubarak Ahmad, as if Mubarak Ahmad hasn't died, and no child was born. No child, because this Mubarak Ahmad died in 1907. August or September? September 1907. And Mirza died in May 1908. Yes. So Mirza had plenty of time to produce this child. Mirza had plenty of time. You know, from September to May, how many months is that, Imtiaz? By 9 months?
Basically, this ishtihar was given in November. So December and then 5 months, nearly 5 months.
In 5 months, a man can produce 100 children with 100 women if you want.
By what? Look at this one.
Yeah.
There was a scholar with the name Saadullah Ludhianvi.
Right.
Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said that you are a mukhannas.
Right.
And he said, if you are not a mukhannas, produce a child.
And he produced a child.
No. Why? The point is, how can you say this to somebody
Yes.
who has the power? For example, if somebody is young, whatever,
Yes.
nobody can do that. There
No,
are many.
In this case, Allah proved Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani to be mukhannas. Okay, because within the next 5-6 months, he could not produce a child, and Allah lied again. Allah lied again, because here he is claiming this ilham, inna nubashiruka bi ghulamin. Allahu Akbar, quoting the Quran. He is actually copying the Quran here. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani is using the wording of the Quran. Where was this wording used? About Ishaq
yes.
and Yaqub.
Yeah.
About Ishaq alayhi salam and Yaqub alayhi salam. Isaac and Jacob in the Quran, Allah used the same wording when he gave the glad tidings to Ibrahim and Sarah. And Sarah, amazingly, this is where the miracle is of the Quran. Sarah, she was shocked. Okay, she fadahikat. The Quran says she laughed when she heard this. And Mirza is so confident. He's saying, Allah has revealed this to me, it will happen. But Sarah, when she heard this, fadahikat. And then the angel said, Ta'jibina min amrillah. Okay, are you shocked about Allah's command, Allah's abilities? Okay, and guess what? Sarah, even in old age, when she was nearly barren, she gives birth to Ishaq, and Ishaq gives birth to Yaqub, word by word fulfilled. Here you have a so-called prophet using the same wording for himself, inna nubashiruka bi ghulamin halimin. Okay, Allah is speaking to him, we give you the glad tidings of a son, a child. Okay, and what happens? No son is born to Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani. Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar. Where are the murabbis? Where are the murabbis?
Adnan bhai, just to add 2 points, inshallah, in your
these points cannot be belittled. Imtiaz bhai, you know, even the language,
yes.
Even the language, we cannot just get over it. Inna nubashiruka bi ghulamin halimin. He's copying the Quran and he's saying Khuda Ta'ala ne ye ilham kiya. In other words, he's claiming another revelation like the Quran. He's got the Arabic words there, like Allah has revealed this to him. So he's the Allahu Akbar. This is a blunder. It's kufr upon kufr, kufr upon kufr, kufr, lies upon lies. Because Allah did not speak. If Allah spoke, Allah would have.
Adnan bhai, subhanallah. Adnan bhai, it is the same problem. You remember, you always highlight with Abdul Hakim Patialvi's case. By same is here. By look at this one. Mirza is claiming that Allah is going to make his enemies unhappy by giving him another child. Now, by look at this one. When Allah was not going to give him another child, how was Allah going to make his enemies unhappy?
Allahu
And
Akbar.
secondly, by look at this one. Again, the same problem. Head and tail. Both Mirza has head and tail. Look at this one. If a child is born in this way, Mubarak Ahmad will be replaced and enemies of Mirza will be unhappy.
Yes.
If a child is not born, so what? So again, no problem. Still no problem.
And Imtiaz bhai, you know, if you keep reading, aage chale, if you keep reading, it says that Allah gave him another glad tiding that I will make your children a very powerful nasl, a very powerful people, right? And Qadianis, Ahmadis, if you look at their condition today in the world, okay, subhanallah. Do I have to say anything? Their
Adnan bhai,
their
remember,
numbers
bhai,
are declining.
remember,
Their
by your
numbers
book,
are, yeah,
by your book, Ibrahim Fulfilled, you know, bhai,
yes,
is
yes,
basically imitating Genesis. I will
yes,
make you a great nation.
yes, absolutely.
What happened
But
actually?
Allah made Islam and Muslims a great nation. Islam is still growing. It's
Yes.
the fastest growing religion in the world.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Every month, 20,000 people are accepting Islam just with one Muslim organization that I happen to serve or work with, right? Okay. Imagine here, Mirza is saying Allah told him that there will be a bhari qawm teri nasl se paida hogi. Okay, what bhari? Your numbers are declining. Mirza Tahir said how many million? 20 million. Mirza
Why,
Tahir,
when Mirza Tahir died, they claimed 160 million.
and now
200 million, 200 million. I've got the quote for 200 million as well.
Wow. Wow.
200 million. And Asif Basit said what from the official platform?
10 to 15.
10 to 15. 10 to 15. From 200 million, they've gone down to 10 to 15 million. इसको कहते हैं एक भारी कौम तेरी नस्ल से पैदा करूंगा. Even this is a lie. Even this is a lie. It's declining. The numbers are decreasing. Their arguments are failing. Their efforts are failing. Their money is declining. They are receiving less chanda. Their youngsters are leaving. They're coming back to Islam. And their murabbis have lost the spine to come and face us and talk to us. And when they do talk to us, they restrict us to 60 seconds while they talk for 15 minutes.
They want to discuss Shah Waliullah and Ahmad Zabreli.
Yeah. Nahi, Mirza Sahib nahi. Mirza Sahib nahi. Don't mention Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani. Don't mention Hazrat Masih Maud. Don't mention Hazrat Masih Maud. What was he saying? Ibrahim Ikhlaf? Don't mention him. Not him. We don't want to discuss him.
Fat people.
What is he back, by the way? Have they allowed him back, or is he still is under house arrest?
Who?
Ibrahim Ikhlaf. Have they allowed him to come back?
From what I understand, he wasn't there last week. He wasn't there.
Okay. He's not coming back. I don't think so. Because if he comes back, the question remains. The question is that nonsense, that belief nonsense. That Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani is the second coming of Muhammad Rasulullah.
Adnan bhai, I know you have to go. That's why
Yes.
I left one surprise before you left.
Okay.
Before you leave. You know,
Okay.
bhai, the surprise is, by guess what? That Abdul Hakim Ilham of 14 months is part of this ishtihar.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
there.
Okay.
That's there. Yes.
Okay. Wow. So this ishtihar, this ishtihar, what is, so in the same ishtihar,
Same
where,
ishtihar.
okay, November 1907.
5th of November 1907.
1907. So Abdul Hakim Patialvi matter was also discussed in the same ishtihar.
In this ishtihar.
That
You know
I will
why?
make them
Because
to be liars.
He wanted to have some extra boasting. So he ended up saying this as well.
और फिर आखिर में उर्दू में फरमाया Allah, yani first Allah was revealing in Arabic, okay? This one was so special that he revealed it in the Urdu language. मैं तेरी उम्र को बढ़ा दूंगा, यानी दुश्मन जो कहता है कि सिर्फ जुलाई 1907 से 14 महीने तक तेरी उम्र के दिन रह गए हैं, ये ऐसा ही जो तेरे दुश्मन पेशगोई में करते हैं, इन सब को मैं झूठा करूंगा और तेरी उम्र को बढ़ा दूंगा ताकि मालूम हो कि मैं खुदा हूं, हर एक अमर मेरे इख्तियार में है. अल्लाहु अकबर. ये अजीम शान पेशगोई. So this is again coming back to Abdul Hakim Patialvi, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani. He claimed that Allah told him in the Urdu language that what Abdul Hakim Patialvi and others like him. Now he is not even relevant. Abdul Hakim Patialvi is not even relevant because Mirza Sahib is saying even others. Even others, what they're saying, that your life will only be for 14 months from July 1907. I will make them liars, and I will extend your life beyond 14 months from July 1907. Mirza dies within 9 months on the 26th of May 1908. So this ishtihar, this particular ishtihar is very Mubarak for us. Imtiaz bhai, I'm gonna get this ishtihar transcribed in gold ink, okay? And I'm gonna frame it. November 1907, 5 November 1907.
Yes.
5th of November, and Imtiaz bhai, I'm gonna get this done. आप समझ रहे हैं? You might be thinking I'm joking. I'm gonna get this whole ishtihar transcribed, okay? And I'm gonna frame it, and I'm gonna put it in my house for barakat, okay?
Now look at this one. This is what Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said. Why look at this one? Going के साथ ये भी है कि sorry, no, I show you this one. He said that make the frame and this and that. I show you that. But just give me 1 second. He said this actually.
कोई और निशान आ गया, मेरा भी निशान कोई आ गया.
जी आपका निशान आ गया. आप मिर्जा गुलाम कादियानी said that इसको घरों में लगाओ.
अल्लाहु अकबर, अल्लाहु अकबर. वाह वाह, ये तो निशान हो गया भाई. ये तो चलो, एक बात तो सच साबित हुई है ना इश्तिहार में. चलो देखते हैं क्या है.
हाँ ये भाई देखे जरा. अच्छा इसका ना मैं वो निकालता हूँ, जो कि यहाँ पे मैंने इसके आखिरी पेज में आपको दिखाना है भाई. ये आपने देख के जाना, आपका निशान जाहिर हो गया है.
ओहो, यानी ये मैं सच्चा साबित हो गया हूँ. अल्लाह ने मुझे सच्चा कर दिया. अल्लाहु अकबर वलिल्लाहिल हम्द. अल्लाह ही इज्जत देने वाला है. So,
नान भाई, मिर्जा also said कि शहनशाह तुम्हारे कपड़ों में बरकत ढूंढेंगे, तो आप शहनशाह भी आज डिक्लेयर हो गए.
नहीं, हमने भाई वो शहनशाह भी ढूंढ लिए हैं. हमने वो शहनशाह भी ढूंढ लिए हैं भाई.
अच्छा, कौन से शहनशाह हैं?
वो अगली स्ट्रीम में आ रहे हैं, वो अगली स्ट्रीम में आएंगे. अच्छा, यहाँ is there anywhere it's written के put it on the wall? इस पेशन गोई को एक साथ भेज सकता हूँ. मैं कोई तो आपको दिखाने लगा हूँ.
अच्छा, where is it?
मैं सिर्फ उसको मैं तो कहना उसकी वेबसाइट पे जाके ना उसका वो पूरा इश्तिहार निकाल रहा हूँ.
Okay.
सिर्फ मुझे आप 1 मिनट दें, आप तब तक करें बात नान भाई.
So it's basically I just mentioned that I'll frame this ishtihar because it's so historic and so devastating for the Qadiani Jamaat, that this ishtihar alone has ample evidence to prove Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani to be one of the greatest liars who lived in human history. One of the greatest liars, okay? Because of so many lies in this. Lies because he himself claimed things and they never happened. They contradicted his actions and his words, okay? And then I said, because so great a gift is this ishtihar for the Muslim Ummah to disprove the Qadiani cult, right? I said I will frame it, and lo and behold, apparently that's also written in the ishtihar, that frame this ishtihar. Frame. Okay? So we're going to frame it. I'm going to actually get this written, and any Qadiani who wants to talk to me, you show it to them. Look, this ishtihar alone is enough for you to reject this man as an impostor, as a liar, who attributed so many lies to Allah. So not only that son wasn't born to him, his son died, and he tried to undo that ilham, so-called ilham. His son died, okay, and then he claims that another son will be given to him, okay. Inna nubashiruka bi ghulamin halimin, okay, that he claimed that Allah revealed to him that I give you the glad tiding of another son, okay, to replace Mubarak Ahmad. That never happened. Then in the same ishtihar, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani wrote that my enemies that say that I will die within 14 months from July 1907, Allah told me in the Urdu language that I will prove them to be liars, false, and I will prolong your life beyond 14 months from July 1907. Okay, this is Allah telling Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, which never happened. Mirza died within 9 months on the 26th of May 1908. So this was proven to be a false prophecy.
I got it,
again.
It's coming. I got it. Your sign has been shown, mashallah, live sign.
Chalo, next time when you see me, guys, all of you, make sure you kiss my hand, okay? मेरा
Oh my,
निशान जाहिर हो गया भाई.
भाई
लो जी.
अभी देखिए आपका निशान ये देखें. चाहिए कि मेरी जमात इसको याद रखें, इसको अपने घरों के नजारा गाह जगहों पे चस्पा करें.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. In this same istihar, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani gave instructions that my Jamaat must memorize this istihar and put it in a special spot on the walls in your houses. Nazara Gah ka matlab hai where it's actually visible to everyone who comes into the house. And this is exactly what I said, that I will frame it and put it on the wall in my house. I will do it. Okay, I will do it. Mirza was so confident about this ishtihar that this ishtihar will prove him to be a truthful person. This ishtihar proved to be the greatest indictment on Mirza, or one of the greatest indictments on Mirza's legacy, Mirza's claims, and Mirza's Jamaat. Okay, there you go. ये तो फिर वाकई निशान हो गया अहमद भाई. ये तो निशान जाहिर हो गया यार.
Yes, inshallah. So we're showing it from their website as well if they claim that we did not find it. It's highlighted right in the middle.
And wallahi, I had no idea. I had no idea it's there. Okay, I had no idea it's there. Right? I know that part about Abdul Hakim Patyalvi and all that because I've read it many times. Right? But this istihar, that this was also there, that you frame it and you put it on the wall. So ये तो चमत्कार हो गया है.
अच्छा, और अदनान भाई आपको अदनान भाई एक और बात देखें जरा. Just one more thing भाई, one more thing. Why this ishtihar is an evidence that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has no idea about his own death. I give you the proof by look at this one.
Of course he didn't. That's why he made that lie.
Because they are claiming. You remember, by once Raheel Ahmad, we discussed this topic, the same topic. He said, go and read Fulan book and Fulan book. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani already said, my death is imminent. No, let me show them. I will show here.
No, in this istihar he's saying my life will be prolonged beyond 14 months from July 1907. Right? This istihar is published in November 1907. So that means he's still hopeful that his life will be long.
No, bhai, look at this one. Look at this one, bhai. This is another proof. Look, read this one, bhai.
बल्कि मुझे खबर दी गई है कि हमारे घर के अजीजों में से या हमारे बहुत करीब मुताल्लिकीन में से बाज की अजल करीब है. सो ऐसे वाकयात दुश्मन के लिए खुशी की जगह नहीं, क्योंकि मौत फौत से किसी नबी का खानदान मुस्तस्ना नहीं रहा.
Now, the point is, he is saying that I have been given the news that death of my relatives, even close relative, is just around the corner.
It's
now,
imminent.
If his own death was also imminent, why did not say this?
Yes, because he's saying मेरे बहुत करीब मुताल्लिकीन.
Adnan bhai, this is the second last announcement in the last volume of announcement. As you can see, it is page number 479 out of 493, and it is 5th of November. We want them to show us after 5th of November 1907, where did Mirza say that Ilham of Abdul Hakim has been cancelled, now my life will not. No, nothing. It's all just a made up story.
No, this is their what do you call it, gaslighting and face saving exercise. Because look, nothing they can say, Imtiaz bhai, that can undo this istihar. Nothing. You know why? Because the words are so specific, Imtiaz bhai. The words are what? That Allah told me in the Urdu language that what your enemies say about you, that you will die within 14 months of July 1907. I will prove them to be liars, and I will prolong your life from what they say. What do they say? That Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani will die within 14 months of 1907. And that's exactly what happened. So how did Allah make them liars? And how did Allah prolong his life? It's a lie. completely false, falsified. So there is no room left for Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani. That's why I will frame it. I will frame it and I will show a picture to everyone once it's done, because I'm going to get it properly You know, I don't know how many pages it is. It's probably going to cost me a lot of money, but I'm going to get it done in calligraphy. And I will highlight the important parts like you have highlighted in gold. You know, Mubarak Ahmad part and Patialvi part, and even this part later on, and Inna Nubashiruka Bigulamin Halimin, even that part. So all the amazing parts, I will highlight them in golden ink, and I will ask every Qadiani to explain this to me, bhai. Explain this to me. फिर देखते हैं क्या gymnastics करते हैं. इम्तियाज भाई, मैं इजाजत लूं.
Janab, Jazakallah khair, Nan bhai, Allah Ta'ala, may Allah bless you, your efforts, your work, mashallah, the amazing work of Dawa Ira is doing, and you are part of, mashallah, that noble cause. And whatever time by you give us, it's a blessing for us, alhamdulillah.
Jazakumullah khair, brothers Ahmad, brother Omar, everyone else, thank you so much. Allah bless you. And I'll join you again next Saturday, inshallah. If not tonight, I'll see if I can, but no guarantee. But next Saturday, inshallah, I'll be there. Taz bhai, carry on. Allah bless you. Allah reward you for all your efforts. And inshallah, maybe tomorrow, drop me a message. Inshallah, I need to have a quick chat with you, inshallah. Just plan
Inshallah,
something,
bhai.
inshallah. Okay.
Inshallah,
Assalamu alaikum wa
bhai.
rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Alhamdulillah rabbil alamin.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah.
Yes, my dear brothers. By the way, Ahmad and Omar and Nabil bhai, don't be happy. I still have episode 3, but after your comments, inshallah.
SubhanAllah. So, inshallah, instead of our quick comments, what if we take the guest comments very quickly? What do you say?
Most welcome. Most welcome.
Okay, inshallah. So we have a part 3. I don't know what that would be. I have absolutely no idea what can precede this, because already this is clear as day that it's a blatant contradiction. But inshallah, we'll allow our esteemed guests to have their say. So, Assalamu alaikum, Yar bhai. Are you there?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, my brothers.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
There are two Alis. Oh, he's gone. I think he's having internet connection.
As soon as you come back, just send us a message in the back chat, and I'll basically pull you up. Ali bhai, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to say, it's a pleasure for me to come here every single time. I learned something new. As I was saying to Ahmed bhai in the back chat, one thing I don't understand is the passage that you were saying that there's going to be another son. Why couldn't God just save the original son? I don't understand this. If God is God, this is God Almighty we're talking about, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Instead of going through these gymnastics, he could just save the original son.
Good point. Very good point. Very good.
I was thinking about this and I was like, what's going on here? But Imtiaz, you every time you bring something new, it always shocks me, the fact that this is what's going on in the background, the actual main core of Qadianism. But at the front end, they're trying to be this mainstream truthful Islam. It always baffles me when you bring out all these facts. I'm always like, subhanAllah, this is something different.
Allah. You are right, brother Ali. Let me play their part as well, because this now we can play their part as well. They would say, look at this Muslim Ali. He doesn't even know. Can you dictate Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Can you do that? It is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who wanted to be this way. You are from the Munkreen. All the prophets Munkreen, they do. That's the response.
Mukhalif Jamaat.
Yeah, you are Mukhalif. You are Mukhalif. That's always, subhanallah. And they will never address the issue. Allahu Akbar.
I'm glad, Pai Imtiaz, these streams have been extremely helpful. Qadianism is going down. There's only one Allah. There's only Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. There's no prophet after him. He's the last and final prophet. We believe in the other prophets, yes, but Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is the last and final prophet. There is no one after him. Halas, finished. That's the simple way to look at things. But I don't understand. There's so many like fake prophets flying around. it's just, it confuses me to the fact that I'm thinking, Allah made Islam simple. People are making it difficult.
Definitely.
Yeah, Jazakallah for having me again. I just wanted to point across regarding his son. And
Yeah, no,
and
thank you.
thank you very much for having me again. And may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward all of you for the efforts that you're doing and keep me in your du'as. Jazakallah for having me. Inshallah, I'll speak to you that soon. Allah Hafiz. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Assalam wa
Walaikum
rahmatullahi wa
assalam.
barakatuhu.
There's just one more thing that I learned today, Imtiaz bhai. I did not know this. Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud was also Alam Kebab.
Yes.
I did not know that he is the one who's the Alam Kebab.
Sirajuddaulah, Alam Kebab,
Sirajudda. Okay.
and what else was there?
There was quite a few.
There were about eight plus names, I think.
Yeah.
There was a name that ended in Mia, something Mia.
Shadi Khan, I think.
Yeah, subhanallah. So this is a very this is a very big problem that Muslims actually need to understand is we have given you Shadi Kebab B plus lifestyle. We have given you all the tactics, alhamdulillah.
Shadi Kebab.
So all their tactics and all their deceptions are out there now, and this is one of the tools I think that you should take with you is Imtiaz bhai, is that every time you're having a discussion with a Qadiani, you should actually pull up this 5 rule book and see if we are true or not, because this is absolutely, when I was listening to your presentation of last week, Imtiaz bhai, I can give you a million examples of every single one of those points. Every time we talk to them, there's nothing outside this particular box.
No.
And once anybody that's out there, anybody who finds anything outside this box, inshallah, come and at least inform me. Because to me, I sat down and I thought, if I can find an argument, if I can find anything outside this box, I cannot find anything, any of the rebuttals outside these 5 boxes.
No, there's nothing, because this is what we have seen, Ahmad bhai, in last 2 years, encounter with these clerics. That's all they have. And by the way, inshallah, Ahmad bhai, it's good that you reminded me. Inshallah, towards the end, I will mention something, but let's inshallah see if somebody or Nabil bhai, Umar bhai wants to make any comment. And by the way, Ahmad bhai, people have seen today the live, the kirama of Adnan bhai.
Yeah, subhanallah. And this is the thing I always say. Adnan bhai 1, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad 0. So at least one prophecy of Adnan bhai was backed up and was fulfilled. But we have that 0 for Mirza Ghulam Ahmad. So yeah, subhanallah.
Umar or Nabil bhai, if you want to add something, inshallah, then we can inshallah, share something, because episode 3 is ready.
I'm anxiously waiting for episode 3, but also in my mind, I'm trying to think how much chanda did Adnan bhai gather for him to build such a huge wall to be able to post calligraphy of the whole ishtihar on his wall.
So
that is the whole plan. Nabil bhai, you
Yes.
revealed the plan. We are now going to ask for chanda. We want a big wall.
So, Nabil bhai, you know what? I did not even know. I was in the comments of one of the streams,
Mhm.
and I was told that you take like 10% from the chanda that Adnan and Imtiaz gets, and I was like, oh, they're getting chanda. They never told me. So they're gonna. I'll go and demand it now. So subhanallah.
You should. I mean, if he
alhamdulillah.
has such a huge wall. And the other thing I was thinking about is, I mean, in most houses, there's the other prime minister, or the one who gives Adnan bhai visa, and we all have our own embassies in our house, consulate general. So how is she going to allow such a huge thing to randomly hang on a wall in the house?
Yeah, subhanallah. This is a long story. We'll not go there, but there are multiple venues.
Ahmad bhai, we can extrapolate from this one maybe the next business plan was that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was going to issue the, the frames of this ishtihar, because he was saying that you need to hang in your home, you need to
Yeah,
buy.
subhanallah, subhanallah, subhanallah.
But on a
So
serious note, sorry,
yeah,
all jokes aside, on a serious note, my last comment before you begin the third part of Imtiaz Bhai
Gigi.
is I was just thinking, how much jurat and audacity these people have. That chalo theek hai, the Dr. Sattar Shah, whatever his name was, his daughter Mariam, despite her, being a little baby, but at the end of the day, they come from the family of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and I understand that they're Qadiani. I understand they're Qadiani, but I have a soft spot for the Ahlul Bayt, and they did something like this to a little innocent Masoom girl from the Ahlul Bayt. How, like, with what face do they, like, ये लोग कौन से मुंह से बाहर निकलते हैं, घूमते फिरते हैं? I don't get it. What face are they going to show to anyone that has a connection to that noble household, and they
ये
did something
उसी
so horrible
ये
like this?
Nabil bhai, they exit their homes from with the same face. With Mirza Ghalib said that Kabe ki muँह se jaoge
Mm,
Ghalib. So they have that same technique.
that, yeah. Khair, dono, one was a sharabi and the other one was a afumi, so I guess it's all fair.
And by the way, it's good that you mentioned, Ahmed bhai, one of the treatment was to give him a fume for Mubarak Ahmed.
And this is another things that like you said, it's dhulm, right? And there was another instance where he was giving some kind of arke kafur or something. What was the thing he was giving to his daughter?
No, they were giving, Kasturi.
Kasturi. So basically, they're actually making their kids consume stuff that are absolutely, absolutely harmful, and they were known to be harmful at the time as well. It's not like they were not meant to be harmful. So he was a terrible father, I'd say, in that regard as well.
If wallahi, if we want to we can actually make another episode within the same stream on the treatment. What kind of treatment was being given to this poor child, Mubarak Ahmed. And if it was in this civilized world, it would have been another problem for the family, that what was the reason of death for this child. Because like I said, they were giving the child a fume. And this is very strange. I'm being very serious here. Two things were the permanent part of all treatment in this family: sharab and fume, alcohol, and even in this case, we have the evidence for alcohol as well. So alcohol and opium were the favorite medicine, or was the top graded medicine for this family. I don't know why. Ahmed, do you have any of this one? Why they have this favorite, this in their favorite medicines, or their top rated medicine were opium and alcohol?
So this is the actual thing. If and this is just a sidetrack, but you know about this particular reference as well, Imtiaz bhai. Is in one of the references, Mirza Saab himself actually admits, and he's writing to his doctor, and he says that you had actually told me to use the medicine, but I've quit using the medicine you told me. I think it was Arke Kafur, if I'm correct, right? And he said instead of started using a Scottish emulsion, and then he said I felt really warm, and I felt like taking off my clothes and going out, and my condition was completely out, right? And I thought I'm going to get a heart attack pretty much. And then I basically stopped consuming it. And then after a period of time, now you see he's using these things. They make evidence that they used it for medicine, right? The question is, Imtiaz bhai, he's using, according to his own admission, he's using it against medical advice. It is just like I tell Omar, you have a toothache, go take a Tylenol. And he writes me back, he messages me back. He's like, I did not take a ibuprofen, right? Brufen, a paracetamol. I did not take a paracetamol or ibuprofen. I actually consumed a bottle of whiskey. I'll be like, are you okay, Omar? Like, I'm a medical professional, and I'm telling you a remedy. So you're absolutely right that it is very weird that if you go through his, because his son said the Mirza used to have a couple of things always in his medicinal drawer, right? And it was afune, it was opium for the people who don't know what afune is. So it would be opium, it would be the tonic wine, it would be alcohol. Subhanallah, like why not go for the I'm 100% sure all the Muslims would never consume all that, right? At the time, there were 1,000 hakims and people like that who I'm pretty sure would not be using these substances in the medicine. Why just go for these for every possible medical remedy that you want? It is actually very weird. It's actually very weird, Imtiaz bhai.
Ahmad bhai, there is one thing also here, and you can help us inshallah with the reference, or you or Umar bhai or Nabil bhai. Something is coming in my mind. I think isn't it the case that there is some hadith like this, that Allah has not put any cure in something which he has made haram?
So there's some hadith relating to alcohol in that regard. And inshallah, I'll just try to dig it out because you're
Yeah,
right. You're right.
yeah, yeah. Something is coming in my mind, inshallah. If you brothers can help me, and if I'm wrong, I'm happy, to be corrected, no problem. Because it just like vaguely something coming in my mind, that as there is some hadith of this meanings, something along these meanings, that if Allah has made something haram, Allah has not put any cure in that thing, in that substance. So inshallah, you can see if it is the case, or if inshallah I am
Yeah.
mistaken.
So at least we have a hadith is in Abi Dawud that just came out. Nabi Kareem Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said that verily Allah sent down disease and the cure, and for every disease He has made a cure. Seek treatment, but do not seek treatment by the unlawful. And the Arabic here is wala tadawu bil haram. So do not basically try to remedy through haram.
وَلَا
And everybody
تَدَاوَوْا.
yeah.
Sorry. And the
So
hadith Imtiaz Bhai is saying is, إِنَّ اللَّهَ لَمْ يَجْعَلْ شِفَاءَكُمْ فِي مَا حَرَّمَ عَلَيْكُم. Musnad Ahmad.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar.
Which means that indeed Allah has not placed your cure in that which He has made haram for you.
Subhanallah, Subhanallah. So this is, and Ahmad bhai, inshallah, if you can take that number and please put on the screen, because like I said, in every case, this, for example, I give you example. When this poor lady, when eventually she became lady Mariam, when she was sick, she was severely sick. She was also being treated with afune. So this was like Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was treating himself with alcohol and other stuff. He was treating his family with that. Then his children are treating themselves with him. Why? Why this so much obsession with haram? And you guys are claiming to revive Islam. And then all you want to hide behind, oh, look at the cough syrup in cough syrup. Subhanallah.
So there's a hadith in Muslim as well. Shaykh Nabil can actually. It says the wine is no medicine but an ailment.
Allah.
And then Nahi Rasul Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam an al dawa al khabis, that Messenger of Allah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam prohibited unclean medicine.
Allah.
So Subhanallah, all of these are khabais. All of these are khabais.
And guess what, Ahmad bhai? Wait for that stream, because somebody is there. He wants his reward from Allah. He's gonna come with a bunch of yellow scans in which he says, you see this, you see this, you see this, and he will not touch these ahadith. Wait for that stream, Ahmad bhai and Nabil bhai. That stream is coming very soon.
Looking forward to it. Always look forward to your streams.
Yeah, in which he will come with a bunch of yellow pages and scan without even reading all of them. He will just say, you see, Shah Waliullah said this said this said this, blah 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 blah, and that's all. That's all.
And if he just were to read the next line, Shah Waliullah answers his objection all on his own. Especially that Qa'imuz Zaman issue. It's
Yeah.
like, how bequf can you be? It's literally the next two lines. Shah Waliullah says, A'ni, and then he goes on to explain what it means. And I mean, we don't have to agree with it necessarily, but it's not like a kufri or bad meaning.
Yeah.
So it's just hilarious that they accuse people of doing something that they're the most guilty of.
He only reads those few lines within that page which are highlighted yellow. That's it. Because I can, inshallah, I can give evidence. Once I was live with the same person, he was reading something from Ibn Kasir. That's on the issue of jizya, yadaul harb or yadaul jizya. This was the subject, and he was quoting something. And when I was pressing him to read the last page, or even the same page from the top, wallahi, he was not willing to. And I can inshallah put the clip out, inshallah people can watch, and it will be another evidence that he just comes up with those few lines yellow. And by the way, he is watching right now, and he is working on his sound bites already. And now right now he is looking around, you see, Nabil, why this is the
Which
detail.
laptop is he looking at? Samne wala ya niche wala?
No, niche wala. Okay, inshallah, brothers, let me share my screen. And if Omar bhai, if you are with us, and if you want to make any comment, or should I inshallah move
So
on?
brother Air wants to make a comment. So inshallah, if he's
Okay,
here,
inshallah.
you can make a comment now.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, Brother Imtiaz and all.
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh, habibi.
I'm not gonna take because I'm eagerly waiting for part 3, so I'm not gonna really take a lot of time. I just wanted to barakallah fiqh, yani you made a lot of research on these false prophecies, and it really enlightens me, and I gain knowledge every week, and really wait for every time, every Saturday I wait for your podcast just to entertain myself, and by looking at what the Qadianis have said. Just one thing just wanted to point it out, Brother Imtiaz, that if the Qadianis wanted to compare prophecies, when I was young and I was reading and memorizing the Quran, Surah Al-Masad. My teacher always said this. A famous scholar said that when Surah Al-Masad, Tabbat Yada Abi Lahabin wa Tab, was لما نزلت, Abu Lahab had the opportunity to say that I'm a Muslim, and then then he could say that Prophet Muhammad is a false, because there's a surah saying that I'm gonna go into hell, but I'm a Muslim right now. But subhanallah, this is what the prophecy is. When an ayah comes down, a surah comes down, it is fulfilled from A to Z. Not like the Qadianis are saying that, oh my God, he repented, he did this, he did that. This is what the prophecy is. And I hope Al-Qadianis, I'm not going to call them Ahmadis, because I'm going to call them Qadianis. They need to really look into their prophecies, and compare them to the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam prophecies, and maybe this could enlighten them. That was it. I'm eagerly waiting for part 3, so I'm gonna go backstage, and inshallah, let's see what you have. More. What do you call it? Jawahir. We call it in Arabic jawahir. So okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Brother Ahmed, and thank you, Brother Omar. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ahmed bhai, Nabil bhai, just inshallah give me 2 minutes. I'll be back with you inshallah. Just give me 2 minutes.
Okay, I just stepped away while brother Air was talking to get my cookies for part 3. So, Nabil bhai, do you have any comments?
I'm sitting with a bag of cookies next to me.
Yes.
It's shocking that you said that.
Yeah, subhanallah. So, Imtiaz bhai, Nabil bhai, just this clarification as well. So they keep on, every time clear-cut references of consumption is presented to the Qadianis, right?
Mm-hmm.
They would basically say that, at the time of need, haram becomes halal. And also the Quran says that that, for example, you can eat haram as long as it's not transgression and all that, right? So can
Yes.
you explain in what circumstances would actually dictate that the consumption of something that is haram, for example, alcohol or cocaine and the salt,
I mean,
opium and the salt?
sure. There is an issue that the modern day scholars, not only, sorry, I meant to say not only modern, but classical scholars have also discussed, which is the concept of at-tadawi bil haram, which means taking medicines that have haram elements within them. And in a nutshell, it's basically, let's say for argument's sake, if there is no alternative to other than the haram medicine, or the medicine that has haram ingredients in it, or if it's, for example, like it's life threatening and you have no alternative or option other than to take recourse to that, then it would be, for example, there could be an argument made or a case made for some level of permissibility. But as far as issues like opium and alcohol and these type of things are concerned, then from just because I work in the field, from a medical perspective, a person would go through severe withdrawals or withdrawal symptoms if they were to quit, um, provided they were addicted to these substances, and then they were to quit cold turkey, then it would cause more harm than benefit. And so usually doctors or people that work with addiction and pain management medicine, they would say that you should be weaned off of it. However, there have been Muslims in history. For example, there was a Muslim poet in India who used to drink very often. And when he went for Hajj, he made tawbah from drinking. And then, the doctor said that you're going to die of withdrawal symptoms. And so he said, I'd rather die than, continue to drink and live. Like, what type of life is that? So, I mean, but that was his level of iman. But to answer your question, the permissibility of taking recourse to medications with haram would have to be that when there's no alternative, or the ones without it, they are not as efficient. Just a simple example,
So,
anybody that's been, sorry.
inshallah, before you expound on that, also answer the question: is there a threshold to illness? For example, you can have a small common cold, right? That's also
Yeah,
illness, or
I
you
was
can
gonna come
basically
to that,
literally,
G.
yes,
G,
inshallah.
Jazakallah khairan. So, like for example, certain medications, like certain cough medicines or cold medicines, will have a very small amount of alcohol in them. Um, and so, if there are alternatives that are equally have the same level of efficacy, then it would not be allowed to skip those and then jump directly towards the one with alcohol in it. So if it's something small and minor like the cold or a flu, which people can uh, umuman, in a general case, they can go past it without taking any medicine, let alone one with haram ingredients, then it doesn't make sense to do so. But if it's something major, like anybody who's been hospitalized, then to prevent blood clots, usually in the hospital, like post surgery or anything of that sort, then they'll give a medicine called heparin. And heparin, actually, the ingredient in it, something in there is from porcine sources. Um, but the other alternative, which is from bovine sources, is very, very expensive, and hospitals usually don't carry it. And so in that situation, you have the right as a patient to opt out of, not to, like, you have the haq and the right to reject the medication, um and hopefully inshallah you'll be fine, or you have the right to request on religious grounds that you don't want the regular one and you want the bovine sourced one. But again, it's like I said, it's very expensive, and it's usually not there, but you can still request it. And inshallah, because of the zarura, right, the situation, then modern fatwa have allowed to even take the normal one that comes from porcine sources. However, if there's no fear of blood clots, then there's no need for somebody to be on that medicine. And so if they give it to you and you don't need it, like you're up and about, you can walk and move, and there's no fear of blood clotting, then there's also no reason to take the medicine with haram ingredients in it. So I hope that answers that.
Yeah,
No,
Jazakallah khairan.
Jazakallah. I was actually listening. My camera was off. I was listening. MashaAllah. That was very helpful to know this. Jazakallah, bhai.
Ameen, ameen.
I will just leave you with one thought at the end of it. So the thing that Mirza Sahib actually consumed, it has what was it? It was 7.2 mg of
Straight opium. Yeah.
Per ounce. It was dissolved in alcohol into wine. 7.2 mg of opium dissolved directly into an ounce of alcohol. So you can imagine what that cocktail was. It was nowhere close to be a medicine. It was not advertised as medicine. It was just taken as a relaxant per se. So that was the background of the drink that he used to consume.
Allahu Akbar.
But inshallah, Imtiaz bhai, we're still waiting for episode 3 very eagerly. Inshallah,
Ji, bhai. Jazakallah khair. So let me inshallah share my screen and let's inshallah begin.
Before you start, can I have 30 seconds, brother Imtiaz?
Yes, please. Yeah.
I want to share my screen just in case I want it to be on the record as well, because they like mu'allaqat of Bukhari. So the hadith that can you see my screen? Okay, the hadith is also there is a mu'allaq there. Sorry, which says the same thing that la inna Allah lam yaj'al shifa'akum fima harrama alaykum. So it's there also in a mu'allaq in case our brothers in humanity want to reject this. It's there in Bukhari and it's sighat jazm. So I hope that helps.
And according to Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, when Imam Bukhari brings something like this, it is the religion of Mirza Ghulam. It is the religion, or it is the position of Bukhari himself, according to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. Imam Bukhari rahmatullahi alayhi.
So there you have it. I just want it to be on the record as well, that we don't pull just hadiths out of nowhere, because they might reject it, Abu Dawood and all this. So it is in Bukhari, and according to our engagements with you guys, anything in Bukhari, even the number there, number 15 there, is authentic. According to you, any dot in Bukhari, they say it is authentic when they're dealing with Muslims. So we hope you apply the same standard. Over to you, Brother Imtiaz. And Brother Imtiaz, wallahi, we had an engagement, but I don't want to disrupt the stream. Maybe we can discuss later with their anyway, we'll talk later, Brother Imtiaz.
Okay,
after the stream.
Just let this brother Tabish, are you from Ahmadiyya community, or just let us know, inshallah?
He is not verified yet. You need to switch on your camera for 2 seconds, and nobody can see you except admin. So don't worry, you're not on the panel if you want to verify quickly, or we'll go on with the presentation. I'll give you 5 seconds. Okay, you're verified. Are you an Ahmadi? You can type in the chat. Okay, he's verified. I'll bring him on. But please stay to the topic.
Yes. My question is that I am from India, from Aligarh. You know Aligarh?
Yes.
So in Aligarh, students around the India come to study in Aligarh Muslim University, and in the city side of the Aligarh, many people from Ahmadiyya community are living and practicing their religion. So when new students like from the rural India come to study Aligarh, they don't know anything about Ahmadiyya community. They just think that they are also Muslims like us. So they misunderstood them, and sometimes, not often, sometimes they pray behind them. So how to, like, how to make them understand that they are not Muslim, and this misconception.
Tabish, first of all, thank you very much. You came for the first time. You are our respected guest. Tabish bhai, if you can do us one favor, in the private chat, if you can share any of your contact details, I will connect you with someone very learned from India, inshallah, and he will be able to assist you from all the local sources, inshallah. Is that okay, Tabish bhai?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Inshallah, he's one of our very good learned brother on this subject, and he is from India. So, do you know how to put message in the private chat, Tabish?
Yes, here's chat section.
Yeah, as you can see the private chat, click on the private chat, inshallah, and just share your contact number, and inshallah will connect you with someone. He will help you with all the resources, all the knowledge, and he will help you to work, inshallah, locally with those people to help them to learn about this Qadianism, inshallah.
Okay, I have shared my number.
Jazakallah khair, bhai, and inshallah, you will be contact. Yes, I got it here. I got it here, and let me actually save it now because sometime I forget later. And inshallah, we will be in touch with you. Okay, brother Tabish?
Okay, okay.
Jazakallah. Tabish, can you read Urdu?
Yes, I read Urdu,
Oh,
English.
that's good, inshallah. Inshallah, it will be very helpful because there is heaps of learning materials in a very precise manner in Urdu, inshallah, which I will request our brother from India to share with you.
Okay, okay. Thank you, brother.
And whenever, inshallah, once you will be in touch with the brother, wherever you have any question, you are more than welcome, inshallah, to come and join us and to ask any of your specific question as well.
Jazakallah.
Waiyaka Tabi bhai, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So let me inshallah share my screen and let's cover this third part as well. So Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Once again, let's enter into third episode of this entire this entire chapter of Mubarak Ahmad, i.e., a son of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, and his marriage with a child, Mariam, who was only 2.5 years old, or according to some reports from their sources, 2 years old at that time. So basically a child marriage, and Mubarak Ahmad himself was 8 years old. So it was a child marriage that took place, and inshallah you can go and watch that first part in which we discussed everything about that marriage. Now, having said that, in the second episode, then we discussed how Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was trying to cover up that marriage. And inshallah, once we will publish this as a separate clip in the comment section, and inshallah in the description of the video, we will paste the link, inshallah, for the both of them. One is the where we discuss the marriage issue, and secondly, the cover-up tactics from Mirza Ghulam Qadiani and his Jamaat. Now, in this third part, we are going to actually focus on Mariam, because previously our primary focus was on Mubarak Ahmad. Now we are going to focus on Mariam, but before we do that, I'm searching for this particular reference, which is on the screen right now. हजरत मुबारक अहमद की शादी इस्तिखारे और इल्हामी रहनुमाई के नतीजे में हुई, i.e., the marriage of Mubarak Ahmad took place under the divine guidance and by seeking consultation from God. और इसमें हजरत अम्मा जान ने भी किरदार अदा किया, and the wife of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, Nusrat Jahan Begum, has also played a role in it. Now, apparently it says Siratul Mahdi, volume 1 and narration number 702. I could not find it, but if you look at the text is very specific. I tried to use Chat GPT as well, and I am trying to contact with the brothers as well, inshallah. So we, if anybody can help us to find this reference, and you know why it is important. Because on the one hand, we are being told that it was divine guidance, it was divine revelation to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani that this child is not going to survive. Well, on the other hand, we are being told that this marriage took place to save the child under divine guidance. So I tried to search myself. I could not find it, but inshallah, if anyone is listening, watching, and if you have watched the first two parts, you know why this reference is important. So I just wanted to bring it on the screen, and I am acknowledging that I could not trace it back in the sources, but it is definitely, or at least it used to be there once upon a time, because language is very specific. Even when I tried to search through ChatGPT, it does not deny the text, but it could not find the reference. So having said that, let's move on. Okay, now this will be, yes, about Mariam. So in the writings of Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud, the second caliph of the Jamaat, his writings are compiled in Anwarul Ulum. And in Anwarul Ulum, volume 17, from page number 348, for the next about 15 or 20 pages, there is an article called Maryam, My Mariam. Okay, I'm gonna share with you some things, inshallah, from this article, so it will be another angle of looking at this issue. For example, Sayyida Umme Tahir ka bachpan. Now, why she is being called Sayyida Umme Tahir? Please pay attention, and inshallah you will know very soon. After the death of Mubarak Ahmad, obviously she became a widow, and then this continued to be the case for next 17 years. And according to their sources, when she was about 19 years old, once Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud happened to see her in his house, and that encounter is also found in this same article, Maryam. He happened to see her in his house, and that's when he started to think of her marriage. I'm saying her, I did not say that to marry her. I said that he started to think of her marriage. And inshallah we'll know in a minute that eventually he himself married Mariam, and this Mariam gave birth to Mirza Tahir Ahmad, who eventually became the fourth caliph of the Jamaat. She gave birth to 4 children, one male, Mirza Tahir Ahmad, and there were 3 daughters who were born from this couple when she was married with Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud, according to their sources, at an age of about 16 to 19 years, something in between that, according to their sources. Now, having said that, let's read this one now. हमारे मरहूम भाई मुबारक अहमद का निकाह पढ़वाया. I mean, he said that, as we all know already now, that she was married with Mubarak Ahmad. इस निकाह के पढ़वाने का मोजिब गालबन बाज ख्वाबें थी जिनको ज़ाहिरी शक्ल में पूरा करने के लिए, we have already discussed that the reason for the marriage was the dreams, and they wanted to fulfill those dreams literally, and this is how they wanted to save the death of Mubarak Ahmad. But obviously he died. Mubarak Ahmad marhum Allah Ta'ala se ja mila. Mubarak Ahmad died. वो लड़की जो अभी शादी और ब्याह की हकीकत से नावाकिफ थी, बेवा कहलाने लगी. And that child who was, इस वक्त मरियम की उम्र 2-2.5 साल की थी. 2-2.5 साल. So she said either she was 2 years old or 2.5 years old when she became a widow. Okay, now in the same article, which starts from page number 348, I will share with you some of the references, inshallah, so you can have some idea about this marriage. Okay, now if you look at this one, this is page number 349 and 350. Okay, on 340, at the bottom of page 349, it says, as you can see on the screen, अगर हजरत वसीय मौत के घर में किसी जगह शादी हो गई तो कर देंगे, वरना लड़की इस तरह बैठती रहेगी. According to Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud, the family of Mariam said that if there's any opportunity for Mariam for remarriage in the family of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, we'll go for it. And if it will not happen, then she can just be a widow for the rest of her life. मेरे लिए ये सख्त सदमा की बात थी. He said, I was really sad when I heard this. Now, the next part is the actual thing I want to highlight. मैंने बहुत कोशिश की कि मरियम का निकाह किसी और जगह हो जाए. He said, I tried my best that Mariam could get married with someone. मगर नाकामी के सिवा कुछ नतीजा ना निकला. But no success. आखिर मैंने मुख्तलिफ ज़राए से अपने भाइयों से तहरीक की कि इस तरह इसकी उम्र ज़ाया ना होनी चाहिए. He said that even I tried to my own brothers, because as you know, Mirza Bashir Ahmad MA and other male children of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. He said that I even tried, I spoke to my own brothers through different sources that if they can marry this lady Mariam, because she was about 16 to 90 at that time. इनमें से कोई मरियम से निकाह कर ले, लेकिन इसका जवाब भी नफी में मिला. But they all denied. Nobody wanted to marry. तब मैंने इस वजह से कि हजरत मसीह मऊद का फेल किसी जान की तबाही का मौजिब ना होना चाहिए. He said that eventually, now look at the picture they are painting. Inshallah, I will make my point in a minute, and then I let you decide if this point makes sense to you or not. But that will be, obviously, we are reading the text, and then we have our own comments on that. And you don't have to agree with my comment. You can have your own comments. Okay. Now, he said that he tried everything. No one was willing to marry Mariam. He spoke to his brother. They refused as well. Then eventually he said that, okay, let not the life of somebody be destroyed because of what Mirza Ghulam Qadiani did. You can read it. इस वजह से कि हजरत मसीह मऊद का फेल किसी जान की तबाही का मौजिब ना होना चाहिए. He said that I did not want that something which Mirza Ghulam Qadiani did becomes the reason of ruining someone's life. Number one, there is a confession. There's a guilt here that marriage of 2-year-old child, and the marriage was full. I mean, she moved to the house of this Mubarak Ahmad, and she became legally, from Sharia point of view, according to them, she became a widow. So she was living this life for those almost for 15, 16 years. And after that, now they are trying to do something, but nobody is willing. And then even when someone is going to marry this child, I mean, who was lady at that time, even he is not going to marry out of his choice or she likes. And inshallah, you will discover in a minute that it was not that he likes Mariam. No, nothing. According to, it was just, okay, let's do it. They should think about this, that this child, who eventually at this time is a lady, she is suffering because of your family. Why are you treating her like this? Why you have to mention all of that? Oh, nobody wanted to. Why? And inshallah, you will see in a minute that the person who is saying that eventually I decided to marry her. Let's see that now what he has to say about this woman. Let's keep moving. Now this page number 350. Same page. शादी के इब्तदाई अयाम, early days of marriage. शादी के इब्तदाई अयाम में वो सख्त दुबली पतली थी. He said that she was skinny when we got married, in the early days of marriage. और शक्ल में बाज ऐसे नक्स थे जो मेरी तबीयत पे गरां गुजरते थे. And she had some defects in her face which were heavy on my heart. She has some defects in her face and they were very heavy on my heart. Now just I want, and this was the reason I gave you that first part first, okay? That this is a victim of this family. She is the victim of this family. She is the victim of child abuse. And now look how she is being treated, how she is being portrayed. And the person giving us this portrayal is allegedly, eventually, the husband. Okay, let's keep reading. इस तरह वो ठेठ पंजाबी बोलती थी और मुझे घर में किसी का पंजाबी बोलना जहर मालूम होता था. He said that she was a Punjabi speaking woman and I hate somebody speaking Punjabi at home. Hang on a second. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was speaking Punjabi at home. Hate Punjabi. Pure, thick Punjabi. And you saying that you hate somebody speaking, it means that whenever Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was talking, you hate, you disliked. And if that's not the case, then why with this women? And she's the victim of this family. She's the one suffering at the hand of this family. And now this person who's eventually doing her a big favor by by marrying her, look at the portrayal. Why you have to mention all of that? What are you trying to say? What is the objective? Let's keep moving. वो मुझे चिढ़ाने के लिए जानकर उर्दू बोलते हुए पंजाबी के अल्फाज इसमें मिला दिया करती थी. He said that she used to pick on me and she used to just tease me by mixing the Punjabi word even when she would speak Urdu. इस तरह चूंकि बाप माँ की वो बहुत लाडली थी, जरा सी बात भी अगर नापसंद होती तो उस पर चिढ़ के रोने लग जाती थी. She said that she was a spoiled child. Hang on a second, what kind of spoiled child she was? She was being mistreated by the family. She was being mistreated by quote-unquote in-laws. What kind of spoiled child she was? At least make sense of what you are saying. She is living the life of a widow from the age as young as 2. So look at, I don't know that how these people have the audacity to say all of this stuff. Okay, it says that anyhow, this was just to give you this portrayal that you can understand that Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud is making it very clear in both passages that he married Mariam just as a burden. That's it. That's what he's saying. Because he does not like Mariam. He said that her face have defects, etc., etc. Let's keep moving. This is page number 352 of the same article. Basically, the other wife of Bashiruddin Mahmud, she passed away. And there were 3 children from that wife. Now, this 19 years old, now she has to look after those 3 children as well. 19 साला लड़की का यकदम 3 बच्चों की माँ हो जाना कोई मामूली बात न थी. So basically, first she is suffering through all of that trauma when she was forced. Obviously, she was forced because she did not make any choice at the age of 2. And then for all of those 15, 16 years, and now eventually when she got married with this person who was about 32, 33 at that time, and now she has to look after his 3 children. That's what they are. I'm just giving you the life, and then eventually you will be able to know that what caused the death of Mariam at such a young age. Okay, so you can have all of that context in your mind. Look at this one. So he said that then eventually she was willing to look after my children who were from the other wife. That's when what happened? It says that मैंने उस दिन से इनसे मोहब्बत करनी शुरू कर दी. He said this is the day when I started to love Mariam. Why? Not because of Mariam, because now she was going to look after my children from my other wife who has passed away. इनकी तरफ से सब इनकिबाज दिल से निकल गया और वो मेरे दिल पे मुसल्लत हो गई. He said that this is the point when all of that heaviness in my heart, it just went away. But let's see if it really went away. Page 353. मरियम कुछ ज्यादा लिखी पढ़ी ना थी, इनका खत भी खराब था, इस्तकलाल से पढ़ लिखने का मलका भी ना था. He says that she was not educated enough. Her handwriting was very poor, and she does not have the skill. She does not have the skills of reading and writing. Take a pause here. Who is the cause of all of that? Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani, forcing this 2-year-old into this marriage and letting her to go through the pain of being a widow from such a young age. I mean, just imagine that when she grew up, all she knew about her life is that I'm a widow. Just imagine. And now, what is her fault? Whose responsibility was it to make sure that she goes to school or college, etc.? Because your father has ruined her life, and now you are criticizing to Mariam for not having the skills of reading and writing, for not being an educated lady. So what? It's the fault of your father. He is the one responsible for that. इल्मी बातें ना कर सकती थी, मगर इल्मी बातों का मजा खूब लेती थी. He said that she could not, talk in an educated way. Ilmi baatein na kar sakti thi. I mean, basically what he's trying to say is that, I don't know that how would you like to translate this one, Nabil, if you want to give us a good, better translation. Ilmi baatein na kar sakti thi, magar ilmi baaton ka maza leti thi.
She couldn't participate in academic discussions.
Excellent.
Yeah, I was going to say intellectual discussion, but yeah, same thing.
Excellent. So what I'm trying to say is that you need to keep in mind, people, especially the common Ahmadis, especially the parents. Alhamdulillah, I am a father. Many of you listening, watching, or will be watching, you are fathers. Just look at this portrayal and put everything into the context. Why you have to paint an ugly picture of this lady, and then you are giving the title to this article, Mary Mariam. Subhanallah. You are telling us she was ugly. You are telling us she was dumb. She couldn't read and write. She could not even participate in a good discussion. Then Mary Mariam. Subhanallah. Whose fault was it? Why you have to give this evil or bad and ugly portrayal of this lady? You should sympathize with this lady because she suffered. She suffered at the hand of your family, specifically your father. I want people to just keep in mind these 4 things. Number 1, no, it's telling us that no one from the family is willing to marry her. Why? Why don't you have any sympathy for such person? And then eventually when he is willing to marry, that was not out of a choice, that was just like as a burden. Because he's telling us, I don't like her. She was ugly. She was dumb. This is the portrayal of a wife coming from a husband, and not only just any wife, but a lady who sacrificed her life for this family, who suffered at the hand of this family. And inshallah, there's a reason I'm saying all of that, because it's a very, you can say, it's one of the features of Ahmadiyya literature, this negative portrayal of women. And inshallah, I'll give you proof in a minute. Just let me just go through some of the references. Okay, then page 354. दीगर सिफात, लज्जत हासिल करने का मादा मरियम में गजब का था. Why you have to say this? He said that as far as As far as the
Deriving pleasure.
driving pleasure, as far as driving pleasure is concerned, he said, Ghazab khata, she was best at it. Why you have to say this? What it has to do? Why? As far as pleasure seeking essence was concerned, she was best at it. एक मुर्दा दिल को जिंदा बना देती थी. She could revive a dead heart. Put those two things together, and then you do your own interpretation. You do your own comments on that. I don't have to. That she
How,
was good. Sorry,
how can a man with ghairat speak about his wife like this in writing, in
this
public?
is Nabil Bhai. This is exactly I'm trying to tell people, and especially Nabil Bhai, especially put in the context about a lady who suffered at the hand of this family.
Nabil bhai, what is the hadith about the man who presents his wife to people?
Yeah, he's a dayus.
Yes, subhanAllah. So this is a classic example. This is actually selling your wife, saying that she
It's,
has this weird quality. Subhanallah, I'm like dumbfounded.
it's
I cannot
every
say.
episode is going from bad to worse, and my mouth is hanging, just like I'm like perplexed.
Ahmad Bhai, inshallah, while I'm talking, if you can do us one favor, it will be inshallah. I just came in my mind just now. If you can just inshallah, put the points which is as a portrayal of Mariam he is giving us from the beginning, inshallah. It will be good at the end.
Inshallah.
Jazakallah, bhai, may Allah bless you and reward you. Okay, look at this one. Page 356. बच्चों की विलादत के मौका पर शदीद बीमारी में मुब्तला होने के बावजूद जच्चा का पेट पकड़े घंटों बैठती और उफ तक जुबान पे ना आने देती. He said that she used to be pregnant. She used to be, and don't forget one thing, she is looking after, she is only 19-year-old when she started to look after the children of Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud, 3 of them from some other wife. And on the top of that, now whenever she was pregnant, she has to work for hours and hours and hours at home as well. And she was shadid bimari. She used to be pregnant. She used to be severely sick, and yet she has to work in their pregnancy, in their sickness for hours and hours. I will keep adding this, inshallah, so people can know that what made or what was the cause of death of Mariam at such an early age. Okay, so you can inshallah join the dots. Okay, look at next one. 357, page 357. बीमारी की इब्तदा. मैं बता चुका हूं कि मरियम बेगम को पहले बच्चा की पैदाइश पर ही अंदरूनी बीमारी लग गई, जो हर बच्चा की पैदाइश पे बढ़ जाती थी, और जब कोई मेहनत का काम करना पड़ता तो इससे और भी बढ़ जाती थी. He said that he said that from her first pregnancy, she developed some internal disease. Now, he's not telling us, now there are extra Ahmadi sources as well as extra biblical sources. So we have extra Ahmadi sources that she, look, I'm not confirming them, I'm not denying them. She actually, she was infected through this disease because of Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud. When they have this, husband and wife relationships, okay, so there was something.
STDs.
Sorry?
They're called STDs, sexually transmitted diseases.
Okay. So this
STDs.
was STDs.
Commonly, they're called STIs now. They're referred to as sexually transmitted infection. The word, I think the community moved past the word disease.
As you can see here, vagina infection, because I did not want it to just say it out, but yes, there are sources out there which are telling us, and he says andruni bimari lag gayi, and when lag gayi, but pehle bachche ki paidaish pe, so there was some sort of infection in her vagina. Okay, now obviously my field is not medical, So I always try to be very careful. I'm not making any comment, any judgment, but there was some internal disease specific to a woman, and which was something to do with the vagina. Okay, let's move on. So despite all of that, despite her sickness from that early on, from the first pregnancy, she has to work really hard at home. And let's learn more. And by the way, I have put the entire pages. Okay, you can slow down the video, you can take screenshots. I'm just giving you, what I understood from this article. If Bimari may be, now once they were traveling, the family was traveling. If Bimari may be जाते आते, आप रेल में फर्श पर लेटी और मेरी दूसरी बीवियों के बच्चों को सीटों पे लटाया. He said that when we were traveling, it was not just once, because aate jate. He said in traveling, she used to sleep on the floor in the train. And the children who she was looking after, they were sleeping in the seats. Now the point is, this was not a poor family. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was Raisi Qadian. He was the chief of Qadian. Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud inherited a lot of wealth from his father. Why is that happening? He's telling us, repeatedly telling us, that she was severely sick. And despite her sickness, during her sickness, she is sleeping on the floor of the train. Nabil and Ahmad Bhai, what do you have to say on this one?
It's just like
This is
ظلمات بعضها فوق بعض, and it's just zulm upon zulm. I don't get it.
so in English you would basically say this is abuse. This
Yeah,
is
it's
this
like
feminine
spousal
abuse.
abuse.
Yes,
Yeah,
exactly.
just
And Ahmad Bhai, we have a simple question. We have a very simple question. Was this family so poor that Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud could not afford one extra train ticket?
This Mirza Bashir Mahmud was traveling all over the world. He had loads of money. They were Raisu Qadian, right? They had all this money. He had money to sustain like so many marriages, but he could not buy one train ticket, and not for not at a normal circumstance. And this is not a normal circumstance. This is a circumstance where a person is sick and he's is very very ill. So
And
subhanallah.
by Ahmad Bhai, if you look at the year 1943 ke May mein, this is in 1943, and this is the time, Ahmad Bhai, inshallah we're going to learn it very soon, when she was severely sick. She has given birth to 4 children despite all of that sickness, despite her infection in her vagina, despite all of that. Now she is still sleeping on the floor in the train. You have to tell us why. Why it has to happen. And by the way, ji bhai.
I was just generally saying, thinking about this, if we all have families, right? And sometimes our spouses are not feeling well. And I would never imagine a scenario where there are two, even if we can afford 2 seats, my wife gets both the seats. SubhanAllah, this is how our deen teaches us, right? It is not that you say, I came on a seat and my kids came on a seat from other wife, but she sleeps on the floor. Like,
Yeah.
how abusive are you?
And by we have the hadith, khairukum li ahli. The best amongst you is the one who's best with the family. And this person is the caliph. He is the reflection of Allah, na'uzubillah min dhalik, on earth. This person is manifesting the attributes of love, compassion, mercy, and rahmah. This person is the role model. And he is letting his severely sick wife sleep on the floor in the train. Look, you are all parents. Instead of hating me, Ahmed, or Nabil, or Adnan, or any one of us, please, you need to answer these questions for yourself. And this was the reason I'm giving you this information, that why this lady has to suffer this so much. Okay, पाँव के तलवे इनके घस गए, इनके भाई ये नबील भाई, how to translate पाँव के तलवे इनके घिस गए या घस गए?
The sole of her feet became oh, how do you translate kisge? Ahmed bhai, help me out.
Were scraped off?
Or yeah, were scraped or bruised.
In this severe sickness, because of that immense hard work, and inshallah I'll give you from his own writing that the level of hard work she was going to go through. And even in this passage, when he says that paon ke talve inke ghis gaye, that even her feet, whatever you said, so basically try to imagine the life of this woman. Wallahi, let me say something. La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. I am taking an oath by Allah. When I was reading these passages, La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah, I was crying. Because I was trying to feel the pain of this woman. That look from what age she started to suffer. Because you know why? I have daughters. I'm a human being. I don't have a stone. I have a flesh heart. Subhanallah. This is this family. They are the saviors of humanity. And this is how they are treating this women. Let's inshallah.
They're doing love for all but hating their wife.
Wife. Exactly.
It's so sad.
Sorry, yeah.
Now, I was just saying it's so sad, even like in the Quran, in Surah An-Nisa, Allah Ta'ala says, وَعَاشِرُهُنَّ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ. This is like, astaghfirullah, عَاشَرَهَا بِالْمُنْكَرِ. It's like it's horrible. It's
Exactly.
worse than like a novel or a movie or some type of drama. It's like, yeah.
Naveed, but it's good that you mentioned. Wallahi, I swear by Allah, if somebody makes a movie with with all of these features and by depicting all of these characters, wallahi, it will move the hearts of Ahmadis. Because this is pure zulm.
Yeah.
Zulm on a women from the age as young as 2 years old.
And this is their Khalifa, their what was his title again? I'm forgetting now.
Muslih Ma'ud.
Muslih Ma'ud. He can't make islah of himself to treat his wife nicely. I'm shocked.
फिर उनको शदीद दौरा बीमारी का हुआ. Now, I mean, now at this time, when she is going through all of this tough life, then she had another severe attack of whatever disease she was suffering through. Now, page 359, just some, and by the way, just imagine, this is just the glimpse of her life coming from Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud. Just imagine if she was writing herself as her autobiography, or if somebody would really write about her, if somebody was witness, or if somebody was aware of all of the hardships she went through, then you can imagine that what would be the you can say that the level of pain you can feel in that. This is just coming from the Caliph himself. So page 359, Ramzan mein mushakkat. When groups of people were coming to Qadian where they were living, what was happening? People were complaining, the groups of people who were visiting Qadian, they were complaining about the food. So people were complaining about the food. Then she has to cook for those people as well. Natija ye hua, marhuma ne is jaan lewa bimari mein रात को उठ कर 3-3 4-4 शेर के पराठे सहरी के वक्त पका कर लोगों के लिए भेजे, जिससे बीमारी के मुकाबला की ताकत जिस्म से बिल्कुल जाती रही. He said that despite all of that severe sickness, he is telling us, despite that fatal disease, janlewa bimari, she used to wake up 3 and 4 o'clock at night, and she has to cook for the multitude of people. And because of that cooking, she lost all her immunity. मुकाबले की ताकत जिस्म से बिल्कुल जाती रही. She lost all immunity. And by the way, मैं तो कमजोर था, रोजेदार रखता था. He said that as far as myself is concerned, I was so weak. I could not fast. हैं? क्या किया? अहमद भाई क्या किया?
क्या
Brother
खलीफे
Imtiaz,
पे रोजे फर्ज नहीं
Yeah,
थे? Sorry, that was
no,
where.
that is a common theme in the family, right? बाप भी नहीं रखता था, बेटा भी रखता था, ये तो शहजादे लोग हैं.
Sorry, Umar bhai, you wanted to say something?
no, there was an Ahmadi brother in humanity who was asking to contact you, but he had just acknowledged that, khalas, he acknowledged that he will send an email to you. He wants to discuss something with you.
Omar, maybe you can share Bashir's number with him somehow. If you can come, brother, if you can join the stream, we can, and not come online, but we can send you the contact details in the private, right?
Nobody can see you. Don't worry. It's just
Yes.
in the private chat. We can
Yes.
share with you the number.
Yeah,
If
so
we share it in
just-
public,
Yeah, just join. Just come here. You're not gonna go online. You're gonna be backstage, but we'll be able to have a chat with you. So, inshallah, brother Abdullah Khan, inshallah.
So anyhow, this reference was to give you, some idea that what was going on with this poor Mariam. And now I don't think that there's any surprise or there's any clickbait here why I called it story of a Mariam, even though the initial part was about Mubarak Ahmad. But Mubarak Ahmad passed away at a young age. Then actual person who suffered at the hand of his family was Mariam. Poor lady. Okay, Marzul Maut ka hamla. He said that, Ahmad bhai, look at this one. उस वक्त डॉक्टरों की गलती से एक ऐसा टीका लगाया गया जिसके खिलाफ मरियम ने बहुत शोर मचाया कि ये टीका मुझे मुवाफक नहीं आता. Now she is being treated by, I don't know which doctors they were. She is screaming. Please pay attention. She is screaming that, look, this treatment, for example, in the modern days, whenever you attend any doctor, before they prescribe any medicine, they ask you one question. Are you allergic to something? Am I right, Ahmed bhai?
Yes, they ask you, and you have to consent. Even if you don't want something's good for you, you just have to write that you're not following medical advice. But nobody can force themselves upon you. It is absolutely wrong morally and ethically.
Exactly. So in this passage is a confessional statement that she was forced against her will, despite screaming, despite making all the noise, no one heard. And that injection, she was treated with the injection. इसके बाद उस टीका के मुतालिक मुझे लाहौर के क़याम में बड़े बड़े डॉक्टरों से मालूम हुआ कि मरहूमा के मखसूस हालात में वो टीका वाकया में मुज़र था. He said, after that, I eventually came to know from the great physician and doctors that actually during those days, the injection was not good for her. That was harmful for her. Now listen, इस टीका का ये असर हुआ कि इनका पेट यकदम फूल गया. He said that the reaction of this injection was that her tummy just was inflated. और इतना फूला कि मोटे से मोटे आदमी का इतना पेट नहीं फूलता. He said that, and inflation was at such a scale that no fat person you can imagine would have such a big tummy as she had. I want you to imagine the pain. And why did this happen? This happened because of the wrong treatment. This happened because of she was treated with something against her will. This was because of she was forced into some treatment which she was telling them already, it's not good for me. You're going to harm me. And by the way, don't forget this important point. Marzul Maut ka hamla. Okay, this is basically when she is having this last, you can say when she is in the last stage of her life before she passed away. This is that major incident that took place. Don't forget this. This was the major incident which took place and which became the reason for the death of this poor lady. Allah Akbar. Jab 17, and then after that, there was some operation, some surgery was done. अफाका के बाद तशवीशनाक हालत, चंद दिन के लिए कादियान में, नाउ दिस वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, मेरे कादियान जाने के बाद इनकी हालत खराब हो गई और वो जख्म जिसे मुंदमिल बताया जाता था फिर दोबारा पूरे का पूरा खोल दिया गया. And we know that she was having some sort of disease in her. There was some internal disease which has to do with the women. She has some women specific internal disease. Let's put it this way. Okay. And because of all of that treatment, because she was being ill treated, she was actually being forced into some treatment which was going to kill her. Okay. Now, I let people decide. Actually, somebody has to really give us some legal opinion here. If somebody is watching or somebody will be watching the recording, it looks like a murder. Nabil and Ahmad, what do you think? It looks like a murder.
So at best, it is medical negligence. If you want to go to the least possible wrongfulness, but on a case can't be made for a medical murder. That it was negligence to the point that it would consider at least manslaughter as far as I'm concerned. Nabil Bhai can actually expound more on it.
I'm honestly, I'm at a loss for words because this is the first time I'm hearing all of this. And at the end of the day, she's a Sayyida and she's a sister in humanity, even though she's Qadiani. But we don't want any lady to go through any of this type of abuse, be it medical or any other type. But let alone this is all happening by the allowance of her husband. That's like, infinite times worse.
And Nabil Bhai and Ahmad Bhai, something I want to mention here, that I was going to mention something. I'm trying to remember what was that. Oh, anyhow, maybe I skipped that point. Okay, inshallah, let's see if it comes back. So, and by the way, this is the इन्हें अफ्यून भी देनी शुरू कर दी थी. She was given opium as treatment. Ahmad Bhai, the reference for opium, 362. Their favorite treatment. Obviously, she was given against her will.
So what time are we at? Like in terms of
1943.
1943. And opium was actually, if anybody knows, it was made as a illicit drug in 1920s. It was classed as a drug, illegal drug, in 1920s. Most probably that did not translate into India, but as far as the Western nation goes, they actually knew the harmful effects of opium by 1920.
Mm-hmm.
But these are British people that are there at that time. Even in 43, the British were still in India and they had recourse to,
And she
whatever.
was, by the way, at this time, she was in Lahore in Sir Gangaram Hospital.
Yeah, this is pre-partition, right? 43.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
the
exactly. Yeah. So now,
yeah.
Gigi.
No, Mazrat. I was just saying the British people in India pre-partition and even Indians at that time, they still had access to the development of modern medicine. Lahore was not some random village in God knows where India. Lahore is a major hub. It's one of the big cities.
Exactly. Exactly. So basically, this is the reference that she was given opium. Now Ahmed Bhai and Nabil Bhai and all those who are watching and listening, this lady during this severe sickness, in this fatal disease, when she is fighting for her life, in this situation, there was something Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud said to her. Look at this one. कोई बात उन्होंने की जिस पे मैंने इन्हें नसीहत की. He said that I gave some advice to her. Now everyone knows that when someone is in these last moments, nobody tries to say anything which can offend a person, which can give pain to a person, especially this lady with all of these hardships, with all of this pain, all of that happening. Now look at this one. Whatever, obviously he did not tell us what was that. Whatever he said, she looked at me or kaha, basically he is telling us either she said this or he is just trying to convey her emotion. But look what the emotions are. मेरी तरफ देखा और कहा कि मेरे प्यारे आका मुझे काफिर करके ना मारें. Now there was something said by Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud which made her feel, according to Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud, as though as she is being said that you are going to die as a disbeliever. And again at that you can say, और मुसल्लम की नवासी वो सैयद थी और मसीह मऊद की बहू को काफिर करके नहीं मारेगा. Now what I'm trying to highlight is, there was something said at that time in her last moment by Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud Ahmad, which made her feel as though as she's a disbeliever, as though as she is going to die as a disbeliever.
It's in the line above. It says something like Ruhani Kamzori Dikhai Hai.
Yeah.
It's red, so I can't read it, but
Yeah. मैंने इससे समझ गोया मैंने ये कहा है कि तुमने रूहानी कमजोरी दिखाई है, रहम को उबारने वाली नजरों से. He said that whatever I said to her, she perceived as though as I am saying that she is showing spiritual weakness. Now she is fighting for her life. She is struggling on the deathbed. She is given that all of that wrong medical treatment, and the husband is saying her something which is making her feel as though as she is spiritually weak. Again, as a husband, I don't know what he was doing. I don't know. Wallahi, I have no idea. Okay, let's inshallah read a couple of more glimpses. एक दूसरे को समझने की हसरत. मेरी मरियम, जैसा कि मैं पहले लिख आया हूं, अपनी बीमारी की वजह से इस वहम में अक्सर मुब्तला रहती थी कि मैं उनसे मोहब्बत नहीं करता. He said that she was having this feeling as though as I don't love her. Now, Ahmad, Nabil, and all the listeners, if he was a loving and caring husband, which we have seen already, that he was making her sleep on the floor despite her sickness, and she had this feeling as though as he does not like. And by the way, I let you decide if it was just her feeling or that seems to be the case pretty much.
So here there's a, agar aap isko you read it very carefully, he's saying अपनी बीमारी की वजह से वो इस वहम में मुब्तला रहती थी कि मैं उनसे मोहब्बत नहीं करता. So बीमारी, we actually have seen what that particular disease was, right? So most likely he wasn't even the rights of a wife. He wasn't fulfilling the rights of the wife. Most probably from this passage, it is very apparent that he wasn't fulfilling the rights that belongs to the wife. And obviously, we all know that women actually do feel completely unloved if you don't talk nicely with them, you don't fulfill your rights and stuff like that. He himself is saying that I used to find her repugnant. I used to find her unattractive. I used to find the way she talks very not nice. He's basically throwing her on the floor, right? Pretty much like you sleep on the floor. And at the end of the day, he's saying, oh wow, she did it. And even then he's blaming her. If the husband look at the sentence, he's
Yeah.
not saying that because of X, Y, Z, it felt like unko galat fahmi thi,
Mm.
or something. He's saying it was her fault because of her disease. It was
Yes.
her fault that she thought that I don't love her.
And by the way, he said this in this line. उन्होंने अपनी he said आखिरी बीमारी में जो दो औरतें बारी बारी इनकी सोबत में रहीं, उन्होंने मुझसे अलग अलग सुनाया कि उन्होंने अपनी गलती का एतराफ की. He said that eventually she realized her mistake, that I am the one who is at fault.
Yes, subhanAllah, and it's always, I'm actually always amazed that every single Qadiani account have these unknown people who've done tawbah, who have said that they made mistakes, and there's actually no record about that except for their own literature.
Subhanallah, Subhanallah. And by the way, don't forget, I have said this earlier, and let me say one more time that this is the portrayal, this is the story coming from Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud. You can imagine that how selective it would be. And still you have all of this big problem and issues going on. Just imagine that if a third person was writing this whole story. What do you think, Ahmad Bhai?
Yes, to me it looks like a cover up. To be honest, you know, the reason for at least for me that he might have written this story is that there were a lot of people who observed, right? You know, the servants and the people around who observed these abuses. Now, in the hindsight, he wants to justify them or whitewash them, bring up a cover up for them, and this is a perfect cover up. He's actually justified everything, every wrong that he's done. He's tried to write just a justification for that, which is what you know वो उर्दू में जो कहते हैं कि दाढ़ी की चोर की दाढ़ी में तिनका. So
Exactly.
it's somewhat of a situation like that, at least to me.
So, Ahmed Bhai, can you just check on the Google that the exact year she passed in 1943 or 1942? I think 43 maybe. If you can just inshallah, let me check from my side. Mirza Bashir.
Bashir Bhai wrote that she died on March 5th, 1944.
Yes, this was definitely something around there. I just want to make sure. So Bashir Bhai, did you write the date of the year of her death or the year of Mirza Bashir claiming to be Muslim Maud?
He wrote the year of death. It says Sayyida Mariam died mysteriously on March 5th, 1944.
1944. Okay. Now, she died in 1944. Let's do a little bit of math. In 1907, she was 2 years old, which means that she was born in 1905, correct?
G, correct.
Somebody born in 1905 and dying in 1944, about 39 years old, isn't it? Yes.
Just
She
39
died.
years old.
Yeah, she died roughly at the age of 39. I let you decide that do we have any evidence from what we have learned in this article, Maryam, that she was going, she went through ill treatment, she went through any, look, we have given our perspective. At the end of the day, you're human beings. You don't need to accept our perspective. You do your own research. You try to join the dots. Okay, that we have a friendly Ahmadi in there. Okay, inshallah, jazakallah. So what I'm trying to say, my dear viewers, look, Ahmed Bhai, do you have that portrayal ready?
Yes, inshallah, I do.
Please, by inshallah, bring on the screen and let people decide that what do they have to say about Mariam in the light.
And also, please forgive me because it's shorthand. So
all good. Just
yes.
dot point, inshallah.
Yes, it's just points. Inshallah, you'll understand what those points were. Just give me 1 second.
Yeah, I remove this one. You can share the screen.
Ahmad, don't take too long because we have a brother who would like to talk to Imtiaz, and he wants to sleep as well because it's very late for him.
I was thinking of episode 4.
Allahu Akbar.
What's after this? What's left?
I do have a Wallah, I have episode 4. Okay, what is it?
Oh my
Okay.
God.
So the
فماذا
first
بعد
thing,
الحق إلا الضلال.
so the
Yes,
first he started with saying that I'd never liked her. I had to marry her because that was the need of the time. But the first thing he said against her was that she had some issues with her face and her color. And then he went on to say that she used to speak in Tate Punjabi, and I
Mhm.
hated it. And she just did it specifically to taunt me.
Mhm.
Then he said she started crying on little things. She was spoiled by her parents. And at this point, just think about it. Doesn't like all later on he said that she's doing everything to please him. What kind of spoiled brat is that? If you think about it, because he's contradicting himself, right? Then he said she was illiterate, she was jahil, she couldn't read and write, and she could not. She used to love academic conversations, but she could not take parts in any of them. And then she was 19 years old when she started looking after the children of other children of Mirza Bashir. Uh, from his other wives, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And then this is the point. Like he said that now my outlook about her changed when she started working and
Mhm.
started assuming the position of a servant or a slave in my household. I
Yeah.
said, oh, she's not that bad actually, because that's free labor. She does all the work. She takes care of my children. Nabil bhai, stop me, Omar, Nabil bhai, if you want to make a point, inshallah.
No, no, go
So
ahead.
he said that. Sorry.
I said go ahead.
Yes, inshallah. So he said at 19 years old, she started taking care of the children from other wives. And then he basically goes on to mention a very weird thing. We still cannot figure out why did he even say that. It's a completely no kind of thing. You never say that about your wife or anybody's wife or any woman for that matter. No Muslim should ever say that she was great at deriving pleasures and she would reignite a dead heart. So through basically deriving pleasure, she would ignite dead hearts. That's extremely weird, if not a statement that only a poet would say. So yeah, it's like Nabil Bhai mentioned that a person like that who presents his wife uh, to other people and writes about her or expresses about her in these certain terms or presents her is called the youth by Nabi Kareem sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And then he went on to basically now document the abuses that this particular woman actually went through. He said that during her pregnancies, she would be working a lot and she would be sitting holding her huge stomach. That means like because she's carrying that pregnancy and would sit there for hours and work for hours but would not complain. So this is the spoiled brat, Nabil Bhai. This is the spoiled brat who will be in extreme pain. Child rearing. It's such a difficult process, and Alhamdulillah, the ones who have kids have seen our spouses going through that process. It's an extremely difficult process, and he's actually saying that this spoiled brat, she, according to Mirza Bashir bin Mahmud, she would hold her stomach and she would sit there for hours and hours and work and never complain. And never complain. What a spoiled brat she was. Subhanallah, Subhanallah. And they don't think that this is zulm. They don't think this is abuse. I don't know what else is. And then Mirza Bashir bin Mahmud actually wrote that during her first pregnancy, she contracted a disease, an internal disease that increased with subsequent pregnancies. And like our brother Nabil pointed us towards that it might be some STIs because it's actually not very explicit in the text, but through external sources. And given the evidence, we can assume that these are STIs, sexually transmitted diseases. And just for the people to know what STIs are, is when you have a partner and he's generally not sleeping with just close for like their wives and stuff like that, and he has a habit of uh, sleeping around. So they grab infections from unrelated people and then they transfer it to their spouses. So says something about Mirza Bashir Mahmood there as well. And then he mentioned that uh, she once they were traveling and they traveled to a different city to to see a doctor, and while the children of Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud slept on the seats, she was actually told to, she actually slept on the floor pretty much, and at this point Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud has got a seat, all the children have got a seat, and it is not that she slept, but she's sleeping on the floor, right? So either she does not even get her seat, or if she gets a seat, the children have the rights to two seats while she's on the floor. And anybody who's actually traveled trains, and especially trains in the subcontinent, you can imagine the trains there are filthy. The trains are absolutely dirty. Anybody who has the experience of traveling, and just imagine now, take this back about 100, not 80 or so years, and you'd imagine how bad the situation would be. And then he says that during once Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud was sick, and she was trying to work for him and doing the household chores and stuff like that. Her feet were bruised, are literally the Urdu. In Urdu, it would basically literally transcribe that her feet, the bottom of her feet, her her heels were scraped off. So it's expression that when you're walking excessively and you're doing excessive amount of work, your feet get bruised and your feet are literally being scraped off from all that work. So she was doing that. And all the while, she's not feeling well at all because she had that internal disease, right? And she's not feeling well. And even before this, Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmood actually mentioned that she had some problem with her heart as well, with her heart as well. And she actually complained about this, and that went away after a while. But she's not fit at that point, and she's working tirelessly day in day out. And then in Qadian, there were these kafilas, these groups coming into the Qadian, and they did not like the food. So what does the Rais of Qadian do? The Rais of Qadian did not say, okay, fine, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna arrange better food for you guys. You've come here, and I'll ask a particular cook or a chef or to I'll appoint a chef to you to provide you for food. He comes home, he tells his wife, who he thinks is his slave, he comes home and asks and tells her that you have to wake up 3 a.m. in the morning, cook parathas. These is the flatbread, the flatbread that is cooked in the Indian subcontinent. That you have to cook all these parathas for all these people, these group of travelers. You have to cook for all of them. Now, just imagine that for a second. Your wife is sick, she's working all day in the morning, and then you wake her up 2-3 a.m. in the morning to cook for a huge group of people. And this place, he actually does not mention if she gets any help. Apparently she does not get any help. Apparently there's nobody to help her. She just wakes up 2 in the morning, cooks for them, serves his husband, and then in the morning she's again taking care of the kids. What else is abuse? And then he started mentioning now towards the end of her illness, and he said that when she felt really very ill and she wasn't feeling well at all towards the end of her life, Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud actually brought doctors in to check her, and the doctors he brought in. The doctors that he basically brought in were giving her injections against her will, and every time she was injected, she would tell that this is not helping her, but this is causing her pain and suffering. But they kept on doing it, and with the permission of her husband. And her husband actually admitted that later on he just realized that these injections were wrong. This medication did not help her, but this medication made her situation far worse. Her stomach swelled. And then Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud said that I did not realize, but her wounds were the wounds that were sealed, that these hidden wounds that he mentioned previously, something to do with the first pregnancy, some internal wounds or internal problems. Those wounds were opened again. These wounds were purposely, ripped open pretty much, because he said that he wasn't told that the wounds that had already been healed, they were ripped open. And this is very, very weird. Very, very weird. He abused her himself, and then he let other people abuse her without any accountability. You were supposed to be her guardian, but you're just acting like, this is a throwaway thing. And then she was given opium when she was at the hospital at Gangaram. And even at the last breath, okay, fine, you couldn't help her during her life. You couldn't provide her any happiness. You couldn't provide her any comfort. You could not provide her companionship. But in her last breath, on her deathbed, when she's basically in that moment, instead of comforting her, he's telling her that you're showing ruhani kamzori. You're showing some weakness in your soul, in your spirituality. You have a spiritual weakness. And he said that and as soon as he basically started scolding her, started telling her that you have these problems, she immediately turned. She did not, instead of trying to have a conversation with her, for her to share her opinion, he immediately shut her down. He immediately shut her down, and she knew this. She just completely turned at that time, and she said, okay, fine, I made a mistake, I'm sorry about it. When a person comes to you, and your spouse, your kid wants to open up to you, and he's already feeling vulnerable, right? He's already feeling weak, and then you completely shut her off. You're absolutely wrong. How can you think about this? How can you say this? You're weak. You're showing spiritual weakness. So even on her deathbed, she had zero companionship, zero comfort. And then he says that I knew, and it's my personal understanding, maybe because of the sentence he said at the last, that the daughter-in-law of Masih Ma'ud, the Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, couldn't have been taken as a disbeliever. That is why I think so. Like, this particular thing might have been that she had some doubts about Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, right? This is just, there's no evidence for it, but this might be one thing, because whatever she said, according to Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud, that would take away her iman. And at the end, the last one, she complained, and she basically felt unloved, and that is very clear. Why did she feel unloved? If you show all these points, this essay of Mirza Bashiruddin Mahmud, and ask, should Mariam feel loved? Any sane person would say no. She would not feel loved because of all the hardships she had to go through. She was married at 2.5 years old for the benefit of such and such people.
All right, Ahmad, Jazakallah khair for the summary.
Okay, yeah.
What happened?
Sorry about that.
So we have.
Just a second.
You're messing up the layout. Is Brother Imtiaz back?
No, Brother Imtiaz, I think so, is in the background, but we will.
No, I'm here. I'm listening. I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
Ahmad, there is something on the bottom right. Is it only me or?
Yes, no, there's something on the bottom right, and I have no idea how did that come there. But I'll figure it out. Don't worry.
Okay, we have Brother Abdullah Khan. If I understand correctly, that he was not aware of. He said that only recently the Jamaat came out with the beliefs about Mirza Ghulam Ahmad's prophethood. So, can you, brother, introduce yourself quickly? And thank you for being respectful. And we apologize if anybody offended you in the public chat.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullah. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, brother.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I'm a born Ahmadi, and it's only in 2007 and 8 when I first heard about the claim that Mirza Sahib is actually a real and true prophet. And it made me worried then. Then I started reading many of his books, and many references. And it was last time in 2015 when I last read his books, and I reached this conclusion that Mirza Sahib wasn't a true prophet. He had only claimed prophethood in a sense that he had used this language of tasawwuf, and he said he is a zilli and broody prophet, and he used this language of ista'ara. And I think it's only Mirza Bashiruddin who actually changed his teachings, whether he misunderstood them, whether he was ignorant, or he intentionally did this. That I don't know. I don't have that much knowledge. But that's what I think Mirza Sahib is maximum. He's not a true prophet. He has used these terms in the sense of ista'ara. And that's what I was writing in the comment box. Anything you want to add?
So my brother, you actually got, at least you got, like, you read the writings of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad, and this is the first thing we ask about from our layman Ahmadi brothers, right? Is to actually read the claims, understand the claims, right? And this is get a first-hand knowledge of what's been presented to you. So now, if you say that his claim wasn't of a true prophet, I'm just asking, as a Muslim, can you potentially deny Mirza Ghulam Ahmad and be a perfect Muslim?
According to my knowledge, yes, you can deny Mirza Sahib and still be a Muslim.
So be a Muslim. See, can you be as good as you can be of a Muslim, or denying him takes anything out of your religion?
As I said earlier, Mirza Sahib is just like, he started this firqa. He mentioned this in one of his books. He called his Jamaat a firqa also. So he started it just like any other firqas. So that's what my opinion is, that Jamaat Ahmadiyya originally is just a firqa like other firqas. And by rejecting any firqas, you just don't become a non-Muslim overnight or kafir overnight.
Imtiaz bhai, inshallah, you want to...
Jazakallah khair. First of all, Abdullah Khan Sahib, I really appreciate the courage you had to join us and to share your thoughts. Obviously, everyone has the right to agree or disagree with what we are saying, but something has to be factual. So, Abdullah Khan Sahib, you said that it's perfectly fine if someone rejects Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani Sahib. Why? Because you said he's just like another Sufi saint, or just another, righteous person as we have in this ummah, other people. Is that what you said?
Yes, absolutely right.
Okay. And if we show it to you now that he said that if you have received my message and you don't believe in me, you are not a Muslim.
Well, please show me this reference, and then I will go and do my research further.
No problem. I'm gonna share my screen, and it is straight from the books of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani himself. Ruhani Khazain, volume 22, page number is 167. The most important book of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani towards the end of his life is Haqiqatul Wahi, which he started to write in 1906, 1907. In May 1907, the book was published. Now, look at this one. Question number 6. Someone is asking Mirza Ghulam Qadiani some questions. Question number 6. हजूर आली ने हजारों जगहों पे तहरीर फरमाया है कि कलमा गो और अहले किबला को काफिर कहना किसी तरह भी सही नहीं है। इससे साफ जाहिर है कि अलावा उन मोमिनों के जो आपकी तकफीर करके काफिर बन जाएं। सिर्फ आपके ना मानने से कोई काफिर नहीं होता. So exactly the question we are discussing, let me just highlight. Yeah. So exactly the question we are having discussion about, that it says that Mirza Sahib, the questioner is saying that Mirza Sahib, in many places you have said that we cannot excommunicate or we cannot do takfir or we cannot declare disbeliever to anyone who is reciting the kalima and who's praying to the direction of Makkah or Kaaba. So then he said that the questioner is saying that from this we conclude that if somebody rejects you, he will not become a kafir. लेकिन अब्दुल हलीम खान को आप लिखते हैं कि हर एक शख्स जिसको मेरी दावत पहुंची है और उसने मुझे कबूल नहीं किया वो मुसलमान नहीं. But he said that recently, obviously it was in 1906 I believe, he said that recently you have said and you have written a letter to Abdul Hakim, who was one of Mirza's followers. He said you have written a letter to Abdul Hakim, and in that letter you have mentioned, and what is that? हर एक शख्स जिसको मेरी दावत पहुंची है और उसने मुझे कबूल नहीं किया वो मुसलमान नहीं. He said that you have said and you have written in that letter that every such person who has received my message and yet does not believe in me, he is not a Muslim. And by the way, let me just give you one point here. The actual text of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was, खुदा ने मेरे पे जाहिर किया है कि हर वो शख्स जिसको मेरी दावत पहुंची है और उसने मुझे कबूल नहीं किया वो मुसलमान नहीं. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani said that God has informed me. So it was not his opinion. According to him, it was a revelation that every person who has received my message and yet does not believe in me, he is not a Muslim in the sight of Allah. खुदा की नजर में मुसलमान नहीं. Okay, now इस बयान और पहली किताबों के बयान में तनाकुज है. He said that first you are saying that if you don't believe in me, you will not become a kafir. And now you are saying if you don't believe in me, you are not a Muslim, obviously you are a kafir. So he said, why is this contradiction? He said, and he said, yeah, he said, sorry, तरियाकुल कुलूब वगैरह में लिख चुके हैं कि मेरे ना मानने से कोई काफिर नहीं होता. अब आप लिखते हैं, brother, note the point, अब आप लिखते हैं कि मेरे इनकार से काफिर हो जाता है. He said that in Tariqul Qulub, which was a book from 1900, he said that you have said in that book that if somebody rejects me, he will not become a disbeliever. And now you are writing that if you reject me, you become a disbeliever. My dear brother, please understand one point. Whatever the questioner has said, if this was not the Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's position, his response should be, hello, I never said this. You are lying. You are accusing. Not at all. Look at his answer. Jawab. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is responding now. ये अजीब बात है. आप काफिर कहने वाले और ना मानने वाले को दो किस्म के इंसान ठहराते हैं. He said that it is strange. It is strange that you are declaring these two categories as separate, i.e., the one who does not believe in me and the one who declares me a kafir. He said, how can Mirza Ghulam Qadiani saying that how can you say that these two are separate? One group is calling me kafir and the other group is simply not believing in me. हालांकि खुदा के नजदीक एक ही किस्म है. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani Sahib saying that in the sight of God, both of these two categories are same. Which categories? Either somebody calling me a kafir or somebody simply not believing in me. Then it says, क्योंकि जो शख्स मुझे नहीं मानता इसी वजह से नहीं मानता कि वो जो मुझे मुफ्ती ठहराता है. He said, because if somebody does not believe in me, it means that he is declaring me a fabricator, that I am lying on Allah, because Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was claiming that Allah speaks to me And if still somebody is not believing in me, he said this person is saying basically, I'm a liar. And then it continues. You can read the whole answer. It's up to you. But what I'm trying to say is that this was exactly said to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. That Mirza Sahib, at one stage you were saying that if you don't believe in me, you are not a kafir. And now you are saying, if you don't believe in me, you are a kafir. And Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is not saying in response that no, I never said that. Yes, Brother Abdullah.
Sorry, you said this reference is from Mirza Sahib's book Hakikatul Wahi. What is
Yes.
the page number, please?
Ruhani Khazain, volume 22, page number 167.
167. Thank you.
And if you want to read the actual book, Ruhani Khazain, sorry, Hakikatul Wahi, then the page number is 163, 164.
163, 164.
Yeah. The reason I mentioned this because sometimes Lahori Jamaat has printed the books of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani without a compilation in Wani Khazain. So in that case, in the actual book Hakikatul Wahi, page number 163, and what I was reading is 164.
Yeah, thank you for showing me this reference. Now I can study it further because I hadn't read this in the past. So whatever I had read, according to my understanding, I had read a conclusion that you can't be a kafir or non-Muslim just by not accepting Mirza Sahib because he's like just any wali or saint. So yeah, let's read it further. Thank you.
No worries at all. And because you are going to do some research, so let me just share with you one more reference from the same book, Hakikatul Wahi. And if you are reading from the actual book, you can start reading from page number 390 if you are reading the actual book, okay? And if you read from Ruhani Khazain, then page number is 406 and 407. Now let's see what it says. Look at this one because Abdullah Sahib, in your mind, there was a perception that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is just like any other wali, correct?
Yes, yes.
Now look at this one. It says there that I'm reading from this line. Yes. And by the way, this is not me. This is highlighted by Jamaat itself. I did not do that. It says that बात ये है जैसा कि मुजद्दिद साहिब सरहिंदी ने अपने मकतूब में लिखा है कि अगरचे इस उम्मत के बाज अफराद मुकालमा और मुखातबा इलाहिया से मखसूस हैं और क़यामत तक मखसूस रहेंगे, लेकिन जिस शख्स को बकसरत इस मुकालमा और मुखातबा से मुशर्रफ किया जाए और बकसरत उमूर गैबिया इस पे जाहिर किए जाए, वो नबी कहलाता है. He said that even though Sheikh Ahmad Sarhandi has mentioned that there are people and there will be people in this ummah who converse with Allah. They receive ilham or they receive some sort of communication with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. But he said that amongst them, if somebody is receiving this this ilham in abundance, and this person is being revealed the matter of the unseen for him, then such person is a Nabi. Now, obviously, the reason for this passage, my dear brother, is that in this passage, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is misquoting somebody, but that's not our topic right now. But what he's trying to say is, he said, I am different. I am just not just one like any other wali. Because he said that I am different because I am called a prophet on this criteria. Now, to make it further clear, look at this one. गर्ज इस हिस्सा कसीर वही इलाही और मूरे गैबिया में इस उम्मत में मैं ही एक फर्द मखसूस हूँ. He said in terms of receiving revelation and in terms of knowing the matters of the unseen, in this ummah, I am the only person specified. और जिस कदर मुझसे पहले औलिया और अबताल और अख्ताब इस उम्मत में गुजर चुके हैं, इनको ये इस नेमत का नहीं दिया. He said as far as other saints are concerned, other righteous people of the Ummah are concerned, they have not been given what I have been given. And then look at this one. बस इस वजह से नबी का नाम पाने के लिए मैं ही मखसूस किया गया हूँ. For this reason, I am the only one who has the exclusive right to be called a prophet. दूसरे तमाम लोग इस नाम के मुस्तहिक नहीं. Said all other people, all other saints, they are not worthy of this title of a Nabi. Okay, and likewise he said the same thing here as well. If you look at here, कि ऐसा शख्स एक ही, and by the way, he said something very strange here. If you read here, because he said in the first part that other people have not achieved this status, and now he's telling that Allah has stopped them. He said Allah has stopped everybody else. Why? He said this person can only be one, and it is me. And by the way, this is where the book is ending. As you can see, this is the last page, and it says Tammat, completed. Yes, Abdullah. So basically, Abdullah, the reason for this reference was Mirza Ghulam, not Bishuddin Mahmud. No, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani himself is distinguishing between himself and other saints. He said the other saints, they have no right to be called a prophet, but I have the right to be called a prophet.
Yes, brother, the way I understand it, that according to Mirza Sahib's opinion, that other saints, they had not reached this level, and he was the only one who had reached that level where he got this name, or where he got this status that he can be a prophet. But still, although I haven't read Tazaffuf, you might have, because you're mashallah knowledgeable person. So according to my understanding, that it clearly means that he's not a true prophet, because he said he got the name. He's not saying I've been made a prophet, because once again, as Muslim, we believe that prophethood can't be earned. Allah makes prophet. A prophet is by birth a prophet. So nobody, even Mirza Sahib, nobody in the world can earn prophethood. So that's why even I have seen your videos where you have mentioned yourself that Jamaat Ahmadiyya believe in third kind of prophethood. They claim that two types of prophethood is khatam, is not anymore, it's finished, but there's a third zilli prophethood, bruisey prophethood. So that's my opinion about it. And just one thing I would like to mention, that when I was doing my research, that those days there weren't many debates taking place on YouTube, but I was doing a lot of research, and I saw this video from this scholar. I've forgotten his name. You know his name. He said that Mirza Sahib was also, his opinion was also that Mirza Sahib was using this Sufi istaarat in his books, and his son Bashiruddin, the second caliph, he actually made him true prophet, and that's his fault. Ghamdi Sahib, I saw one of his videos. So since then, I was like very sure that Mirza Sahib wasn't a true prophet. Instead, he was just a zillion bruising, and that means that it doesn't have anything to do with reality. Thank you for your time that you've given me. I will read these books further. I'll try to understand further. I'll keep in touch with you if you have time for me, and then I can learn more from you.
So Abdullah Sahib, sorry, are you still speaking or you finished?
No, I'm finished.
Okay. So can I remove the reference?
Yes, I've already written it down. You said page number 406, 407.
Yeah. So Abdullah Sahib, last thing first. As far as myself or any of our team members are concerned, we are always, inshallah, here whenever you want to contact us. And it's up to you. If you like in the private chat. If you like to share any of your contact details, it will be private, because a private chat, inshallah, we can have a private session, because in a private session, I believe that we can talk in a more open way, because obviously sometimes when we are talking sitting live, there are many things maybe I cannot say that vividly, because I don't want to harm anyone's feelings, and there may be things which you may not want to say because of different reasons. So I would suggest that let's inshallah catch up in a private session. That's my suggestion, but up to you. There's no compulsion. That's first thing. But inshallah, regardless of you want a private session or you want to come public, either way, it's your choice. That is one thing. So my brother, second thing is, please think about this. Initially, Abdullah Bhai, you said initially that yes, because nobody else reached to that status. Because when I was reading all of that, where Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is saying that it's only me who reached to that level, that where I received the name Nabi and Rasul, and nobody else was deserving of that. First of all, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani is himself, please think about this, in between the line, he himself is telling you that it has to do something with your own personal effort. Because he's saying in black and white, he said that the other people are not deserving. Please think, Abdullah Bhai. He said the other people apart from me, they वो मुस्तहिक नहीं हैं. He said कोई और मुस्तहिक नहीं है. If prophethood is not an entitlement, if prophethood is not something you deserve after your hard work, then there's no point for Mirza Sahib to say that other than me, nobody was deserving. Because this statement can only have any meanings if prophethood or of this title has to do something with the deserving, with the effort, number one. Number two, my dear brother, is you talked about, you mentioned briefly about Ghamdi Sahib, and then Mirza Jahlmi is also quoting Ghamdi Sahib on this issue. My dear brother, as we all know, not everyone is specialist of every field. Ghamdi Sahib, they are specialists in their own field. Mirza Jahlmi, maybe because he is too much interested, to know about that's how the Sahaba differ with each other. It may be his field. Qadianiyat is not the field of either one of them. Because when they were making those statements, they have no idea what they are saying. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani Sahib said, Sacha Khuda wo hai, jisne Qadian mein apna Rasul utara. Number one. Number two, my dear brother Abdullah, why do you believe that Muhammad was the Rasul of Allah? Why do you believe that?
Because he was chosen by God.
Because Allah revealed and Allah has informed us that he is my messenger, correct?
Yes.
So, Abdullah Bhai, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, through revelation, informing the Prophet, and through Prophet informing us that he is my messenger, correct?
Yes.
Abdullah Bhai, ek galti ka izala. Mirza Sahib saying that Khuda, first he quoted the revelation, Muhammadur Rasulullahi walladina ma'ahu ashidda al kuffar rahamau bainahum. He quoted this verse. I am not saying that he was quoting the verse of the Quran. He said that I have received this revelation. Now, before Mirza Sahib, we have our Prophet who received this revelation, which is found in Surah Al-Fatha, Muhammadur Rasulullah walladina ma'ahu. He said that this time I have received this revelation wahi. इस वही इलाही में मेरा नाम Muhammad or Rasul rakha gaya. Bhai, please think about this one. The reason we believe Muhammadur Rasulullah, why? Because Allah revealed to him and we have been informed through our Prophet in the Quran. Now, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is claiming revelation from Allah, and this revelation is declaring Mirza Ghulam Qadiani Muhammad Rasulullah. Now, if it is same Allah sending the revelation, and first time he declared that Muhammadur Rasulullah to our Prophet, and this time he's declaring Mirza Ghulam Qadiani as Muhammad Rasulullah, then how can we say? And by the way, Abdullah Sahib, remember this point. There is not a single revelation Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has ever quoted in which he is called Zilli Baruzi Nabi. This was interpretation, and by the way, you know this very well, interpretation of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, Faham, understanding of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is not binding according to Lahori Jamaat and according to Qadiani group as well. Both of these groups, they do not consider the understanding of Mirza Sahib as binding. You know why? Because they have the principle of ijtihadi ghalti. Because both of these two groups believe that when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was quote unquote some kind of prophet, and when he will interpret something, even his own revelation, he can make mistake. Am I right?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I think
Yeah,
so.
for this reason, both of them have a principle that the primary evidence is what God revealed to him. Abdullah Sahib, there is not a single revelation. Neither Lahori Jamaat nor Qadiani group, none of them have quoted any revelation in which Allah or God is revealing to you as Zilli Bruzi Rasul. It's only Nabi and Rasul. It's only Rasul. It never says Zilli Bruzi Rasul. So if Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's understanding is not binding and the binding thing is revelation, then revelation does not have this thing Zilli Bruzi. You need to know this point as well. And last but not the least, you know, Abdullah Sahib, if Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was not a real prophet, as your understanding is, then there is no way for him to say that Allah has informed me that if somebody has received my message and still does not believe in me, he is not a Muslim. Then he can't say this. You agree with me?
Yes, I agree with you about that. Yes.
So, Bhai Abdullah, this is our case. Very simple case. We don't need to make it overcomplicated. So it's a very simple case, Bhai. And by the way, if you want to see, I can show you on the screen. Mirza Sahib said that I have received this status through the perfect obedience and following of the Prophet. Kamil ittiba or पैरवी से इस ये दर्जा मिला. Kamil ittiba और पैरवी से. And secondly, Abdullah Bhai, understand that point which I just quoted from page 407. If whatever Mirza Sahib was claiming, if it has nothing to do with somebody's hard work, then he cannot say that other people were not deserving. Then he can't say this because then nobody is deserving. He does not need to mention that. You agree with me?
Not really, not on this point. But as you said earlier, if you don't mind me saying this,
No problem.
as you said earlier, we can speak privately. So if you can share your number, WhatsApp number with me, I've already got your email address. Then
if you just send me a message in the private chat, inshallah, I will contact you myself, inshallah.
okay, like I should send you my number.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll send you my number.
In the private chat, you can mention that.
But just before finishing this,
Can I just make one last comment before Abdullah Bhai you finish?
yeah, please go ahead, please.
Because the reason for this last comment, Abdullah Bhai, is that obviously we can, inshallah, we can continue to speak and discuss in private, but obviously there are people watching right now, so inshallah it can benefit these people as well. So Abdullah Sahib, there are two primary things, two fundamental things. Number one, if Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was not a prophet in the real sense of the word prophet, then somebody rejecting him can never be a non-Muslim, as Mirza Sahib said. That is one key point. And second point is that it's not just this claim of prophethood. For example, Abdullah Sahib, I'm not sure that how much of today's stream you have watched. We have presented a case. There is a pattern that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani's writings are, at least you would say, deceptive. If you look, if I would use the word lying, for which I have evidence for, it will hurt your feelings. I understand that. So I'm not going to use that word. But at the least, they are very deceptive. If you have watched today's stream, the main theme was Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is telling us that Allah has informed him in clear terms, in open word, in explicit word, that Mubarak Ahmad will die. then yet he is going to marry Mubarak Ahmad with a 2-year-old child to save Mubarak Ahmad. So if this thing was there, that Allah has informed him in clear terms, in his own word, three alfaz mein, basarahat, khuli alfaz mein, all of his own word. If that is the case, that Allah has informed him in black and white that Mubarak Ahmad will die, and yet he's doing something very weird, very absurd, very strange, which is a zulm on a 2-year-old child to save Mubarak Ahmad. And this is not just one example. The things of this nature, these are all over the place in the works of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. So it's not just this aspect of his claim, it is the aspect of his, unfortunately, his, if you, the least would say, tazadat, contradictions. Ji Abdullah bhai.
Well, if there wasn't any debate about his prophethood, then there wouldn't be so much scrutiny. You wouldn't be sitting here whole night and discussing Mirza Saab, and nobody would be listening. Nobody would be even reading those books. I remember that when we were in Pakistan, we had many of his books at home, but none of us read those books because we never believed him to be a prophet, a true prophet, or a prophet in Nabi or Rasul. So that's why we thought Quran is a message from Allah, or at the most you can read a hadith, and common Muslim don't even read a hadith. So for us, Quran was important, namaz, salah was important, and following Hadrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam was important. So Mirza Sahib is under such a scrutiny, or his writings are under so much scrutiny because of the stance this Jamaat has taken, which I am against. That there's so many things that I don't agree with at the moment, and I try to tell my family members, and unfortunately I have many arguments with them. This Jamaat of ours is on the wrong path, and that's why we are suffering. That's why other Muslims hate us, because so much hatred has been spread even by our Jamaat, by calling others, for example, that people from other Muslims, if they don't accept Mirza Sahab, they can be kafir. We don't call them kafir, but they will become kafir. So, and just before I go, Mirza Sahab, he never took bayah from people as a prophet. When my grandfather, when he took his bayah, he never said, okay, you are a prophet of God and that's why I'm taking a bayah. He took his bayah as like that he's an Imam Mahdi, and he's a wali of God, and he's using this word Nabi as an istara. But even now, Ahmadis don't, when they take bayah, they don't call Mirza Sahib prophet. And despite of that, they claim that Mirza Sahib is a true prophet. It's either deception, which I believe is deception, which started from second Caliph of our Jamaat. And whether he was ignorant or whether he was doing it intentionally, that I don't know. That knowledge is with Allah. And that's all I have to say at the moment. And I'll write my number to you. Anything that you would like to add at the end, you can go ahead and add if you want to.
Abdullah Sahib, thank you very much, and thanks for this, mashallah, very respectful discussion, because that's the way forward. That's what it should be. So I appreciate that. So there are two things, Abdullah Sahib, with all due respect. The conclusions of Bashiruddin Mahmud, they are the logical conclusions of what Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was writing and saying. Because understand, my dear brother, if people are going to be non-Muslim, according to Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, Musliman nahi hai. He did not say even, because if he would use the word ke kafir hai, Somebody can, oh, he did not mean this type of kufr, that type of kufr. No. He said Musalman nahi hai, non-Muslim. So, Abdullah Bhai, the point is, if Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is writing in black and white, saying that God has revealed to me that those who have received my message and yet don't believe in me, they are non-Muslims. Now, after that, the position of Qadiani group is legitimate on the basis of his writing, because that's the claim of a very true, real prophet. That's number one. Number two, that's again another point. It's an established fact, Abdullah Sahib, that Mirza Ghulam, because why I'm saying this now, because you said that when he used to take the bay'ah, he was not asking them to take a bay'ah or the pledge of allegiance as a prophet. The reason is, it is a well-established fact that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani has changed his positions. Now, he changed his position on the issue of death of Isa alayhi salam. This is agreement between Qadianis and Lahoris. Am I right?
Please say this last sentence again, please.
So, what I'm saying is, Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani Sahib used to change his positions. Now, one example is, he changed his position regarding Isa alayhi salam's death or life, correct?
Yeah, he did. Yes.
Sorry?
Yes, he did. He did change his
Okay,
position.
thank you. So he did. So now, Qadiani group and Lahori group, they both agreeing on a principle that Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani was changing his positions. Now, what the reason? Obviously, because they believe in him. So the reason they give is, oh, because God was telling him the new truth, the new revelation, etc. That's their explanation. But as far as the matter of changing the position is concerned, they both agree. An example, they also agree that for the first 12 years, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was saying that Isa alayhi salam is alive and he will return, etc. And then from 18 and end of 1890 onwards, he started to say, no, he has passed away. Now I am one like me, one like Isa. Same is the case here. The only reason is, Lahori group is willing to admit that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani Sahib changed his position on the death of Islam after 12 years. But they are hesitant to accept that he changed his position on the issue of prophethood as well. Because in principle, one, it is agreed that he was changing his position. And on one example, you both agree. It's only matter of a discussion that what about this matter as well. And now comes the active point. There is the actual, Abdullah Sahib, understand this point. Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's final thesis was, which comes from A Galti Ka Izala onward. Basically, 1901, mid 1901, or actually late 1901 onward, his thesis was that Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam has two comings. Our Prophet has two comings. Once he came as Muhammad ibn Abdullah, and secondly, he came as Mirza Ghulam Qadiani Sahib, number one. Number two, he gave the reason. He said that the reason we need two comings, because our Prophet has two missions: to complete the guidance and to propagate the guidance to all human beings. He said, as far as completing the guidance is concerned, Ikmal-e-Deen or Itmam-e-Deen, he said this part was done in the first coming. But then he said the second part, propagation of this deen to all human beings in all corners, he said this thing was not possible. That's why Prophet has to come a second time. So that's why he said, I am Muhammad Rasulullah. इस वही इलाही में मेरा नाम Muhammad और Rasul रखा गया. Now, understand this point. This is the reason. Now, Mirza Bashir Ahmad MA is justified, Abdullah Bhai. Bashir Ahmad MA is telling us that when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani is telling that he is Muhammad Rasulullah, so why would he need a new bay'ah? Because Muslims already believe in Muhammad Rasulullah. And he said in clear, he said that look, if you distinguish Man farraka baini wa bain al Mustafa, he said, whoever distinguish between me and the Prophet, he has not recognized me. And we can go on and on. He said that it is an obligation. Abdullah Bhai said it is an obligation. Which book? Tofa Goldviya. You can read from page number 250, Ruhani Khazain, volume 17, page number 250 onward. 250 onward. He said it is an obligation on every Muslim to believe that our Prophet has two comings. And then he said, in which book? Khutbah al-Hamiyah, Ruhani Khazain, volume 16. You can read the khutbah. He said that if somebody denies that our Prophet came a second time in the sixth millennium, as Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, he said this person has denied the Quran. Everything I am saying, ask me for reference, inshallah. I will put it down here on the screen. So this is the reason, Abdullah Bhai, this is the reason. He doesn't need the bayah for a prophet because he was claiming to be Muhammad Rasulullah. So this is the actual reason, and this is the reason given to us by Bashir Ahmad MA, and I agree with Bashir Ahmad MA and Bashiruddin Mahmud because whatever they are saying, it is coming from the writings of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani. They have evidence, they have backing up for everything. Everything is backed up from his writings. And this is the last point. Sorry, it went a bit longer. This last point, inshallah, little last point. Muhammad Ali Lahori Sahib said something interesting. After they became the Lahori Jamaat, he said that do not quote my previous writings. He said, don't try to quote my previous writings and don't try to prove any beliefs from that. Why? Because they were clear references. But Muhammad Ali Lahori Sahib has no problem in Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani claiming to be a prophet. I give you one example. When Mirza Ghulam Qadiani Sahib said that Allah has commanded me that you cannot pray behind non-Ahmadis anymore, it was in 1901. Just imagine, Muhammad Ali Lahori Sahib, Khaja Kamaluddin Sahib, or anybody else who eventually became Lahori Jamaat, none of them said a single word. None of them. And look at the claim. He said, Allah has informed me that we cannot pray behind non-Ahmadis anymore. He said, Allah has informed me and you cannot give your daughters to non-Ahmadis. Just imagine. Now, all of that is being quoted by Bashiruddin Mahmud. So Bashiruddin Mahmud is not quoting something from his own. He did not just make things from the thin air. He was backing things up from Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani Sahib. Ji Abdullah Bhai.
Our village was next to Qadian, where my ancestors come from before we moved to Pakistan. My grandfather, he actually moved to Qadian when he became an Ahmadi because all of his tribe family boycotted him. But he was living there, and he lived there for many years till Pakistan was found in 1947. But I don't understand why that cause. Why did he not hear of those things? Why did he not have the same beliefs that Midas was a prophet of God? And because although I did not meet my grandfather, but I have this second-hand knowledge from my mother that he clearly told us that wherever Midas used this word as Nabi, he was using as an istara, as a Zillion Pruvdi means that he has the status, he's not a true prophet. And I'm just very curious, well, how come my grandfather, he couldn't understand this? Why did he have different beliefs? than those of current Ahmadi Jamaats, and the references that you are quoting, that even Lahori Jamaat, they did not object to any claims made by Mirza Sahib. I'm very surprised.
Yeah, I give
But
if you Abdullah bhai, if you
please,
like, can I comment on this one if you like?
please go ahead.
So Abdullah bhai, there are many things which I can say, but let's inshallah mention three things. Abdullah bhai, can you mute your mic while you're not speaking? Jazakallah, because there was a bit of noise from your side. Jazakallah khair. So look at this one, bhai. There are three things, because your question is, and I agree, it's a logical, it's a question in someone's mind that look, if all of that was so clear, that how come that our ancestors, they did not raise any objection? Why there is a wrong assumption here, and I'm sure that you will agree with me after I point out this one. Wrong assumption is that as though as everyone's elders, they had all the 23 volumes in front of them, and that's how they came to the conclusion. Not at all. Abdullah bhai, not at all. It is close to impossible. Why it is close to impossible that at that time, somebody would have access even to few books of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, let alone all 23 volumes. And in order to have the holistic understanding of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani Sahib, we have to have all his writing in front of us. We can read all of them back and forth, and then we can understand what he was trying to say. I give you a simple example, very simple example. If anyone believed in Mirza Ghulam Qadiani in 1889, that is when he took his first bayah. Now, think about this one. In anything Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was writing up till 1889, he never said Isa has passed away. So now if somebody was there and he has all his literature up to 1889, he can never know what Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has to say afterwards. So that's the first point we need to know, bhai, that we cannot have this assumption that as though as everyone was having access to all the books of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, and that's how they were concluding. Not at all. Number one. Number two, my dear brother, is we both agree in principle that followers of any religion can be ignorant. Now, when it comes to being ignorant, there are different levels. Somebody may be absolute jahil or ignorant. Somebody may be a little bit learned, but somewhat ignorant. So what I'm trying to say why is that we cannot take the people of any faith as an evidence to understand or justify anything, when we know with 100% surety that the followers of any faith can be ignorant. And last but not the least, my dear brother Abdullah, the point is that in every time and age, unfortunately, Ahmadiyyat or Qadianiyat was being preached to the people according to their local circumstances. I give simple example. I invite you, my dear brother, in India, they are not preaching to the Hindus that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was the second coming of Krishna. They will never preach that. In India, they will be only trying to misguide the Muslims. Because in actual reality, in India, vast majority are the Hindus. And Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was claiming to be Krishna for Hindus. So logically speaking, in India, they should be primarily preaching that Mirza was a Krishna. But they never do this. Likewise, when they are preaching in the Western countries, I have not come across where they are telling the Christians or the common people that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was second coming of Jesus, son of Mariam. They never say this. They use the term Masih Maud, the latter day Messiah, the Masih Akhru Zaman. Because through this title, people cannot see the actual claim. Because in reality, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani has claimed to be the second coming of Isa ibn Maryam. For the Christian and Muslim, we have same one person, Isa ibn Mariam, Asalam. They're not two people. They have a wrong understanding about that person, which we don't believe. But at the end of the day, it is same person. So you need to understand, Abdullah Bhai, that it had always been the case. It's not just happening right now. We can't just say, oh, Jamaat is, no, it had always been the case. Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani Sahib, when he started his project, Brahini Ahmadiyya, what was the project? The project was, he said that I am going to write a book, or I'm going to publish a book actually, because he said, I have written already, that I'm going to publish a book. Why? To defend Islam against who? Against non-Muslims. This was his initial claim. But then we all know the history. He started to just preach the Muslims. Until today, Abdullah Sahib, you know this very well. If there are 100 Ahmadi or Qadianis, how many of them are Hindus or Christians? Not even 5%. 95% of the people are the ones who went to this cult or this thing from Muslims. But initially, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani claimed that he has come to defend Islam against non-Muslims. So we can go on and on, bhai, but you need to consider all of, and especially by 2 points, which I mentioned earlier. Point number one, that we cannot have the assumption that everyone had access to the books of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani when your ancestors converted to Ahmadiyya, number one. And number two, followers of any religion are not evidence. Abdullah Sahib.
Well, thank you once again for giving me time to share my views. And I will email you my number now. And whenever you have time privately, we can speak there, and you can further share any references with me so I can do further research.
Inshallah, I just want to mention two things. One is that instead of your email address, just mention your WhatsApp number. That will be easy. That's one thing. Second thing, my brother, is that I'm not going to send you anything. If you are interested to know the truth, my dear brother, look, I have presented my initial case. I tried to address your concerns. Now, if you have the interest, if you have the desire to know the truth, inshallah, I'm at your service. I'm not going to force anything at your neck.
I'm not. Where did I say that you should force?
No. What I'm saying is that I'm not saying that I'm going to send you references. If you have interest, if you have a desire, inshallah, I'm available.
I think that's what I meant, that we'll get in touch.
Okay, maybe I misunderstood. I apologize.
But I'm sorry if I said something wrong. Which...
No, it was my misunderstanding. I thought that maybe you are expecting that I will be sending you something, because I don't think what I need to send, because if you speak to me, if you discuss something, then obviously I will back up with evidence.
But what I meant to say was that if I needed any help, then send me references, then I can read them and learn further about Jamaat and Mirza. Thank you very much.
I am at your service as your brother in humanity, inshallah. Whatever you ask me, inshallah, I will try my best to explain that.
Thank you very much. You're
most welcome, brother. Thank you very much. Thanks to you as well. And inshallah, look forward to talk to you private, inshallah.
Thank you, inshallah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, it was a little bit as it happened last time as well. It turned into an Urdu live stream, but inshallah, it was very, to be honest, especially this last segment was very eye-opening for me. I do not have any knowledge on this aspect of their whole movement, but that was really an eye-opener, especially with all of those reports which were published under the Britons. So it's very difficult, actually, to deny all of that. So I look forward to the Ahmadiyya clerics that if they respond to this aspect as well, because it's really challenging, and it will be a paradigm shift in the study of Ahmadiyya once all of these things become the public knowledge. Omar Bhai, Ahmed Bhai, Nabil Bhai, over to all of you.
Brother Imtiaz, we have a brother who was waiting actually for a while, an Ahmadi brother who is researching, and we pray for him. He's here now. I'll bring him on. Okay.
So,
Maybe he wants to talk to
Brother
you.
Umar
He
and
might.
Ahmad, inshallah, you talk to the brother, inshallah, and I am listening. I will participate, inshallah. You talk to him.
Actually, he came back for you, brother Imtiaz.
I have an appointment.
Maybe no, he just wants to maybe like introduce himself, and then he wants to actually talk privately.
Okay, inshallah.
You, brother Zuhaib, the floor is yours.
Hi. Yes, Imtiaz, but you have to go to an appointment.
Yeah, actually, I do have. Actually, the appointment is I need to drop some food at one of my colleagues' house.
Okay, Imtiaz bhai is certainly fine. I mean, it's not a problem at all. I think maybe
Zohaib bhai, if you want to talk offline, then inshallah, once we end the stream, inshallah, when I will be driving, I can talk to you.
I think Imtiaz bhai, that is much better at that time. Anyways, it would be better for me and you because I do want to discuss some things. I'm in born Ahmadi. There's a lot of things that I have found out and figured out, and as you know, that I comment on your YouTube streams. You've probably seen my name a lot.
I have seen,
and so there's a lot of things that I want to discuss. It's not really for me. It's basically for my extended family. I'm trying to see like how we can make this happen, and I'm on the verge.
Even if you want to discuss on camera, because if you think that it can be beneficial for other people, so inshallah I can join from my other mobile, and inshallah we can still talk. Up to you. If you feel more comfortable and if you think it's more beneficial to talk offline, we can do that. But if you think that it can benefit other people, inshallah, then we can talk online as well. As you decide.
Yeah, I think maybe I'll just touch a little bit on the point, right? I'm not sure how much time you have, but the things that
it will be only my camera will be turned off, inshallah, but I will be engaged with you. Just give me 1 second. There is somebody, Brother Umar and Ahmad. There's one person, Asmak. If you can just quickly.
Yeah. So there are just some Muslim brothers. I will briefly take you, Asmak. Inshallah, make a remark. Because like you already know that the time is extremely short. And inshallah,
Asmak, we want to apologize as well, because I could see that you were there backstage for a long time. So please forgive us. You had to wait. But inshallah, maybe in the future we can talk more, inshallah. Yes, Asmak. Brother Asmak, we can't hear you.
Hello, are you hearing me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
I just wanted you guys to clarify some issue for me. I'm not Ahmadi, I'm Muslim.
So what's the issue?
Like, for example, if we are going to accept Mirza Ghulam as our prophet or Mahdi or whatever, then are we going to abandon all the teaching that we have about Mahdi is coming, Jesus, Isa alayhi salam is coming, Dajjal is coming? All these issues, are we going to leave it and follow Mirza Ghulam, or he have some teaching about those issues?
We are not Ahmadis, by the way.
So
okay. As I see, Imtiaz know a lot about Ahmadi, maybe more than them. So.
Yes, inshallah. So I think so. If you follow all our past streams, because it's a very, very generic question and asking about what is the Ahmadiyya theology in terms of Mahdi and Isa alayhi salam. So I think that it will be best to just go on the YouTube channel and watch our videos on the specific topics. If you just search Isa alayhi salam, you're gonna get those. Mahdi, last week we discussed it in detail, also at the start of the stream. So if you actually watch the videos, you'll learn a lot, inshallah, because it's a very short time and it's a very comprehensive kind of aqidah or information that you require. So is it fair, brother, if you can go and check some of the videos?
Okay, because
you have my number.
I watched one of the Razi debate, and he's talking like all these hadith that are in Bukhari and Muslim and so on about Isa alayhi salam is coming literally, but he's saying it at we are going to take it as literally. It's not like we are going to take it like he's talking like we are
Okay,
going to take this hadith literally. So
I
I don't.
understand. Asmax. Okay, you have
Yeah.
my number. I gave you my number. You can WhatsApp me. I will explain to you how he lies, because he lied on so many things. He even said Rasulullah was called Ibn Abu Kabsha because Abu Kabsha, who was his one of his ancestors' grandfather, called to Allah, when it is the exact opposite. The guy was calling to people to worshipping stars, and Razi says that he was calling to Tawheed. That is how, what a liar he is. We can discuss that. Inshallah, just hey, you have my WhatsApp number. I will any issue you want to discuss about his debates, I will explain to you, inshallah. Is that fine?
Okay.
You have
Thank
my
you.
number, right?
Yes. Thank you. I have your number.
All right. Okay. Just WhatsApp me, and I'll explain to you anything you need.
Okay. Thank you very much for all of you guys.
Thank you, Jazakallah khair, for coming. So we have
Well,
two
we have a
Imtiaz,
clone
Zilli and
of
Buruz.
Imtiaz. Which one is Zilli? Which one is Hakiki? Okay.
Assalamualaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. Imtiaz, bhai, you're just cutting off. Maybe your internet is slightly weak.
So Zuhaib, you want to continue offline or online?
I can either or, man. I can do either or. I can actually continue offline for the first time because there's a lot of things I want to ask and
Yes,
discuss.
inshallah, I think so, because it'll be more personal. And then inshallah, once you have a background or have like more clarity in terms of your
Okay,
questions and comments, then we can do it
maybe
online.
one thing you guys can discuss. So the thing is, the whole concept of Jamaat and unity. How do you find that in your like in Sunni Islam? Like how do you figure that out? Because that is the only thing that is like holding me back. But it's the unity aspect of.
Yeah, so what does unity mean?
So okay, so I'll tell you a concept of Catholic, right? Like or their Pope. So when their Pope release a message, that message is spread to their churches in one voice. That voice is not replicated or is not distorted. Meanwhile, same thing with our Jamaat, right? One message comes from the Caliphate,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
that
So
message.
I'll give you a very simple explanation, a simple example, right? So what was happening? A lot of people on TikTok during their debates, they were either misbehaving or they were basically blaspheming, right? On certain points during the debates with Muslims. Some of the Ahmadis were doing that, right? And we raised this issue again and again. And we asked even the people who are representative of the Jama'ah that you see your Murabbis are doing this. And they, what their response was? That the Caliph can advise, right? Khalifa Masroor Saab can only advise, but he cannot enforce anything. Do you understand that?
I do.
So the
Yes.
same, yeah. So the same way, this is, I think so. It is made too big of a deal when it is not. If you understand what I mean. In a given department, if you ask me, a lot of Muslims, for example, listen to a particular scholar. A lot more Muslim would listen to a particular scholar in terms of if you consider the numbers, right? Compared to how many Ahmadis would listen to Masroor Saab. Another example is, right, you see, and we have done this exercise before as well. You know, when the Jumu'ah khutbah or any of the khutbat of Mirza Masroor Saab are on MTA, have you ever gone and checked the viewership there?
No, I personally myself don't watch them either. So
yes, there are hardly 10 or 20 people listening there. And if you go to a TikTok stream of a completely, a Murabbi who's blaspheming, making fun of stuff and blah, 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 he has at a given time more than 100, 150 guys sitting and listening there. So if it was about listening and you say a central message coming through, there are a lot of more Ahmadis, I would say, who listen to Murabbis and debaters are Muballighin rather than Mirza Masroor Saab. Actually, nobody, he's more like, the royalty in England, right? That they don't have any real power. They're just a symbol of monarchy. So I would consider Mirza Masroor to be the same in terms of any guidance or any instructions coming through. And if you look at the reality, you'd agree to me, Zohaib, brother.
Yeah. So yeah, man. So like there's some certain things I want to discuss, man. Like I'm really okay. But here's the thing, man. Like, so I was born Ahmadis, right? So I've always been Ahmadi, and the way we have. Okay, so the question that I have for you guys: what is the real purpose of a Mahdi to come? And has that? So there has to be a purpose for Mahdi to come, right? So
Yes.
was that purpose fulfilled or is not fulfilled? Because otherwise, the thing is, here's what. See, that's the thing, man. Like, I'm on live. I'd rather
No,
go
it's okay,
offline.
Zahab.
Okay,
Okay, no
that's
problem,
great.
Zahab. I'm going to answer your question about the last point that you raised, and then we're going to go offline. And we have, mashallah, Brother Imtiaz and Brother Nabil Khan, who are all experts on these topics, and they can advise you. But quickly to tell you that about the unity of the Muslims, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, during his last sermon, he said, I leave behind me two things, the Quran and my Sunnah. If you follow this, you will never go astray. So we have the Quran, alhamdulillah, we have the Sunnah. As long as we are united upon these things, we will never go astray, regardless of whether our leader is a president or a king or an emperor, or we call him a Khalifa, whether we have multiple countries. Even during the Sahaba's time, there used to be governorates. Each of them has their own leader. So being united under one person is good, and that's the job of the Mahdi, inshallah, when he comes. So that was a point that we are more focused on united in our beliefs rather than actually countries. This is something that is inevitable. It was prophesied that there will be division in the Ummah. That is not something in our control. This has been prophesied, and it is happening, and it will keep happening until the Mahdi comes and unites the Ummah and brings justice. And inshallah, Brother Nabil would explain that. Maybe we can give our final thoughts, Brother Imtiaz, before we go offline.
So, inshallah, I just want to highlight one last point before we close this. So, Brother Zahib, there was a couple of weeks ago, Brother Imtiaz had discussion on True Islam UK, right? On the very topic of the utility of a Mahdi, right? A promised Mahdi or a Messiah. What's his role going to be, right? And there, Imtiaz Bhai made a very strong point, and think about this. If the role of the Mahdi is to propagate the religion, right?
Yes.
The propagation of the religion. Didn't the ulama do it? Can the ulama, the mujaddideen, do it anyway? Right? And because the question was that in Islamic theology, the role of Mahdi is that he's going to be an actual, like he will have sultania, something that like a country, a territory to govern, right? And unite all the Muslims under that one rulership, but also like as a land. Did you understand? Like a landmass.
Yes.
So if it's not that, if the thing is to unite and give out just the propagation of religion, then any of the mujaddideen, any of the scholars of Islam have been doing it from the time of Prophet Muhammad, and they will always be doing that, right? So there's nothing, according to the Ahmadiyya theology, the Mahdi doesn't have any purpose, to be honest. His purpose is just like any other mujaddid, to be honest. So this was one of the
so
points
that's exactly the question, right? The question becomes then, if he has, that is the purpose, and that's why Mirza Ghulam Ahmad came to unite everyone under one religion.
That is the point. So the prophecy is that
Ahmad, not under one religion. There is one religion already. It's to unite them under one banner. If I can quickly give you the points that what the Mahdi will do. That's why I say we have people like Mufti Nabil who can advise this, and what the Mahdi will do, and there's two ways to approach this. What he will do. Do you want to know the Islamic belief, or we can actually, another way is we can compare whether Mirza Ghulam Ahmad did fulfill those roles.
That's exactly. Sorry, I'm cutting you off. That's what my main question is. Did Mirza Ghulam Ahmad fulfill those commitments that Mahdi has for him?
Okay. Okay. Let's take this maybe quickly, just a quick back and forth. The role of the Mahdi. Okay, the Mahdi will be coming at the time of the most like very difficult times, tribulations and difficulties, and people are suffering.
Umar, just sorry to cut you off, but inshallah start with the identity as well. So just a back and forth, very short questions, identity.
Okay, number one, we actually covered this in the beginning of the stream. Mufti Nabil covered this. The Mahdi will be from the Prophet's lineage. The Prophet said the Mahdi is from me or my family. So the Mahdi is from the Prophet's progeny. The second thing is that his name will be my name and his father's name will be my father's name.
Ask
so
him,
the Mahdi
Zohaib, was Mirza Ghulam Ahmed from the lineage of Hazrat Fatima?
No, he was not.
Okay. Go ahead, Umar.
So he said his name will be my name and his father's name will be my father's name. That is Muhammad ibn Abdullah. Was Mirza Ghulam Muhammad ibn Abdullah?
Not at the beginning, but when okay, yes, sure, yes. So I'm with
he
you
wasn't
on that.
Yeah, he wasn't. I mean, if the criteria that Mirza used to justify qualify himself, then any Tabligh and Hari can be a Mahdi. If someone said Allah called me Muhammad, or I changed my name to Muhammad ibn Abdullah. Okay, you changed your name to Muhammad. How did you change your father's name? So anyway, okay. And then the time that it will come, it will be the most difficult times. It will be like the earth will be filled with injustice and suffering and all that. Tell me, the Muslim Ummah, was it suffering more during that time or today?
Today,
See, it's suffering much more.
So that's why I want to go offline. So I mean, like,
all right.
Okay, inshallah, Umar, let's not put the brother on the spot. Inshallah, let's discuss it offline. But kind of you get the point, the kind of conversation we can have, inshallah. And Zohaib, brother, the thing is like just this, because this will benefit to all our listeners. This is the whole point that we want to present, is that we have no intentions to attack Ahmadis, laymen, or even the Murabbis, to be honest, or attack Mirza Ghulam Ahmed, or attack your religion, right? Our only goal is to basically present the truth, not even force you to accept the truth or you seeing the truth. Just present the truth and answer any doubts that are left after presenting the truth. So like Umar mentioned a great thing before, he said our goal is not that we are anti-Ahmadis. Our goal is that we are da'i ilallah. We are callers to Islam. It is not that our actions are against Ahmadiyya. Our actions are actually calling to Islam. That is two completely different things. So I would just say that, like, to all the Ahmadis and layman Ahmadis, that when you listen to these conversations and all these discussions, when you keep this in mind, you'd see like brother Zohaib and the previous brother Abdullah and all these brothers who come and have decent, nice conversations with us. Alhamdulillah, we are more than happy to engage in these conversations in a very, very respectful fashion. And inshallah, I think so. That is anyway the last word from me. Anyway, so if you guys want to wrap up, it's up to you.
Okay, I don't have much to add. Brother Imtiaz,
I was just saying,
over to
there's certain discussions that I should have, with you guys. So maybe offline, if you guys have some time. Intellectually, I mean, I've so many things to go over. Just let me know. So,
inshallah, let's give Brother Imtiaz will usually do the summary at the end of the stream. It will take, I think, 5 minutes, maybe 6-7 minutes at most.
Just stay and stream, even if the stream goes on, and just stay, right?
Okay, sure.
Then we can continue the conversation after this ends. Okay.
Right.
As always, to the viewers, please remember us in your prayers. That's my shortest last word. Please remember us in your prayers. May Allah give us tawfiq in this mission.
Ameen. Ameen. Nabil Sahib, if you want to say any last words, inshallah, before I conclude. Mufti Sahib, you with us? Okay, I think Mufti Sahib may be busy. So I think, okay, let me say my last words. Alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah wa salatu wa salamu ala rasulillahi amma ba'd. Once again, inshallah, this stream will serve another eye-opening stream for the common Ahmadis. In today's live stream, we took the case study of one of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani's sons, i.e. Mubarak Ahmad. Mubarak Ahmad was born in 1899. In 1907, he was severely ill, and some people, we don't know their names, the literature has not given us their names, some random anonymous people, followers of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, they had some dreams in which they saw Mubarak Ahmad being married or getting married. So Mirza Ghulam Qadiani Sahib said, he said that, look, if somebody is seen as being married in the dream, it is a sign that this person will die. What was his source? That's not our topic. But he said that there is another possibility. He said that according to some interpreters, if someone is seen as getting married in the dream and you fulfill this dream literally, i.e., this person gets married, then there is a possibility that this person's death can be averted. Now, please don't forget, the source of all of that is dreams of anonymous, unknown, random followers of Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani. Now, they staged all of that marriage, and the sad reality and the ironic side of this entire picture is that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani organized the marriage of Mubarak Ahmad, who was about 8 years old at that time, with a 2 or 2.5 years old child, Mariam. He was, she was the daughter of one of his followers, Dr. Abdul Sattar Shah Sahib. She was the daughter of Abdul Sattar Shah Sahib. So because he was a follower of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, so when Mirza Ghulam Qadiani put forward this proposal, so they accepted and this marriage took place. The marriage took place on 30th of August 1907. But then on 16th of September, in 2 weeks' time, Mubarak Ahmad died. Now there was a lot of sayings in the community about this death. Then Mirza Ghulam Ahmad Qadiani comes on the scene and he issues a public announcement. And he says that, and he claims, he said that, look, I have verbally mentioned multiple times that there's a revelation from God that Mubarak Ahmad will not survive. And he said that this was explicit, in clear terms, in open words. It was a revelation from God that Mubarak Ahmad will die at a young age before he will reach puberty. He will die as a minor child. He said this was already there. And he said that because it was already there, so I have prophesied as my sign already. And because now Mubarak Ahmad has died, so my sign has fulfilled because I prophesied death of Mubarak Ahmad beforehand. Now, obviously, if somebody is just a blind follower, you can just close your eyes. But if you are going to use your intellect and reasoning, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has blessed all of us with. Think about this. There are two possibilities. If the revelation Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was claiming to receive, if revelation was that there is no possibility, there is no way Mubarak Ahmad has to die, then all of this marriage episode, all of this victimization and all of this abuse of a 2-year-old girl, 2-year-old child, there was child abuse. There was pure zulm. Please think about this. If Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was given 100% clear, black and white revelation as he was claiming to be, then why did he arrange this marriage? What's the point of marriage? And on the other hand, or the other possibility is that if there was a possibility that this child, Mubarak Ahmad, may survive, that's why he organized the death. It means then revelation was not certain. So it's either you have to disbelieve that Mirza Ghulam Qadiani was receiving these revelations, or you have to say that this marriage was all just an absurd matter. It was just pure zulm, oppression for this 2-year-old child. And after that, Mirza Ghulam Qadiani started to claim that now his God is going to shut off his enemies by giving him another son as a replacement for Mubarak Ahmad. When he was saying this in November 1907, and he said that God will give me another son as a replacement of Mubarak Ahmad, and in this way, God will give a shut-up call to my enemies. But guess what? He said this in November 1907, and he himself died in 1908, in May 1908. So no child was given. So please think about this. If allegedly, as per the claim of Mirza Ghulam Qadiani, if God was going to shut up his enemies by giving him another son, which means that if son is not given, then who's being shut up here? Who's being humiliated here? Is it possible that somebody is a prophet of God and God will just humiliate him like this? So there are many things which we have mentioned. I will invite all of you, because this is the least discussed part of Ahmadiyya history. And then not only we discuss this part, we discuss this child who went through all of this oppression and abuse. We discuss her life as well from their own writings. I'm inviting all common Ahmadis, all researchers on this topic. Please, you go through these videos, you look into this evidence, and then you tell us, are we trying to just make things up? Or is it everything is already there? So having said that, inshallah, our du'as, as usual, we are always making sincere du'as from the bottom of our heart. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide this community. Because the commoners of the community, they simply do not know. They simply have no knowledge of what is in the books of Ahmadiyya. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala open up their eyes. May Allah let them see the truth, understand the truth, and may Allah allow them to accept the truth as well. My special thanks to all the panelists, especially Ahmad Bhai, Umar Bhai, Nabil Bhai, Abdul Rauf Bhai. May Allah bless all of you for your time and for your dedicated effort for this noble cause. And I am deeply grateful to all the viewers as well, because many of you, we know that you are not coming on this panel, but mashallah, many of you are making du'as for us, joining these live streams, and helping us to get the message across. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala forgive our shortcomings. May Allah accept our good deeds, and may Allah allow us to perform this noble cause in the way it deserves to be performing. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.